Hello everybody, good morning, welcome to Silverstone. Now as you can see, conditions are playing a bit of a part here. It's almost time for the Superkarts. Look at these, there's quite a bit of drama going on. Let's go for a walk, you come with me. And you can see Matt Robinson there, he's moving back. Yesterday, picked up a first place and a second place. We've got Liam Morley over here as well. He picked up the race win in race 2. Race 1 didn't quite go so well, an engine went. However, I wanted to catch up with Ross Allen down here because, as you can see, it's dry at the minute. We are expecting a bit of rain. However, some of the cars have come to the grid on these slick tyres, as you can see. Some have got wets on. So let's just have a quick word here with Jason. Jason, you're going for slicks?
Yeah, why not? Another gamble, eh?
It is a bit of a gamble. A few people have said to me they've watched what the Pragas have been doing. They looked a bit slippy slidey, but you think it's worth the risk?
Yeah, I mean, we're here shaking down anyway. It's just worth a gamble for us. It's just a bit of fun this last race, so see what happens, eh?
Let's hope it doesn't rain. Thanks for talking to us. Let's move down because Ross Allen, literally car number 1 here, he's had a pair of third places this weekend so far. He came to the assembly area here on slicks. He's made the change. Ross, you've changed.
Yeah, I think it was going to be too slippery for slicks, so I'm happy with the choice.
Yeah, could be the right decision. Might be feeling a little bit of rain starting to come down.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. Should be good fun.
Best of luck. Thanks for talking to us. Now, if you haven't seen these Superkarts before, then boy oh boy, you're in for a treat. Over 140 miles an hour around Silverstone in these. That is insane. There's no seatbelt, nothing at all to keep them in the karts. It's incredible. Everybody's getting ready. We've got slicks over here on Mark Newton. Let's quickly grab him. Mark, you're taking a risk as well, going for slicks.
Yeah, I thought it'd be different, try something different, see how we get on. Hopefully it's dry there.
You never know, it could be worth it, right?
Yeah, we'll see how we go. I think half the track should be dry and half should be wet, so see how we go.
Right, fantastic, Mark. Thanks for chatting. Good luck, all right? Good luck. Right, I'm going to hand back to your commentator, Dave Goddard, to take you through the action.
Thanks very much, Ian. Good morning, ladies and gents, and welcome to the home of British motorsports here at Silverstone Circuit for day 2 of our season opening race weekend with the British Automobile Racing Club here on BARC TV. We have had some rain overnight, but hopefully things are going to start to dry out. As Ian was explaining there, the British Superkart Racing Club Super Series drivers, a mixture of different tyre choices for this, their 3rd race of the weekend. They had 2 cracking races yesterday, Matt Robinson and Liam Morley taking the wins. They'll be going for their doubles here today, sharing the front row for this one on a grid set by the lap times recorded in race 2 yesterday. The karts will shortly be released from the assembly area for their 3rd and final race of the weekend, 15 minutes of racing. And we've got racing coming up later on from the Britcar Trophy Championship, their season opener, with 2 50-minute pit stop races, a whole variety of saloon and GT cars in their pair of races. Also after lunch, starting slightly earlier than scheduled at 1 p.m. as opposed to 1:15, the Praga Cup UK, their first ever standalone race weekend. They have their second 1-hour race of the weekend. It was the Alex Connor and Tom Canning entry that took the win yesterday. Then the second race for the Britcar Trophy, and then we welcome the Snetterton Saloons along with the Z cars. Snetterton Saloons, as the name suggests, normally race at the Snetterton circuit over in Norfolk, but having an away day here this weekend, racing at Silverstone, joined by the Z cars, as their name suggests, BMW Z4s. That's a 45-minute race with a mandatory pit stop, so a bit of endurance racing for you here today. But we kick off with the Superkarts. 2 brilliant races for them yesterday. Matt Robinson, some superb driving at the front of the field. A great battle with the British Superkart Grand Prix winner Lee Harpham to take the win in race 1. Liam Morley failed to finish the first race, but a decent lap time recorded early on saw him start 4th for race 2, and he came through to take the victory after another good battle with Matt Robinson. It is Robinson on pole alongside Liam Morley. The first 4 rows filled by the Division 1 Superkarts. They are the 250cc 2-stroke twin-cylinder engines, 140 miles an hour in a straight line in the dry. Quickest of the second category on the grid, the 250 single-cylinder national class, is GP1 Paul Platt, who started from the very back of the grid in race 2 yesterday, came through to finish 9th and win the class ahead of Lee Plain, who took the first race after Paul dropped out early on. Paul Platt, one of the most successful British supercarters of all. So 2 classes filling the first 9 rows of the grid there. Paul Platt, Lee Plain and Tom Hatfield, the ones to watch in the 250 mono category. They're the karts with the white number plates. The Division 1 supercarts have yellow number plates on them. There are 2 other classes further back. The 450 national category, they have red number plates. It was Nick Flint who won both of yesterday's races. Costa Kiritsis led home the class in race 1, but he was excluded. And the 125 open class, the smallest capacity karts, they have blue number plates. There were wins in that category yesterday for Tom Baldwin and Jack Tritton. So the karts being released from the assembly area. First of our 5 races here today leaves the assembly area. Now it is a day tinged with some sadness in motorsport today, as today marks exactly 1 year since the extremely sad passing of the voice of motorsports, Murray Walker. Passed away 1 year ago today at the grand age of 97. The voice of motorsports for so many decades. Even people who didn't know anything about motorsports knew Murray's voice, not just on Formula 1 but on the likes of the British Touring Car Championship, rallying, rallycross, motorcycle racing and just about anything else with an engine. Murray lent his voice to over the years. On a personal note, he was the voice of my youth. I seemed to listen to him every single weekend when I was growing up. He was certainly a hero and an inspiration to myself in my own commentary career as well. We still miss you, Murray. And we race in his memory and in tribute today to Murray Walker, the voice of motorsports. Karts heading round on their green flag lap behind the pace car. Matt Robinson in pole position. Some very brave driving from him yesterday. Let's see how he gets on these rather more damp conditions today. Liam Morley with the O plate alongside, won the O plate race in similar conditions to this, if I remember rightly, at Silverstone last season. Lee Harpham, the winner of the Super Series last year. This is the first of 5 rounds for the British Superkart Racing Club Super Series this year. Second round coming up at Cadwell Park in a few weeks' time. It was Lee Plain who took the 250 mono category title in the Super Series last season. Paul Platt being beset by a few mechanical problems. Kevin Ridley won the 450 national title. He's not here this weekend. And it was Clinton Bridge who won the 125 open title. So they're the defending champions. Liam Morley starting probably as the favourite here. Had a problem in race 1 yesterday, failed to finish, but came through to win race 2. Lee Harpham, reigning Super Series champion with the GP plate, winner of the British Superkarts Grand Prix for the Division 1 Superkarts last year. Paul Platt, the winner in the 250 national category. Keep an eye on him from the 5th row of the grid. He'll start as the favourite for the 250 mono victory. Further back on the grid, there's Nick Flint, number 59. Looks like somebody with a problem there with his hand in the air, number 14. That is Nathan Barton in one of the Division 1 karts. Somebody else slowing there as well, number 34, Daniel Gerrard. Should have 50 karts out there for this 15-minute race. Good to see plenty of spectators braving the cold and rather damp conditions here at the Silverstone circuit. Ready to enjoy the action here today, and they've certainly got a treat coming up with the superkarts. 140 mile an hour when you're only around half an inch off the floor. They are certainly very brave indeed, these drivers. This is going to be a cracker, despite the more damp conditions than yesterday after overnight rain. Starting to form up now behind the Safety car, watch out for Ross Allen, number 1, the British champion in the Division 1 category. 57 there is Mark Pask. Getting ready for a great day's racing here on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. Murray Walker, this meeting is for you, sir. Pace car about to pull into pit lane, and the pack will be unleashed as the red lights go out any moment now. Look at the size of this grid. Ready to rumble here on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. Revs beginning to rise. Matt Robinson, Liam Morley bring them up towards the red lights, and we are underway. Down towards Copse Corner first of all. Who's going to get the whole shots into the right-hander? They start to spread out half a dozen abreast across the straight. It looks like they are all going to get round Copse Corner okay, and it is Matt Robinson who's got the lead just ahead, but only just ahead of Liam Morley. Ross Allen, the British champion, in third place. Lee Harpham, the British Grand Prix winner, in fourth position, and it's the number 24 of Tom Rushforth, who failed to finish race 2 yesterday, up there in fifth position as they swing their way through the Maggots and Beckett's complex out of Chapel, the left-hander, onto the hanger straight. It's Matt Robinson who leads the way, weaving about to try and confuse his opposition. Which line's he going to take into the right-hander at Stowe Corner? Liam Morley in second, Allen third, Harpham fourth, Rushforth is in fifth position, 3 wide for sixth place. Carl Hume in cart number 26, chased by number 20 of Rob Stubbs and the number 7 of Andy Gulliford. Somebody running out a bit wide there, one of the Division 1 Superkart, one of the 250 monos I should say. James Hassel there, number 127, had a few issues in race 1 yesterday while leading that class and dropped out, giving lead playing the victory. A change for the lead, and Tom Rushforth goes wide onto the gravel there. That'll lose him a lot of momentum. He could lose places there. Liam Morley meanwhile has taken the lead from Matt Robinson. That was at Club Corner. Rushford's lost about 3 places there, but he regains 1 round the outside of Rob Stubbs in cart number 20. Liam Morley leads just ahead of Matt Robinson, and already Tom Rushforth is zipping his way back up the order. Ross Allen runs a little bit wide there going into the loop. This takes the drivers through this long left-hander onto the Wellington straights, up under the bridge and towards the left-hander at Brooklands, and the double right at Luffield, the right flick of Woodcote, and the end of the first lap of the day here at Silverstone. Liam Morley, superstar of British Superkarts for a number of years now, leads from Matt Robinson. Their battle rejoined from race 2 yesterday. Ross Allen in third, had a pair of third places in yesterday's race as well. Runs a slightly different setup on that kart to the other Division 1 karts. Runs 2 125cc Ayame engines hooked up together on the Jade racing karts. Very busy indeed in the pack as they go down the straight there. Some of the 125 open karts we saw in there as Liam Morley charges his way through. You can really get a sensation of the speed as they bring these karts towards the Maggots and Beckett's complex. Ross Allen chasing the 2 leaders in third. Then it's Carl Hulme in fourth place, number 26. Lee Harpham has dropped down to fifth. Carl Hume, very experienced superkart racer in the number 26, trying to chase after the big 3 out in front, side by side between Andy Gulliford and Lee Harpham, who's dropped back and lost another place there. Tom Rushforth, after his mistake coming out of Club Corner on the first lap, is behind them. Then it is Rob Stubbs, and then Paul Platt. He leads the 250 mono category. Let's have a look who's leading the other classes further. Let's take a quick look at the timing screen. Number 23, Clinton Bridge, is leading the 125 open. 450 national is Nick Flint. He's down in 34th place overall. 27 James Hassel under fire from the 56 of Michael Goff as the leaders head through the right-hander of Club Corner down the Sir Lewis Hamilton straight over the Grand Prix grid into the right-hander at Abbey. Carl Hume is catching Ross Allen for third position as they buzz their way towards the infield loop out of Farm up to the right-hander at Village. Carl Hume's going for third place on the inside of Village. He goes through up into third position overall and third in Division 1. 2 leaders starting to get away from them now though. Lee Harpham is back up into 5th place by the look of it, ahead of Tom Rushforth. No, that's Andy Gulliford, sorry, in 5th position now. Harpham's drops another place. Liam Morley leads the way, looking for his 2nd win of the weekend, as is Matt Robinson. It's the left-hander at Brooklands. Paul Platt still leads the 250 mono class in 9th overall. A sensational lesson in overtaking from Paul in race 2 yesterday. He dropped out on the first lap in race 1, so didn't set a lap time, had to start at the back for race 2 in about 51st place, and he came through to finish 9th. There's 101 Lee Plain, one of his main rivals in the class. He's only 5th in the category at the moment, though 15th overall. Carl Hume continues to battle with Ross Allen. Now is Ross going to be ruining that decision to go on to wet tyres at the last moment, because there is a dry line emerging, you can see. Still slightly damp after plenty of rain overnight here at Silverstone. Just over 10 minutes to go, so we're 1/3 of the way through this British Superkart Racing Club Super Series Race 3. Carl Hume having his best performance of the weekend. Can he deprive Ross Allen of a 3rd podium? Behind them, Andy Gulliford's going well, number 7. Then it's Tom Rushforth. Lee Harpham has dropped back into 7th place. Matt Robinson getting closer and closer to the back of Liam Morley. Battle is going to be joined very shortly towards the Club Corner complex. The left followed by the long right onto the Sir Lewis Hamilton straight. Robinson's having a look there. They disappear momentarily from our view. 25 there, that is Luke Plain. I believe he's the brother of Lee. So here come the leaders, still Liam Morley as they head towards Abbey for the 3rd time. Robinson's got the fastest lap of the race, 2:11.189. That's about 9 seconds down on the pace they were setting yesterday, showing how the conditions have changed. He's all over Liam Morley now. They've gone clear of the rest of the field. Carl Hume rather on his own in 3rd. And yes, I think Ross Allen might be regretting that tyre choice now, because Andy Gulliford's all over the back of him. Runs wide there, you can see him twitching about as they come out of Village on the left of your screen. Further back in the order, there's a battle in the minor placings. The 15 kart moving up on the inside, Luke Clemson. The leaders into Brooklands. Still Liam Morley holding off the pressure from the 84 of Matt Robinson, only his 2nd season in Division 1 Superkarts. You wouldn't know it from the skill he's showing here. There was less than half a second in it last time through. There's battles everywhere you look further down in the midfield. Number 87 is one of our 125 open karts, Jack Tritton. He had a win yesterday. Over the line, 0.3 of a second in it between the 2 leaders. They're nearly 5 seconds clear of 3rd place Carl Hume now. Coming to lap 1 of the back markers already. We're only on lap 4. Liam Morley increasing his lead very slightly. He looks the quicker in a straight line. Robinson sliding a little wide there, coming out of Beckett's. That's one of the back markers there. Back markers being shown, the blue flags, by our excellent volunteer marshalling team here at Silverstone to warn that the quicker drivers are approaching. Now it seems to be in the second half of the lap where Matt Robinson gets closer. 7.5 minutes to go. We reach half distance in this British Superkart Racing Club Super Series Race 3 of the weekend. Robinson had a look there, going into Club Corner. There's Lee Plain, had a class win yesterday in Race 1 when Paul Platt dropped out. He still leads the 250 mono category. There he is, coming down into Stowe Corner. One of the most successful British Superkart racers of all. As is this man, Liam Morley, still holding off Matt Robinson. Dodge past a back mark. Robinson closer again. There's a yellow flag there though, so no passing at Village. Somebody's gone off, somebody running wide there. That was the back marker they just lapped. Can't quite make out the number on that one, unfortunately. There's a fight further back, the 43 and the 51. That's Sean Lombardo and Luke Burton. They're fighting for 16th overall. Number 6 behind them is John Faulkner. Matt Robinson's going to have a look. He sends it down the inside into Brooklands. Can he hold it on the exit? He's got the line for the right-hander at Luffield. Morley fights back on the outside, but Robinson's done it. That came from nowhere into Brooklands. He was a long way back. And Matt Robinson, just as he did at Beckett's in one of yesterday's races, just sends it up the inside and manages to pull off the move for the lead of the race on Liam Morley. 6 minutes to go. Liam Morley ready to fight back. Here they come up towards the right-hander at Copse. He's got the inside. Robinson closes the door. Carl Hume in 3rd place. The back marker ahead. They'll get round him, no problem at all. Robinson leads. Morley in 2nd. Look how quickly these karts change direction. Look at the way that Robinson is now starting to pull away. He twitches wide again there, coming out of the right-hander at Beckett's. It is great stuff. Lost a few karts already, just quickly looking at the timing screen, including Amy Jurger, the Mercedes Formula One apprentice. She's not had the best of weekends in her 450 national kart. Robinson and Morley well clear now. They were nearly 7 seconds clear of Carl Hume at the end of the previous lap. Gulliford is now 4th, Rushforth 5th, Lee Harpham down to 7th, and Ross Allen is down to 6th, so he will be regretting that tyre choice. It's drying out there. Paul Platt in 9th place leads 250 mono, and it's Sam Hempshall, the leading lady of Superkarts, there in number 35 in the background, second in class, or she was. Lee Plain has just gone through on the Hanger straights down towards Stowe. There go the leaders, and Matt Robinson's pulled away a little bit, so I wonder if Liam Morley got delayed there lapping a back marker briefly. As you can see, Robinson has pulled away slightly by a few kart lengths as they come through the loop into the Wellington straights. Carl Hume in a rather lonely 3rd position. It's being reeled in slightly by Andy Gulliford. Tom Rushforth up into 5th. Ross Allen in the Jade kart, number 1, the British champion, only 6th. That is the number 62, that's Andy Powell, he's been lapped. Beautiful looking kart, that one. Luke Plain side by side further back with John Faulkner. They are fighting for 19th overall. Plenty of battles down the order, hard to know where to look. Let's have a look who's leading the other classes. Well, I think this is the battle for the lead in the 450 Nationals. 59 is Nick Flint, and 126 Ronan McClintock. Sadly a rather thin entry for them this weekend. They're fighting for 29th overall, the two karts with the red number plates, and that is the battle for the lead in 450 National. The more bassy sounding 4-stroke engines in those karts based on motocross engines. And Nick Flint in the white and blue number 59 could be heading for a hat-trick of wins. Meanwhile, number 7, that's Andy Gulliford in a good 4th place. There's Rushforth in 5th, Ross Allen only 6th. Lapping another one of the Division 1s, that's number 53 Martin Marks on his local circuit here, comes from Daventry. 65 all in white is Graham Jones, running further back down the order. Paul Platt is under pressure there for the lead in 250 mono. Lee Plain is now right with him in kart number 101. There's a great battle going on in 250 mono here. They come down towards the Beckett's complex. Paul Platt, the vastly experienced GP1 British champion and British Grand Prix winner, comes from Warrington. Chased by Lee Plain all the way from Devon. Here comes Plain. This is where he's stronger in a straight line down the Hanger straight. He'll try and get the inside line away for Stowe Corner. Absolutely together. Platt cuts him off though as they lap the 143 of John Reader. Paul Platt continues to lead the class. 2.5 minutes to go. Matt Robinson up front has just done a new fastest lap of the race. 2:10.460 as the sun comes out for the first time today here in Silverstone. He leads Liam Morley now by 1.4 seconds. There's Luke Plain in 1:25, running a little further down the order. He's 7th in 250 mono. This is the battle for the class lead. Robinson has now pulled away slightly from Morley, you can see on the timing there. But it's looking good for win number 2 of the weekend for Matt Robinson. Puts him into the lead of the Division 1 Superkart Super Series by a clear margin, especially as Liam Morley failed to finish in one race yesterday. Lee Plain still having a go for the lead on Paul Platt, and there go the 2 leaders. Here they come towards the Beckett's complex. This, I think, will be the last lap. It's Matt Robinson, number 84, the man from Northwich in Cheshire, who continues to set the pace ahead of Lancastrian Liam Morley. Here's the battle for the lead in 250 mono. Paul Platt under real pressure. Lee Plain on the inside, they collide and they spin out. Paul Platt has saved it, what a save. Waves dismissively to Lee Plain. Get off, he says, and goes clear in the lead of the class. Lee Plain spinning out. That was a bit of an optimistic attack there from Lee Plain down the inside. Paul Platt's looking for him. Now has Lee Plain got going again? We'll see as they come into the straights. Less than a minute left on the clock now, so this I'm fairly sure is the last lap. We'll see checkered flag for Matt Robinson this time through if he can hold off any last lap attack from Liam Morley. Well, it all came to grief there for Lee Plain in 101. He tried to throw it down the inside, coming into Brooklands corner. Got sideways, nearly took out both himself and Paul Platt, but Paul saved it over the curb. Look at Matt Robinson sliding his way out of Abbey there, and he's still slippery out there. Can Liam Morley catch him? It's looking unlikely at the moment. It's looking good for Matt Robinson. Andy Gulliford is up into third place. Carl Humes dropped back. I missed that. He's down to fifth place behind Tom Rushford, so he's had a moment somewhere. Or maybe his tyres are going off like Ross Allen's. Leaders heading into the Wellington Straights. What will be the final time? There's only 5 seconds left on the clock. Here comes Matt Robinson. And he is already looking the favourite for major honours in the British Superkart Racing Club this season in the Red Speed Run Anderson VM karts. Matt Robinson is heading for his second win of the weekend and a second place as well. He is going straight to the top of the Super Series standings. The checkered flag is in sight. It's win number 2 of the weekend for Matt Robinson, kart number 84. Liam Morley comes over in second, and Andy Gulliford will complete the podium, leaving Ross Allen ruining his decision to use wet tyres. Waiting to see the class winners come in. It should be Paul Platt in the 250 mono, the all-white GP1. There's Carl Hume over the line, down in 5th place behind Tom Rushforth. There's Ross Allen. He'll be disappointed with 6th place, and here comes Paul Platt. Lee Plain has got going again, but he's down to 4th in the category. Round Luffield for the final time for win number 2 of the weekend. Surviving that scare when Lee Plain clattered into the side of him at Brooklands. Platt's pulling off a super save and comes in to take win number 2 of the weekend, making up for a non-finish in race number 1 on Saturday. And well done Sam Hempshall coming in for 10th overall, 2nd in class. Paul Platt punches the air in delight. 3rd in class. Lee Plain has got back ahead of James Hassel for 3rd in the 250 mono category. Good recovery there from his spin. Waiting to confirm the other class winners then. Looks like it's going to be Jack Tritton in 125 open. He's just ahead of Clinton Bridge by about 5 seconds, so we'll wait to see them cross the line. 450 national, I can tell you, Ronan McClintock took the win there in number 126. Nick Flint showing us 2 laps down. He has come in though. Yes, Nick Flint finishes 2nd in 450 national, so his hopes of a hat-trick are dashed. There is Nick Flint across the line now. And we await the 125 open runners to come in. There were a few seconds between Jack Tritton and Clinton Bridge at the start of the last lap, so I imagine it's going to be Tritton who takes the win. Just waiting for them to cross the line. But a great drive once again by Matthew Robinson. It looks like we have found a new star of Division 1 Superkarts. There is 87 Jack Tritton over the line. He wins the 125 open category ahead of Clinton Bridge, the reigning champion. Taking the class win by 8.8 seconds in the end. He pulled away by over 3 seconds on that last lap. I'll give you the provisional results of that British Superkart Racing Club Super Series Round 1 Race 3. Matt Robinson the winner by 1.8 seconds. Anderson clean sweep of the podium with 3rd place Randy Gulliford, his best result of the weekend. Ross Allen, the British champion, only 6th. The British Grand Prix winner Lee Harpham last year, the reigning Super Series champion as well, had to be content with 7th ahead of Rob Stubbs. GP1 Paul Platt wins the 250 mono category. Lee Plain recovering from his spin at Brooklands for 3rd, behind an impressive drive from Samantha Hempshall. Michael Goff in 4th and James Hassel dropping down to 5th. Outside of the top 15, meanwhile, as you mentioned, the class victories going to Jack Tritton in 125 open, and the 450 nationals won by Ronan McClintock, ending the run of victories by Nick Flint, who dropped down to 33rd place, a lap down in the end. Third in 450 National was number 91 Kieran Phillips, and third in the 125 Open was 41 Fletcher Hearn. That concludes the Superkart action for this weekend then, and we can hand you down shortly to Ian Waterhouse, who's down in Parc Fermé to talk to our winners.
Well, welcome to Parc Fermé, everybody. I hope you enjoyed that. It turns out that the intermediates were the way to go, weren't they? Liam Morley coming home second. Here's Matt Romas, actually. Let's grab a word with him. What a perfect weekend it's been for him, hasn't it? 2 wins in a second place out of his 3 races, and it's a handshake between him and Liam Morley. Right, let's grab Matt. Don't go too far, Liam. We're going to grab you in a minute as well. Matt, I was just saying it's been almost a perfect weekend for you.
Fantastic, can't believe that. Didn't think I'd have the pace to win in the wet when Liam got out at the front. Sat behind him and tried to figure out where I was quicker, and yeah, got the move done, and I think I managed to pull a bit of a gap, so all good.
Prior to the race, we saw a few drivers go out on slicks, as we can see. Did that at any point cross your mind in the lead up to the race?
It did, yeah. So all morning I think every driver was going and looking at the track to assess which tyres to go on. Yeah, we know this track's quite slow to dry, so yeah, we went with the wet, so did most of the front runners in the end, so I think it was the best call, but give it half an hour, would be a different story.
So 2 first and second place. I'm assuming you just wanted to get in front of the camera all weekend.
Absolutely, who doesn't? I mean, yeah, can't complain. It would have been nice to have 3, but yeah, can't complain. 2 wins and a second to start the year, so let's crack on from there.
Well done, Matt. Here as well. Race 1 yesterday, popped an engine, but he's back. Won race 2 yesterday, second place. Liam, that's a bit better this weekend now, isn't it?
Yeah, it's nice to just get some finishes. But you know, a win would have been nicer, but you know, all credit to Matt. He's been on it all weekend. So you know, that race I think was a bit of a gamble on tyre pressures. But yeah, all credit to Matt. You know, he's driven well all weekend, and second's not where I want to be, but I'll take that over a non-finish.
Yeah, absolutely. It just get a bit hairy out there because a few spots of rain coming down. I mean, I don't know how you guys do it.
No, I mean, we're just sideways everywhere in that the kind of weather when you're on wet, but you know, it's good fun. I mean, it's all controlled drifting basically, so just makes it more fun when it's like that.
Tell you what, if I drove one of these, I'd be going straight to the toilet afterwards. Leah, well done. Yeah, do you hear that? He's going to put me in one. You might never see me again. Right, it is almost time for our next race, so I'm going to hand over to your commentator, Dave Goddard.
Thanks very much, Ian. Well done to the Superkarts. That's the end of their weekend. So next up, it will be the first of 2 races today for the Britcar Trophy Championship. And a massive grid we've got for this. We're scheduled to have 52 cars on the grid for what will be the first of 2 50-minute races with a mandatory pit stop. The majority of the cars are shared by 2 drivers. Various classes involved as well. Class 1, the most powerful cars. We've got several BMWs in there. We've got some Ginettas. Steve Rothery's Peugeot 308 we saw in action to good effect last season. MacG Racing's very modified Mazda RX-8. What else have we got? Class 1 Invitation will be worth watching because we've got yesterday's British Endurance Championship winners Lee Frost and Lucky Kera. Not in their Lamborghini that they won in yesterday, they're now in a BMW E36. I believe we can hear from Lucky Kera. We caught up with him in the paddock earlier on.
Right, here we are down in Parc Fermé. Britcar Trophy race 1 coming up. First race of the season. Qualifying's just finished though, so we're going to have a little chat with some of the drivers. Over here we've got Jasper Sapra and Lucky Kera. Lucky's already picked up a trophy once this weekend. You're going for a second trophy here this weekend, Lucky.
Yep, took a gamble on tyres and it didn't pay off.
You've got a bit of work to do then, right?
yeah, it'll be fun coming through the back.
Is the track at that moment right now? I've spoken to some drivers, they've gone out on a dry setup, some have gone out on a wet setup. What did you do?
We were on a wet setup with dry tyres.
Okay.
And it just didn't work.
No. Watch this man though, watch this man. He says all this, but we'll see in the race. Jasper, it's great to see you again. How are you doing first of all? How was it out there?
A bit greasy, but we were on wets obviously, so yeah. I don't know where we've come, but it was alright, it's fun. Just kept the car, brought the car back home really.
Nice to be back.
Yeah, Can't wait.
Always.
Can't wait.
Always. Busy day actually for Trophy today, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, 55 cars out there. It's going to be fun.
Fortunately, it's at Silverstone, nice and wide. Is this a track that suits you? You like it?
I haven't raced this since 2017.
Really? Blimey.
So it's a bit of a. It's okay, Sam. We've done a bit of testing. We're alright.
I wasn't expecting you to say that. Yeah, you caught me off guard
Never
there.
show his helmet, turn round. The general.
There you go. What can we say? Guys, best of luck. Thanks for talking to us. I really do appreciate it. Let's go for a little walk through and have a look at some of these cars as well. Don't give me taking a quick. There's all sorts of liveries, isn't there? This over here, I believe, if I believe correct, is Mr. Noble, Mr. Callum Noble. Let's go have a chat with him. Look at him, he's laughing because he knows I'm coming.
You come to this one to get away from you and your camera.
That's why I came down here, because I knew you were going to do that.
Okay.
I've seen you. I'm very well, Fez. How are you?
Yeah, not bad, mate. Not bad.
It's good to see you out here today. Just nice to be back, isn't it? Right?
It is. Yeah, it's been a long winter.
Now, I spoke to a few drivers. Qualifying looked quite tricky. What setup did you go with?
Wet tyres, dry suspension, really. A little bit stiffer. Probably should have gone dry tyre towards the end of it, but no, there's just so much traffic. Couldn't get a clear gap.
The race should be fairly straightforward with regards to setup, but like you said,
Yeah.
the traffic's going to be an issue.
It's going to be chaotic.
Chaotic.
52 cars or whatever it is. It's going to be madness.
It's going to make for some good watching it. Look, thanks for talking to us. That's like our closest because it's freezing out here, isn't it? So there we go. Right, just have a look at these cars as well. Let's grab a quick word over here. Hey, how you doing? Qualifying, how was it out there?
Yeah, it's really good. It's quite difficult to get a good lap. I just found that, like, obviously you had some fast cars overtaking you, but then you met a lot of slower cars as well. So yeah, it's difficult. But I mean, my lap was all right. I got held up quite a lot. I could have gone a lot faster. But first ever qualifying session in cars. So I'm glad to get it on my belt and yeah, see what the next one brings.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
What have you done before then? Tell us your career path today.
Yeah, so I've done European and World Series karting since I've been doing karting since 2011. So but yeah, just trying to find something with the right sort of budget to get into cars. And then we're finally in it this year after 5 years of trying to get into cars. So yeah, now I'm in the seat. I've just got to do what I can do and yeah, see where we can go to.
Well, it's a pleasure to have you here. Congratulations
Thank
on
you.
your first qualifier. So best of luck for the race
Thank you
as
very
well. 55 cars, perhaps a little bit of a baptism of fire. So I'm going to hand back to Dave because it's almost time for Britcar Trophy Race 1.
Thanks, Ian. Cars on their way to the grid then, and it's going to take me some time to go through this grid. We'll get through as many as we can. We were mentioning the classes. There are a total of 6 classes in this field. 5 classes plus 2 invitation classes. We'll get onto those a little later on. But in pole position, it is number 74, the SVG Motorsports Ginetta. Mark Lee will start that car, a race winner in that car last season. He's got a co-driver for this season, Owen Hizzy, who will take over. Starting alongside number 6, the Area Motorsports VW Golf, driven by Rob Baker. He's driving solo. Second row is Mac G Racing's Mazda RX-8. Johnny McGregor starts that car. Josh Tomlinson will take over. 128 for Assetto Motorsports with their Ginetta starts 4th on the grid. Julian Wantling will start and Jim Edwards will take over. Row 3 is number 111, the Dayton Motorsports Ginetta. Axel van Nederveen is their driver, had a couple of wins last year. Alongside number 179, Jeff Steele Racing's BMW, Nigel Greensall starts that car. Now he's raced everything up to and including historic Formula 1 cars over the years. David Gooding is his co-driver. Row 4, number 24, Neil Wallace starts the SVG Motorsport Ginetta, a new car for them this year. Ian Astley, his co-driver, alongside number 79, which is the Valuga BMW M4. Justin Dodge and Charlie Hollings. Justin Dodge starts. 5th row is the Peugeot RCZ, number 20. Rob Smith will start. Charlie Campbell takes over. Alongside Team Brit with their BMW M240. Chris Overend takes the start. Julian Thomas will take over. Row 6, number 51, the Area Motorsports Golf of Luke Handley, driving solo. Alongside number 40, which is the car of Jasper Sapra, who we heard from earlier. His co-driver Brian Branson will start their BMW. Another car for Area Motorsports, number 16, is next on the grid. That's Chris Plaskett with his Golf, alongside Steve Rothery in his Peugeot 308. He drives solo. Row 8, number 555, the Westbourne Motorsports Clio. That car's going to be worth watching versus the Clios. That's the Junior Saloon Car champion Charlie Hand, starting alongside number 177, the PrepTech Clio Endurance car, slightly different spec Clio in Class 2. Andy Mollison starts that car, sharing with Carlito Miraco. Number 35 is the Chandler Motorsports Golf. That's started by Harry Yardley Rose. Reese Hurd will take over alongside number 69, which is the Westbourne Clio. James Black, who we saw out last season. New co-driver for him this year, Jack Meakin, will take over. James Black taking the start. Row 10, number 76, the Toad Motorsports car. That's BMW. William and Fred Lynch. William starts alongside number 19, Thorny Motorsports BMW. Callum Noble, the driver in that one, driving solo. 118 is the Jam Sport Nissan 370Z. David May takes the start. Mark Skeets will take over. 77, the TSR Golf. Finn Jones starts that car. Anthony Rogers takes over. Next is number 17, the Motus One Ginetta, driven by Sebastien Dubois. Alongside him, number 55, Saxon Motorsports. That's James Alford in a VW Golf. Another Motus One car, or a pair of them on row 13. Number 11 is Richard Ashmole, and number 4 is started by Ed McDermott, taken over by Scott Simons, pair of Clios. Row 14, Team Hard, with their Golf. Daniel Truman starts, Jake Owens takes over. 87 is a Saxon Motorsports car. That is Brad Kaler's VW Golf. Row 15, the 28 of Motus One, another of their Clios. Brad Thurston starts, Matt Sherrington will take over. 41, the Westbourne Motorsports Clio of the Billingsley family. That's the car the Thompson family raced last year. Giles Billingsley starts. Row 16 is the 68 EDF Motorsports and Titan Trans car, alongside the Major Motorsports number 83. That's the Cook family in their Honda Civic. Ed Cook starts. 68 is the Clio of John Hobbs and Craig Keeble. I don't think there's time to go through the rest of the grid because they're almost ready and formed up. Look at the size of that grid. An enormous field of cars. Last year's champions, of course, in Britcar Trophy was the BMW of Simon Baker, Ollie Rubin and Kevin Clark. That car is here this weekend, but is not being raced. It's in the pit area, but I don't think it's being raced this weekend. So in pole position it is Mark Lee, number 74, with his Ginetta, the transport company boss. He became a bit of a Mr. Second Place last season in the Britcar Trophy Championship. Finally managed to take a win at Donington Park in the final weekend of the year. Co-driven by the highly rated Owen Hizzy for this year. Rob Baker in a Golf starts alongside him. Then it's the Mac G Racing Mazda RX-8s. They were in the British Endurance Championship race with the Tyrannus yesterday, but it failed to finish. Steve Rothery with the Peugeot 308s. Originally raced in a one-make series for those cars over in France. It looks a bit like a TCR car, but it is not. Team Brits with their very purple BMW. Newcomer Chris Overend driving alongside Julian Thomas. There's Golfs, there's Clios, there's Ginettas, Honda Civics, lots of BMWs. There's a wonderful variety on this huge grid. We didn't get time to go through all of the grid before they moved off. We'll try and give you the last few if we can. 89 High Row Motorsport, we got to on row 17 alongside the second team Britcar. Oh, we got a spinner already. That's number 11 Richard Ashmole with his Clio, one of the Motus One cars. They've got a whole stack of cars here this weekend. Great to see the Golf well up there. Try and keep in touch with the various classes as well. Class 1, we've got Ginettas, BMWs, the Mazda, the Peugeot 308s. Class 2, we've got Ginetta G40s, VW Golf, Scirocco's and Audi TT. See that car in the background there, that's Ryan Parkin's car, the Parkin family moving up from the likes of the Track Day Championship. Kester Cook with his famous Ford Fiesta is somewhere down this lineup, or should be as well. Yes, he's towards the back of the grid. We can see there the silver green car. Right at the back is one of the Ginetta G40s, a new Ginetta G40 Cup class within the trophy this year. One of their number 78 Rob Morgan, I think that is at the very back of the grid. There are a couple of G40s in other classes as well. There's Kester's Fiesta. He's downgraded a bit this year, he's taken the wings off. SVG Motorsport running the cars in the Ginetta G40 Cup. further down the order. They have their own separate class, as do the Clios, of course. Steve and Aaron Thompson nearly taking the overall Britcar Trophy title last year in their Clio. They lost out by just 1 point to the Woodrow Motorsport BMW 1 Series. Number 19 there, Callum Noble, in his Thorny Motorsport run BMW. Good to see John Thorne's team back in the series. Variety certainly the spice of life in the Britcar Trophy. Maserati X5 in there as well. That's Josh Pullane's car, number 99. This will be a 50-minute race with a mandatory pit stop. Pit window opens after 20 minutes of the race and closes after 35 minutes. Cars shared with 2 drivers. No driver may do more than 60% of the race length to make sure it's shared evenly. And the top 3 in each class gets a pit stop penalty of a few extra seconds in race 2 later on. That's how it all works in the Britcar Trophy. I'm really looking forward to this race. Look at the size of that grid, the variety we've got out there. This is going to be a cracker around the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. The new Britcar Trophy Championship season about to get underway. Mark Lee on pole in the Ginetta, Rob Baker in the Golf alongside him. Revs beginning to rise, the pace car pulling into the pit lane. Here they come then up towards the start line, waiting for the lights to go out. And away we go. Down towards Copse Corner for the first time. Who's going to get the best start? Looks like it is Johnny McGregor getting away well from the second row in the RX-8, but Mark Lee holds the inside line. Let's hope they all get through Copse Corner okay. Here they come up towards Maggots and Beckett's. Rob Baker going well in the Golf. He'll try and get the inside line away for Beckett, side by side with Mark Lee. Oh, and Rob Baker's lost it sideways in the Golf. He'll go out wide. Mark Lee will take the lead in the Ginetta, side by side for third. Johnny McGregor and the vastly experienced Nigel Greensall in the yellow BMW is in there. Looks like it's Axel van Nederveen in his Ginetta behind them. Number 79 is the BMW of Justin Dodge as they charge their way down the Hanger Straight. Nigel Greensall, I thought he might make a fast start. There's not many cars he hasn't driven over the years, trying to get around the outside in a second place. A couple of cars starting from the pit lane by the look of things have joined in from the back. Saw that in the British Endurance race yesterday. Cutting around the outside there, the 17 Ginetta of Sebastien Dubois. He's got away well with the 76 BMW of William Lynch with the green wheels. Everybody's got round okay so far. Start to sort themselves out into Club Corner. A traffic jam over a dozen different manufacturers, and Nigel Greensall has taken the lead at Club Corner. The yellow BMW shared with David Gooding. They regularly share a classic 60s Ford Mustang in historic events as well, that pairing. Side by side there, the new SVG Motorsport Ginetta, number 24 of Neil Wallace, getting past William Lynch's BMW, that was. Sorry, Justin Dodge's BMW, I apologise, the blue car. Oh, and a tangle there, 2 Clios off. One of them is Andy Mollison. Can't tell the number on that turquoise car. It's a new car for this year, so Andy Mollison has got damage to the left-hand side of the car. That's the Endurance Spec Clio, shared with Carlito Miraco, the ex-Fiesta and Ginetta Junior star. Very busy there in the pack as Nigel Greensall leads in car 179. Mark Lee in his Ginetta in second place, and it's Johnny McGregor up there in third. Great to see that Mazda RX-8 running properly after a lot of teething problems with that new car last season. Fourth is the Ginetta of Axel van Nederveen, the all-white car, and they string their way through behind, but a long way to go yet. 555 there, that is a name to watch. That's Charlie Hand. He dominated the Junior Saloon Car Championship in his Citroen Saxo last season, took 14 race wins out of the 19 rounds. He'll be the favourite for the Clio category honours, certainly could be in with a shout of the overall championship, I reckon, this year. There's number 20, Rob Smith, in the Peugeot RCZ. As they complete the first lap then. Greensaw has the lead by 1 second ahead of Mark Lee. Johnny Mack in third place in the Mazda. Van Nederveen is up to fourth. Rob Baker, after that mistake at Beckett's first time around, is fifth ahead of Rob Smith. Then we've got the Ginetta of number 1 to 8, Julian Watling. He's leading the Invitation Class 1. Now the hanger straight they go for the second time. Rob Smith having a look in the Peugeot, trying to take Rob Baker's Golf. Great effort by him in qualifying to get that car onto the front row. He's leading Class 2 ahead of the Peugeot, so that's a battle for the class lead. Class 3, further back in the order, we'll pick up in a moment. I think that's being led by one of the Golfs. That's the Chandler Golf, number 35. Ginetta G40 Cup cars battling towards the back of the field. This is a new category introduced by SVG Motorsports for this season. Number 44 through at the back, that's Peter Dilnut. Through come the leaders. Number 40 there, that's Brian Branson in Jasper Sapra. It's a grey BMW. Through the infield loop they come. Nigel Greensaw in the E36 M3 still leads the way. We've got a slow car there, that's the Nissan 370Z. David May on board the Jam Sports run machine. He had a few teething problems with that car last season in the Britcar Trophy as well. Looks like it's in trouble already, sadly. Shares the car with Irishman Mark Skeets. As the midfielders go through the infield loop, the leaders are up at Brooklands. Here they are. Nigel Greensaw. Take me the rest of the race to list all the cars he's raced, both young and old, over the years. Johnny McGregor keeping Mark Lee in sight, and Axel Van Nederveen, a winner here in wet conditions at Silverstone on the national circuits last season in the Dayton Motorsports Ginetta, and Team Brit are in the pits. That's the number 71 car. Paul Fullick on board that car, the ex-army officer, sharing with Tyrone Matherin, one of the newcomers in the BMW 118. They've got some sort of a problem early on. The pit window does not open until 20 minutes into the race. Here come the leaders up towards Beckett's. 2 laps completed. Fastest lap of the race recorded by Axel Van Nederveen, the Dutchman in the white Ginetta in 4th place. 2:24.026. Compare that to the 2:10s that the Superkarts were doing. Just how mad those Superkarts are. Rob Smith in the Peugeot, shared with Charlie Campbell. Leads Julian Watling in the Ginetta, shared with Jim Edwards. Next through is Brian Branson, sharing with Jasper Sapra in his BMW. Here's a nice little battle further down the field. There is Kester Cook in the famous Kester's Fiesta. Let's move that down a class or 2 this year, slightly less potent, but still in the midfield battle. Golf's battling it out. We've got number 16 of Chris Plaskett, the 777 of Daniel Truman, running in different classes, those 2 Golfs. And in the middle there is the Audi TT. I think that might be one of the ex-Walton family cars from the VW Racing Cup. That's number 13, Ryan Parkin, the man from the northeast, is driving there. Certainly the same colour scheme as the TTs they used to run. Number 14, Brian Branson in the Jasper Sapra car. Running in 8th place at the moment, battling it out with the Ginetta. We've got a spinner there, that's the VW Golf number 7 of Rob Taylor, sharing with Mark Jones. That car had a spin in a similar place in qualifying as well. Got it going again though with no contact, thankfully. Number 28, that's the Clio that went off earlier. That's Brad Thurston, sharing Matt Cherrington in the turquoise, almost Leighton House livery car, if you remember those in the late 80s in Formula 1. Start to sort themselves out early on. Let's look at the class leaders while we have a moment. Class 1 is being led by the race leader Nigel Greensaw. Class 2 is being led by Rob Baker's Golf. Class 1 Invitation by the Julian Watling Ginetta number 1 to 8, the Assetto Motorsport car. The Clio's by Charlie Hand. Class 3 by Harry Yardley Rose in number 35 Golf, shared with Reese Hurd. Class 2 Invitation by Chris Plaskett. One of the car in that class is Brad Kaler. The G40s further back in the order, they are being led by the number 27 car of Luca Hurst, very quick Ginetta racer, graduated from the Ginetta Junior series if memory serves me correctly, sharing with Chris White. So those are the class standings so far. 42 minutes of the race to go, 8 minutes gone. And the wipers going on the number 40 BMW of Brian Branson. Does that mean there's rain coming down again? I think there is. Nigel Greensaw continues to lead. But yes, the rain I think is coming down again. You can see it glistening there on the tarmac as Rob Baker holds off Rob Smith into Stowe Corner. It wouldn't be Silverstone if it didn't rain at some point, some would say. There is the Audi TT, that is an ex-Walton family car. The big mover on the opening laps there was Kester Cook, gaining a huge amount of places in the first couple of laps. Where's he running currently from the back of the grid? He's 21st, came through right from the back. I think we can head down to Ian shortly in the pits. He's gone to the Team Brits garage, and we can hopefully find out what happened with the 71 car.
Well, welcome down to the garages, everybody. The Team Brit car number 71, it's got a bit of damage on the front side. They're trying to get it, so it might be a bit of axle or even suspension damage. We've got the teammate. Let's have a look at the car. There you go, working hard, as you can see. I think they're almost about to get themselves going. In fact, car number 7's just coming past us as well. It's got Taylor and Jones' car, number 7. It's coming past us. The front left is flat. Looks like there's been some damage. However, we do have one of the drivers over here, the teammate for Fulick. Let's have a quick word with him. Right, that's not quite the start we were hoping for, but there's still a long way to go.
Yeah, but still can try and make some stuff. But we've got race 2 to look forward to as well.
I'm right in thinking this is your guys' first race?
Yeah, this is our first race.
First ever race. How are you feeling?
Yeah, weren't expecting this, but you know how racing is.
Will be absolutely great. Thanks so much for talking to us. We really do appreciate it. The pit lane is going to start getting quite hectic, I think, down here, so I'm going to hand back to Dave.
Well, the pit window doesn't open for another 10 minutes by my reckoning, so it may not do unless a wet race is declared and they can change tyres. Tyrone Matherin, who we heard from there, one of the newcomers with Team Brits, the team that helps those suffering from physical and mental handicaps to go racing as a way of rehabilitation. Tyrone Matherin, who suffered serious injuries several years ago in a motorcycle accident, and his co-driver Paul Fullick, who was in the car at the start of the race, an ex-army officer who suffered an incident while diving which left him with limited walking ability and reduced strength, and then to compound that, after recovering, lost a leg in a motorcycle accident as well. Really is an impressive setup, Team Brit, helping those who've suffered such injuries to rehabilitate by going racing. Fair play to both Paul Fullick and Tyrone Matherin, who are racing at BMW 1 Series. It is back on track, we just saw there, as the rain comes down here at Silverstone. We also saw Aaron Morgan in the Team Brit garage there. He'll be racing with them in British GT this year, the wheelchair-bound ex-motocross rider. He was paralysed in a motocross crash, sadly, several years ago. He'll be racing with Bobby Trundley in Team Brit's British GT car this year. Well, leading the way, it is still Nigel Greensaw, just ahead of Mark Lee's Ginetta. Very busy indeed. There is the tyre that came off Rob Taylor's Golf. That was the reason for his spin. He had a puncture. That is shredded, having got back to the pits. You can see the damage there. That car pulling into the garage for some work on the left front corner. Next to our pit cam there. So Greensaw leads from Mark Lee. Third is Johnny McGregor. That RX-8 still running well. 5 laps completed. They've got Clio's, Ginettas and Golfs battling it out in the midfield. There's number 16, Chris Plaskett, in the area Motorsport Golf, one of several run by them in this race, being chased by number 77, Finn Jones. Highly rated young gun in the TSR Golf, the black machine. There is the leader. Nigel Greensaw lapping an MX-5 there. Fastest lap, however, has been recorded by the number 98 BMW. Now, I think that car started from the pit lane. That's the car of Lee Frost and Lucky Kera. It's Lucky Kera on board. He's coming through the field. He's in 10th place and he's just on the fastest lap, 2:21.319. I didn't see that car on the grids. They may have started from the pit lane, the number 98 race lab BMW. That pairing won the British Endurance Championship race in their Lamborghini Huracan yesterday. As Rob Smith goes past Rob Baker. Peugeot versus Volkswagen, and the Ginetta of Julian Watling goes underneath both of them. 3 wide through Stowe Corner. You don't see that very often. Brian Branson behind them in the grey BMW as well. That's the battle for 5th position. First 4 have gone clear slightly. There are the 2 leaders. Johnny McGregor still holding off Axel van Nedderveen in the Ginetta for 3rd place. One of the MX-5s has been lapped out, Steve Brown, in the Go Forth racing car. We can head down to the pit area where Ian is with the Oryx competition team running a Seat Cupra in this race, and he's with one of their drivers, Dave Beecroft.
Right, here we are back in the garages, as you can see, and I've got a man over here, familiar face actually with the Junior Superkart Championship, but he's actually behind the wheel today, Dave Beecroft. Dave, you're racing today?
Hey Ian, you alright?
I'm great, I'm great.
See you.
How are you? Because you're racing today, aren't you?
Nervous. Nervous because I've got a 17-year-old out there, and apparently I've got to keep pace with him, so...
He's a good driver though, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a great kid, yeah, he really is good, and he's not driven anything for 8 months, so seeing him out today, he's great. It was wet on Friday, it was wet this morning, and just looking at his lap times now, he's doing great. He's taken, I think, 15 cars.
Wow, that's insane. What are you going to do then? You're going to match him, right?
My job is just to bring it home. Ready for this afternoon. I'll do my best.
You will. Look, thanks for chatting to us. Dave's going to be a busy season for you, isn't it? Enjoy the race. Thank you. Right, I'm going to hand back to Dave.
Good to hear from Dave Beecroft there, driving the number 88 Oryx competition Seat Cupra. Dave is the championship coordinator for the Junior Superkart Championship, sharing the car with one of his charges today, 17-year-old Harry Rice, who's out in the car at the moment. Where are they in the order at the moment? 38th place, 7th in Class 3. Side by side between a pair of Ginetta G40s, the 78 Rob Morgan, 91 is Julian Daniel. He's previously raced in the Citroen C1 Endurance Challenge, so he knows all about endurance racing. 3 wide down to Club Corner. Is this going to work? Oh, and the leaders are lapping them as well. Look at this. That was close. Nearly 4 wide into Club Corner. I've never seen that before. Through the club complex, lapping the Ginetta G40 Cup cars, the new venture from SVG Motorsport for this year. Who's leading them at the moment? Let's have a look. It's the Luca Hurst and Chris White car. That's number 27. 36 on the inside there is Steve Moore. Past the number 78 of Rob Morgan, started from the back of the grid. Battles everywhere you look as Nigel Greensall continues to show his years of experience out in front. I remember him racing, among other things, in the old Boss Formula series, the big open single-seaters with an old Tyrrell Formula 1 car from the 90s. Kester's Fiesta. Where's he up to now? Kester Cook. 22nd, he's lost a couple of spots. Mark Lee, it's a transport company based up in Yorkshire. Took any number of second places in that Ginetta last season. He was beaten on the line at Snetterton by the Woodrow Motorsport BMW. Finally managed to win at Donington, but with young Owen Hizzy with him this year. He's raced Ginettas for the last few seasons, having graduated from Junior Saloons. That car is going to fly. Over the line to complete 7 laps, just over 2 seconds behind the race leader. There's the number 88, that is the car of Harry Rice. Lovely looking Mark 1 Seat Leon Cupra. That's the car Dave Beecroft will take over. Just under 3 minutes until the pit window opens. Chasing the number 22 Ginetta, that's Richard Durham. Lucky Kera still has the fastest lap of the race. He's just passed Team Brits of the car, the BMW M240 of Chris Overend. Here's Julian Watling, number 128, having a go at Johnny McGregor in the Mazda RX-8. Axel van Nedderveen, there he is, has already gone through, up into 3rd position. Side by side for fourth. Is Wantling going to get through on the inside here? McGregor tries to move across, but Wantling's got the line for the inside of Stowe Corner, and the Assetto Motorsports Ginetta up into fourth place. Who's taking over that car? Jim Edwards. I think that's the Jim Edwards who used to race in British Touring cars a few years ago. I'll confirm that. Jim Edwards Jr. is the father of Jade Edwards, current BTCC driver. Ryan Bransom has gained a couple of places further back. There's the BMW. He's just got past Rob Smith and Rob Baker. There's the Golf. And where is Rob Smith in the Peugeot? He seems to be dropping away. Well, we can hand down to Ian in the pits, who's with the co-driver of our current second place car, the Ginetta G56A. Ian's down there talking to young Owen Hizzy.
Right, I'm down in the pits, as you can see, and I've come down for a little walk actually. We've got Owen Hizzy over here. Owen, our producer just called you Dizzy actually, it's definitely Hizzy.
Yeah, it's definitely Hizzy, yeah.
How's it going out there?
It's going alright, Mark's doing pretty well, keeping pace with the BMWs, that's just kind of just keep pumping out consistent times and see where it takes us really.
Not concerned about the weather at all, are you?
No, not that concerned, because the tyres are quite serious anyway, so there is a little bit of dampness about it, should be alright.
Are you two just doing everything by yourself? Because there's absolutely nobody else here, look.
Oh no, they're all on the pit wall away from me, so I'm just taking my own devices.
Oh, best of luck there to talk to us. I might go take a seat over there because there's a heater over there. It is cold. Thank you, there you go. Heard that. There we go. Right, I'm going to hand back to Dave.
Great to hear from Owen Hizzy. The only way he'll be dizzy is if that Ginetta starts spinning. We hope it doesn't. He's lost a couple of car lengths there, Mark Lee, to Nigel Greensall. Nigel Greensall, I would say, is the most experienced driver in this race, along with Jim Edwards. As we mentioned earlier, he'll take over the 128 Ginetta. It's the father of Jade Edwards, Britain's leading lady racers. Jim Edwards Jr. I remember racing Clios and MGs before making his way into the BTCC in the days of the old production class in the early 2000s. He had a Honda Accord, if I remember rightly. There's the Audi TT. That's one of the Parkin boys. That's Ryan Parkin, number 13. They've come through the likes of the Track Day Championship. They've had a variety of cars there, chasing one of the Golfs. The pit window has just opened, so we're going to see a flurry of stops very shortly. A couple of cars that had problems early on are the only ones to have stopped. We lost the Billingsley family Clio, number 41, on the first lap, unfortunately. Also, the Jones-Taylor Golf came in with that flat tyre. We lost David May and Mark Skeets in the Nissan 370Z. It's the pits, of course, we saw them have problems. And the number 71, Paul Fullick, and Tyrone Matherin at Team Brit BMW, we saw coming with some damage after some contact as well. The other car to have pitted is the Andy Mollison and Carlito Miraco Renault Clio. That was involved in a tangle with the number 28 Clio early on. 51 there is the Golf of Luke Handley, another of the area motorsport Golf. They've got several VWs in this race. Leader comes through, so he stays out. They're only just getting the notification now, I think, from the pit wall that the pit window has opened, so we should see everybody come in next time around, I would think. Although Nigel Greensall, being the more experienced, the quicker of the two in that car, should stay in for longer. But of course, no driver can do more in a multi-driver team, two-driver team. No driver can do more than 60% of the race. It has to be shared as evenly as they can. Axel van Nederveen in third. Julian Wantling up to fourth. The trio of Ginettas chasing the leading BMW. Here come the leaders into Stowe, lapping one of the Motus One Clios. There's Rob Baker's Golf. He's down in sixth. He's just dropped behind Lucky Kera in the number 98 BMW. There it is, the red car. Yes, that car did start from the pit lane, and Lucky's ripped his way through the field. The West Midlands-based racer, Already a winner here at Silverstone yesterday, sharing with Lee Frost. They shared their Lamborghini Huracan to victory in the British Endurance Championship opening round yesterday in the 3-hour race. Lucky is the former Ferrari Challenge UK champion as well. He's raced just about everything over the last few years in sports cars and GTs. There's the battle for third, the two Ginettas. Now, Axel van Nederveen was down on the entry list to share with Adriano Medeiros, but I think Axel is driving solo according to the timing screen. Julian Watling will hand over to Jim Edwards, as we mentioned. Side by side between a couple of the G40 Cup cars, Tony Whitney and Rob Morgan. And just ahead of them, number 17, that's Sebastien Dubois in the Motus One Ginetta G55. Motus One have got loads of cars here this weekend. They are the reigning Britcar Endurance champions, of course, but their title defence got off to a bad start yesterday. Their McLaren 650S GT3 was unable to start the MSUK British Endurance Championship race with a broken steering rack. So Dave Scaramanga and Will Powell didn't get their chance to race. They will do at Alton Park in the next round. The 91 there is Julian Daniel, the ex-C1 man, ahead of Steve Moore. Lovely little cars, the Ginetta G40 Cup cars. There's a couple of GT5 spec ones here as well this weekend, although the car of Peter Spano and Andrew Bentley didn't start the race. Now, the leaders have made it round to the end of the lap, and yes, the top two have come in. Mark Lee and Nigel Greensall have both pitted, I can tell you. So this is our lead battle now. Axel van Nederveen has stayed out. He leads the race from Julian Watling. So Mark Lee will be handing over to Owen Hizzy and Nigel Greensall to David Gooding in the yellow BMW. There is Mark Lee, the SVG Motorsports run Ginetta G56A. Mark gets out. The fuel will go in. Not as much fuel as we saw in the stops yesterday in the 3-hour race, of course. This is only a 50-minute race. Who else has come in the background there? Brian Branson has come in, the grey BMW, to hand over to Jasper Sapra. Also in is one of the Ginetta G40s there. That's Luca Hurst handing over to Chris White. They were leading that class. We've got the Lynch family in as well. Number 76, William, handing over to Fred. And the 77 Golf, young Finn Jones, handing over to Anthony Rogers. Just gone past the halfway mark in this race, 24.5 minutes to go. Ian Waterhouse has made his way down to the number 74 SVG Motorsport pits again. Owen Hizzy getting in the car. Mark Lee has just got out, and Ian is there talking to Mark Lee.
Right, welcome back down to the pits. Here we go. We've got Mark Lee over here. He's just finished his stint in that Ginetta. Mark, what was it like out there? It's good to see you again, by the way.
Yeah, good to see you.
What was it like out there?
Yeah, it's greasy, but it's getting better. Faster laps will come now.
Now, we know you. You're no stranger to the sharp end of the grid. What can Owen do out there?
He can go a bit faster than me.
You're really quick, though.
I'm hoping he might be the magic.
The weather, what are we thinking? It looks pretty, it looks like it might start to get a bit grim.
The forecast looks alright, unless it's changed to last hour, but yeah, good in the wet as well.
So pray for rain then, Mark.
Well, maybe not, but yeah.
Right, thanks for talking to us. Best of luck anyway, you won it the second half of the race. That was Mark Lee, so let's hand back to Dave Goddard.
Plenty of other cars have been in on that lap as well. The Parkin boys have both been in, the Golf of Scott, the TT of Ryan. The Mazda RX-8 has been in. Josh Tomlinson has taken over from Johnny McGregor. Ed Cook is in the number 83 Honda to hand over to Steve Cook. Harrison's in their Clio. That's James handing over to Joe. Chris Overend has brought in the BMW for Team Brit, the number 70 car, to hand over to Julian Thomas, the man behind V-Box timing equipment for Race Logic. Top historic racer as well is Julian Thomas. Owns an ex-Andy Rouse Ford Sierra Cosworth RS500, among other things. Usually shares with the very quick Callum Locking in historic events. Yep, lots more cars pouring in. Dave Beecroft will be taking over shortly from Harry Rice. Number 19 of Callum Noble is in the Thorny Motorsports BMW. Now there's our erstwhile leader, that's David Gooding on board the 179 car now, and he stayed ahead, you can see there, of Owen Hizzy in the number 74 Ginetta. Well, there's the leader, so you lose pretty much a lap when you make your pit stop here. Axel van Nederveen from Julian Wanting. It's Lucky Kera in third in the number 98, Rob Baker in fourth, and Rob Smith in the Peugeot is fifth, but all of those cars have, of course, yet to stop. I mentioned dizzy earlier on there. Pit camera making me dizzy there. There's Jasper Sapra now on board the number 14 BMW. '69 Clear has been in as well, sorry. James Black, the MSA Academy student, handing over to junior saloon car graduate Jack Meakin for his Britcar debut. Brad Kaler's been in as well, number 87. Now, he's listed as driving a Golf, but we normally see him in a Seat Leon, so we'll wait and see which car he's in. We have lost just a couple of cars so far. The Jones-Taylor Golf and the Billingsley family Clio. Everybody else looks to be still running. Van Nederveen has come in. The leader is in. So Julian Wanting's Ginetta, number 1 to 8. That's an invitation class 1 car. Will take the lead. The invitation class 4 cars that don't comply fully with the class regulations for Britcar, they can run under invitation rules. Lucky Kera's come in as well to hand over to Lee Frost in their BMW. And the two erstwhile leaders are right together. Here comes Owen Hizzy up the inside, takes David Gooding. Now, when all the stops have cycled through, will that give Owen Hizzy the lead of the race? We will have to wait and see when everybody has cycled through their pit stops. As I mentioned earlier, the top 3 finishers in each class as well have an extra pit stop penalty for race number 2 later on. If you win your class, you have an extra 15 seconds at your pit stop. If you're second, you have 10-second penalty, and third, an extra 5 seconds. Minimum pit stop time is 2 minutes. Just under 20 minutes of the race to go, and we can hand down to Ian in the pits. He's found someone else to talk to in just a few moments' time.
Right, here we are in the pits once again. I've caught up with DW Bird Racing, one of their bosses, Charlotte Ford. Charlotte, how's it going so far out there?
Good, we're not last in class.
Just been in the pits. You're actually on stopwatch duty. That's a pretty important job, right?
Yes, especially if you get it wrong. It's either where you're in too long or not out on time and it's penalty, so it could cost quite a lot.
So tell us the pit stop. How long do they have to be stationary for?
So it's 30.2 seconds from beacon to beacon, so whatever time they get into here, we then have to add up to a total of 120 seconds.
Am I right in thinking you can only go 24 miles an hour down here as well?
I'm sure you could, but you might not be the best impressed car in the grid. You might have a few horns behind you.
What can you do in the second half of the race?
Hopefully just keep going at a good pace and hopefully not get into too much trouble.
Charlotte, thanks for talking to us. Best of luck for the second half. Right, we're going to hand back to Dave Goddard.
Thanks very much, Ian. Good to hear from Charlotte there. Their car going well. Great to hear from some of the team bosses as well, as the leader has come in. I can tell you Julian Wanting is in. Jim Edwards, ex-BTCC man, will take over. Rob Baker's come in as well from what was second place in his Golf. He was leading class 2. We'll check out the class leaders after the stops, because everybody in and out of the pits at the moment. We'll have to wait and see where everybody settles back in. There is Lee Frost. He's about the almost the length of a hanger straight behind David Gooding. This is giving a good idea of where they're going to slot back in. Is that Van Nederveen there in the background? We have got 2 white Ginettas in this race. Yes, it is. And then we've got Jasper Sapra. So that, I think, is your de facto top 5. It's Owen Hizzy in the 74 car, I think, will be leading this race when we get through the stops. We'll wait and see where the 128 slots back in as well. There is the 74. Julian Watling is in, Rob Baker is in, Sebastian Dubois has brought the number 17 Ginetta in. Number 67, the G40 GT5 spec car, the Davenport family, Luke Davenport, another ex-British touring car man, handing over to Mark Davenport. There's Van Nederveen. Sky's darkening again by the look of it here at Silverstone. I hope we're not going to have a full-on cloudburst. There's the Mazda RX-8. That's showing us down in 18th place at the moment, but just behind David Gooding by about 10 or 11 seconds. So the RX-8 could still be in there among the leading runners as well. I missed that. Charlie Campbell in the Peugeot runs wide through Abbey there under pressure from Team Brits. Peugeot gets back on. That is Charlie Campbell on board that car. I think he's taken over from Rob Smith. Yes, he has. Nearly everybody has now made their stops. 51, the Golf of Luke Handley has yet to stop. He's showing in third overall at the moment. New fastest lap of the race by Owen Hizzy, 2:20.858. And looking down the timing screen, Luke Handley's Golf is the only car that has yet to make its pit stop. So Jim Edwards has now got aboard the 128 Ginetta that was in the lead when it came in. Charlie Hand has come in. The 55 Golf of James Alford is in. And yes, this is going to give the lead to Owen Hizzy and Mark Lee's Ginetta. It's going to be the Gooding Greensall BMW in second. So the Ginetta G56A has jumped the BMW at the pit stops. Good work by SVG Motorsports. Now they have to adhere to the minimum pit stop time of 2 minutes stationary, otherwise they will get a penalty. Let's hope we don't see any penalties awarded. We had a couple of penalties given in the race yesterday, the British Endurance Championship, for speeding in the pit lane. There is the 128, the car that was leading. Our final stopper has come in, Luke Handley, in his Golf. That's the Class 2 car. Now, here are the BMWs. And Lee Frost is right on the tail of David Gooding. There's Axel Van Nederveen. There's the number 40, that is Jasper Sapra. And behind him is Josh Tomlinson in Johnny McGregor's Mazda RX-8. So by my reckoning, the order is going to be the Ginetta number 74 leading, the yellow BMW second. This is when everything is cycled through. Frost and Kara third. Then Van Nederveen fourth, Sapra fifth, and the Mazda in sixth. There is the last man to make his pit stop, Luke Handley, shown at the top of the timesheets very briefly. The Area Motorsports Golf, running mate of Rob Baker, who qualified on the front row. Beautiful looking car, the Martin's Volkswagen sponsored car. There's his teammate Rob Baker. 14 minutes of this race to go, and there is the man who I reckon is going to take the lead of the race. Yes, he's showing in second place now behind only Luke Handley, who of course is in the pit lane. So back into the lead will go Owen Hizzy, sharing with Mark Lee. One car we're waiting to see where he slots back in is Rob Baker. He's on his outlap at the moment in the number 6 Golf, who of course qualified second. See where he reappears at the timing when everything cycles through in a moment. Good racing so far then from the Britcar Trophy in their first of 2 races today. Of course, each class winner, as we mentioned, has a 20-second success penalty at their pit stop. Correction on the minimum pit stop time. The 2-minute minimum time is from the timing beam into the pits to out of the pits, not the time stationary. I apologise there. Thank you, Britcar, for the clarification. So in Hizzy continues to set the pace. I think Lee Frost has now got past David Gooding for second place, the 2 BMWs. We'll see as they come through behind this group. A few seconds back on Owen Hizzy's Ginetta at the moment. There he goes through the loop. Lee Frost has got ahead of David Gooding. That's Van Nedderveen, Sapra, Tomlinson and Jim Edwards. Just waiting to see where Rob Baker's Golf slots back in the number 6. Come through this time and it will all become clear as Owen Hizzy is about to cross the line, coming through Luffield. 12 minutes of the race to go. 5 or 6 more laps that equates to. There's Charlie Hand. I think he's still leading the Clio class. Indeed he is, just ahead of number 12. That's Scott Parkin with his Golf. So Owen Hizzy over the line. 15 laps completed. There's the Golf of Chris Plaskett running Class 2 Invitation. And Rob Baker has in fact slotted back in 2nd place. So the Golf is up to 2nd, 13.8 seconds down on Mark Lee's Ginetta, now driven by Owen Hizzy. Frost and Kara are 3rd, David Gooding in 4th, Van Nedderveen is 5th, Sapra 6th, 7th it is Jim Edwards. Josh Tomlinson in the Mazda is 8th. Just waiting to see who comes through in 9th. What a bit of a tap there, I think, from Jasper Sapra. Just into the side of Axel Van Nedderveen. A little bit of rubbing there through Beckett's. They're closing on David Gooding in the BMW started by Nigel Greensall. This is the battle for 4th place. Rob Baker is going superbly in that Golf up there in 2nd, as well as Sapra to the inside. David Gooding closes the door. And the older E36 shaped BMW stays ahead of the E46 M3. Oh, the Mazda dropping out. That's a great shame. They had so many teething troubles with the Mazda RX-8 last season, the MacG Racing team. It was running well up in the top 10, but Josh Tomlinson retires the car. David Gooding under pressure now from Jasmine Sapra. Very quick racer indeed in the BMW, the Coventry-based driver. He goes through at Abbey, up into 4th place, and now to go after our 3 leaders. His next target will be Lee Frost. What's the gap between those two? A few seconds, about 8 seconds I think up the road is Frost in the red BMW, started by Lucky Kieran. Let's have a look at the class leaders. Well, I get a chance. Class 1 is led by Lee and Hizzy. 1 Invitation by Frost and Kira. Class 2 by Rob Baker's Golf in 2nd overall. Class 2 Invitation by Ryan Parkin in the Audi C according to the timing screen. Class 3 is still led by the Yardley Rose and Hurd Golf Cup car, number 35. That's the Chandler Motorsport car, Reese Hurd driving. The Clio is led by Charlie Hand, and the Ginetta G40 Cup class by number 22, Richard Durham. Ooh, running wide there, David Gooding, over the curbs at the exit of Luffield. 9 minutes to go, and the lead is up to 15 seconds for Owen Hizzy. He's just lapped number 88, that's the man we heard from earlier. Dave Beecroft at the wheel of the Seat Leon Cupra. There's a stop-go penalty being issued to car number 28 for a short pit stop. That's one of the Clios, the Brad Thurston, Matt Cherrington car. Matt Cherrington, the ex-low-cost star, among others. That car made a short pit stop, so has a stop-go penalty of 1 second. Clio has to come in. Where's that car running at the moment? 25th place. So we don't see any more penalties. As up the inside, Jim Edwards takes David Gooding. Gooding seems to be struggling with the handling of that car a little, the BMW. He's lost 3 places in the last lap and a half. There we see the notification of that stop-go penalty being hung out from the marshals on the pit wall. There's the lovely looking BMW number 79, that's driven by Charlie Hollings. We saw him racing Chris Goddard's Ferrari in the British Endurance Championship yesterday. That BMW currently running in 14th place. Jasper Sapra pulling away from Axel van Nederveen. Jim Edwards, then Gooding. 15.8 seconds, the lead margin. Owen Hizzy lapping some 2 seconds a lap quicker than Rob Baker's Golf. Less powerful Class 2 car. Oh, and is that Baker? That looks like Rob Baker's car in a cloud of steam on the pit lane entrance. Now that's the pit lane up by the wing, I think, the Formula 1 pits. It's an Area Motorsport Golf. I think that is Rob Baker. Yes, he's dropping down the timing screen, so we've lost the number 6 car from second place. Well, just as I rather put the curse of the commentator on Rob Baker there, didn't I? Sorry, Rob. He's out of the race, the car in a cloud of smoke there. So that's put Lee Frost up into second place. 13.6 seconds down. There's a yellow flag out coming into Beckett's. There's a green flag there, so somebody stopped on the other side of Beckett's just there on the entry. Bit of sun breaking through the clouds now here at Silverstone. We've got 6 minutes of the race to go. Jasper Sapra being chased now by Axel van Nederveen. This is the battle for third place now, the final podium slot. Now, who's leading Class 2 with the demise of Rob Baker? It's the Team Brit BMW M240i, Overend and Thomas. There's the leader, Owen Hizzy. He's done the fastest lap of the race, 2:20.858. Nice little scrap here. Steve Rothery, we've not seen much of the Peugeot 308. Ex-truck racer, among other things. Chased by the number 24, driven by Ian Astley. That's the battle for 10th place overall. Number 19, the Go For It Mazda of Steve Brown. There's the Ginetta, number 24, going to have a look here into Stowe, the SVG Motorsport car. Has a look on the inside. There's number 70, now leading its class, the Team Brit BMW. So the window panel coming loose there. Matters not, though, for Julian Thomas. Man behind the Race Logic V-Box timing technology. There's a yellow flag there at Club Corner as well. I think it's where the Mazda RX-8 has stopped at Beckett's. That's the reason for the yellow flag there. Leader coming up on Carlito Miraco in his Clio, started by Andy Mollison. A little bit of damage to the left side of the car there. Had a collision with the 28 Clio on the opening lap. There's the Lee Frost number 98 BMW. Now, what's his lap time compared to that of Owen Hizzy? Yeah, he's about 1.5 seconds a lap slower. So I don't think it's going to be a double this weekend for Lee Frost and Lucky Kera. Just a couple of laps to go now in this first of 2 Britcar Trophy races of the day. Oh, and that's David Gooding off. Now, where is that? That's on the exit of, is that on the exit of Luffield? It's hard to tell. Yes, that's coming out of Luffield. We saw him run wide there earlier on. I said he was struggling with the handling of that car, and the car that led the first half of the race in the hands of Nigel Greensall is out of the race. Now, 3 minutes of the race to go. That's only just off the side of the circuit, as you can clearly see. Is that going to be a safety car? We will wait and see. Owen Hizzy leads by 15 seconds. Frost and Kera leading Class 1 Invitation. So they won't qualify for championship points in the Invitation class. Class 2 Invitation led by the Ryan Park in Audi TT, who's up to 7th overall. He's going well. Class 2 is still the Overend and Thomas, the Team Brits BMW M240i. Class 3 is being led by the Hurd and Yardley Rose Golf. The Clio's by Charlie Hand. The G40s by Richard Durham. 2 minutes of the race to go. Yellow flag out at Luffield, of course, because of the stranded BMW. There's Team Brit's other car. They had that problem early on. It's now their newcomer Tyrone Matherin on board. Frost is pushing on in the closing stages here. He's got the gap down to 10.3 seconds. He took nearly 5 seconds out of Owen Hizzy on that previous lap. I don't think he's going to catch Owen Hizzy, who's just lapped the Class 3 leader, the number 35 Golf there. Now, will we get a checkered flag this time, or are they going to do one more lap? It's going to be touch and go, I think. Whether we get one more lap in here. There's the BMW, 1 minute to go on the clock. They're coming up towards Abbey. Owen Hizzy is going to have to up his pace slightly again. I think he's been struggling with back markers. If he's going to give the SVG Motorsports and Mark Lee Transport Ginetta, started by Mark Lee, a first win of the season. New fastest lap of the race, recorded last time through by Jasper Sapra to 20.753, as Jim Edwards trying to get past Steve Rothery there. The Peugeot rising through the order in the closing stages, up into 8th place now. Side by side between two Ginettas, the 24 of Ian Astley and Sebastien Dubois. They're battling for 5th place. Now, 9 seconds on the clock. Are we going to get a checkered flag this time? I think we will. It's going to be close as they come to the line, but here comes Owen Hizzy in the Ginetta, started by Mark Lee, run by SVG Motorsport. The clock counts to 0 as he comes into Woodcote for what I think will be the final time, waiting to see if the checkered flag is going to go out this time. It does, and it's a win for Mark Lee and Owen Hizzy in the SVG Motorsport Ginetta. Great drive by both of them. Second place will go to Lucky Kira and Lee Frost, just over 10 seconds down at the flag in the red BMW. They win Class 1 invitation, and it should be Jasper Sapra who comes through for third. There is the BMW, started by Brian Bransom. Axel van Nederveen comes over in fourth. I'm waiting to confirm who will come through to round out the top 5. It should be Sebastien Dubois. Good drive in the closing stages there, with his Ginetta battling with Ian Astley in the car started by Neil Wallace. 2 SVG Motorsport cars in the top 10. Flashing the lights, Owen Hizzy, he's happy. First race in that car. As a swarm of Golfs comes over the line. Check out the class winners and give you the results shortly. Then there'll be a lunch break of just over half an hour. We resume racing at 1 p.m. Ian Astley gets home ahead of Sebastien Dubois. Good fight between them on the last lap. Next home it is Jim Edwards and Ryan Parkin. Parkin just ahead in the Audi TT. Good run by him in the closing stages there. Steve Rothery is 9th, and it's the Hollings and Dodge BMW rounding out the top 10. The checkered flag comes down then on our first Britcar Trophy race of the season. And it is a win for SVG Motorsports. Owen Hizzy and Mark Lee. We'll check out the provisional results of that race in just a moment. As the cars pull into Parc Fermé to celebrate top three there, Reginetta flanked by a pair of BMWs. Very happy Mark Lee indeed. He was Mr. Second Place last year, and now with young Owen Hizzy alongside him, a clear win by 10 seconds over the Frost Kera BMW. The provisional results then. We'll get through in a second. Lee and Hizzy the winner ahead of Frost and Kera, with Sapra and Branson in third place. Frost and Kera also win Class 1 invitation. Class 2 invitation goes to Ryan Parkin. Good drive by him in the Audi TT. And well done indeed to Kester Cook. Started from the back of the grid, came through to finish 12th and wins Class 2. Brilliant drive by Kester and the Fiesta. Team Brits, I think, suffered problems on the last lap there. We lost their number 70 BMW on the final lap. We'll find out what's happened there. The Clio class, a debut win for Charlie Han, the reigning junior saloon car champion, and a fine 13th place overall. Class 3, meanwhile, goes to the Chandler Motorsport Golf, number 35 of Reese Hurd and Harry Yardley Rose. They took 17th overall. And the new G40 Cup, a bit further down the order, was won by number 22, Richard Durham, in 33rd place overall. That concludes Britcar Race 1. Time for a lunch break of about half an hour now before our next race, but we can hand down to Ian Waterhouse in Parc Fermé.
Right, here we are. We're in a very happy Parc Fermé, as you can imagine. Owen and Lee, guys, great racing. What was it like out there for you guys?
It was all right, to be honest. There was a few bit of damp patches around the circuit. Getting through back markers was a little bit scary, whether or not you're going to stop or not. But apart from that, it was a great race.
Fantastic. Now, Mark, we said a couple of times you've been the bridesmaid, but not today, huh?
Yeah, we've done it. Yeah, I know I got one win last year, but it's nice to start as a win to go on. Yeah.
I've just felt a few
BMWs for once. Yeah.
I felt a few big spots of rain. I have to let you guys go because you've got to do it all again, though.
Yes. Look forward to it.
Yes, that's the main thing. So regroup and then go again.
We've got a 15-second penalty now, haven't we? Because of pit stop penalty. But yeah, hopefully we can
make that up.
Wipe that out. No worries. You guys got to go to the podium. Thanks for talking to us. Thank you so much. They've had to go straight up to the podium. Time is ticking. Let's just have a little look at these cars whilst we're down here, shall we? This is your winning car, Mark Lee. It was well, he actually did the first stint, didn't he? It was Owen Hizzy, who Hizzy certainly wasn't dizzy, was he? He did particularly well. Lee Frost over here, and we've got Jas Sapro. We spoke to Jas a little bit earlier too, didn't we? What cracking cars! We can't really get any closer to the action here, can we? I don't know about you. If we fancy going to watch the little podium ceremony, should we go around and do that, shall we? You might be able to hear it. Let's go listen to some of the celebrations. We're just going to move the gate around, of course. Live, this is what we like, isn't it? And you can watch the podium celebrations here at Silverstone. Of course, it's actually quite an iconic podium, isn't it? Not used for Formula 1 anymore. Let's go have a little look at the podium. There you go. And I just heard from the announcer, Lee Frost, Lucky Kira, coming home in second place. Second trophy, actually, for Lucky this weekend. Winner in the Britcar Endurance yesterday. And here come your race winners, Mark Lee and Owen Hizzy. Mark Lee in the black overalls. There we go, look, this is what we like. No champagne, because there's a bit of champagne. I can't drink it, because they've got a race again later, don't forget. There is another 50-minute Britcar race coming up. So I'll see if I can just kind of repeat for you what the commentator's saying. Owen being very respectful to say Mark did most of the hard work, but I don't know about that. It's a team game, isn't it, this one? It's a fine looking Ginetta as well. Has been quite tricky conditions as well. There's a lot of moisture in the air. The track is dry, but we're feeling it down here. It wouldn't be surprised, although the forecast was dry, I wouldn't be too surprised if a bit of rain did come a bit later this afternoon.
Well done, Owen. And second place, already had word with Lucky, but Lee.
So they're on to second place now. Lucky's had quite a bit of their camera time today, so he's chatting to Lee Frost now.
And what do you reckon for the second race later on? Two long races yesterday, so yeah, another 50 minutes to go. Okay, Lee, thanks a lot.
I think they sound like confident men, don't they? Lee Frost, Lucky, Kira. Off they go now, and you're going to catch up with Jasper Sapra and Brian Branson coming home in third place. Jess Sapra, no stranger to the podium.
He did the right job for you. Yeah, he did, yeah. I finished it off. And Brian, good race from your perspective? Yeah, it was a good race. I had a bit of coming together.
Brian having a chat now. He's just saying he had a bit of a coming together. There's a Mazda over the other side of the pit lane, which has actually been taken back off a trailer, car number 33. And I think it sounds like Brian might have had a bit of a tap with them. And I think we're just going to have the official photographs. Look at that, trophies up in the air. This is what we like to see, isn't it? Motorsport is well and truly back in 2022. That's not it for Britcar, though. Don't forget, we have another trophy race to bring you later as well. Now, whilst we're here, you can see we're actually in the pit lane. Now, like I said, this isn't actually the pit straight that's used for Formula One anymore. They do come down here, but they use the wing. Since 2011, they moved from here over to the Silverstone wing. However, a lot of famous faces have come down here. If you're of a certain age like myself, you will remember the likes of Ayrton Senna, Damon Hill, of course, Nigel Mansell, Alain Prost. This is where they race. Quite a special place. Let's go for a little walk and have a little look at the luxury facilities we've got here in the national pits. Let's keep on going down. In fact, they're just firing up the car, so let's just have a little listen, shall we? This is Lee Frost's car. Let's hope that one if they give it some beans for us. He's not going to do that. Here's Lucky. Let's just grab a quick word with the guys. Lucky, Lee, quick word. We didn't get a chance to catch up with you, did we, actually, unfortunately? But Lucky, you seem to like the camera. You're always in front of it because you're always on the podium.
I think the camera likes me.
Look, you've got another race to go, though, but it's been a pretty good weekend for you so far, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been great. It's good jumping into the BMW, having no grip in comparison to the Lamborghini, but yeah.
Does it take much adjustment then from what you were racing yesterday into the Beamer?
Yeah, you sometimes put it in a bit too fast and then you're like, oh, okay, it doesn't do that, but it's all good fun.
You'll drive anything, won't you?
Yeah.
You'll take my Peugeot home.
Yep.
Well done, guys. Right, let's keep going down for a little walk, shall we? The lunch break here has been shortened. It was originally going to be 1 hour. It's now actually down to half hour. Only reason, really, because it's up to the marshals. The reason they have a lunch break is to give the marshals time off and have a little break. And yes, I've got Claire. Claire, did you want to have a quick word? I'm delighted to say I'm joined by Claire Headley from Britcar. I've got to say, congratulations, Claire. That was some grid. And what a weekend it's been.
Oh, just the best ever. It's been hard work, I'm not going to deny it. But yes, we had 28 on the British Endurance grid yesterday and 54, I think, today. So best in Britcar's history. Absolutely amazing.
It is amazing. And you mentioned the hard work that goes on behind the scenes. It's not literally just turn up, pay some money and off you go, is it?
No, absolutely. No, it's definitely lots of planning, lots of organisation and, you know, just working together as a team. I've got a great team behind me, great sponsors, etc., and, you know, great lot of customers.
Now, Claire, I have to say, I've seen a lot of Claire this weekend. You are everywhere. Do you actually get time to sit down and have some lunch?
No, I think I did a 16-hour day yesterday. I was here at 6 this morning. But I love my job. I'm very passionate about it. So hopefully it shows through, and the customers, you know, they enjoy it. And we're very lucky the weather's holding off so far. So let's have another good race this afternoon.
It should be okay. It should be okay. Look, I'm going to let you go because maybe you might just get a chance to have a quick coffee.
Maybe a little bit of bite to eat. But thank you very much, Ian.
Thanks, Claire. Thank you very much. Claire Headley there, the Managing Director of Britcar. I'm sure we agree she does a wonderful, wonderful job. It's just starting to quieten down a little bit. We are into that lunch break, but like I said, the Pragas go out at 1 o'clock instead. It is, if you've got the timetable in front of you, it's going to go out at 1 o'clock instead of 1:15. Let's just go down for a little walk, shall we? We've got one of the BMWs just parked down here. Let's see if there's anybody to have a quick chat about, shall we? And yeah, a bit of an unfortunate story for this one, of course, was in the top 10. I believe it had a bit of a spin. You can see, actually, because I don't know if you, well, we'll come to it very, very shortly as we're looking at some of the cars in the pits. There's a lot of gravel left on the ground. So let's go down and have a little look, shall we? See if we can have a quick chat with somebody down here as they're just pushing it back. This is the Gooding and Grensall car, look, 179. Hey guys. A couple of quick words, if you like. Not quite what you were looking for at the end with this one.
Oh, these things happen, you know. It's that's racing, you know. It's our first time out with the car. You know, it only ran for the first time on Friday. So yeah, Jeff and his boys have put together a brilliant car. As you can see early in the race, you know, we're having a fantastic time. And
you know, I love this. The smile on your face is just what motorsport's about, isn't it? It's not quite the result you wanted, but you don't care, do you? Hey, we're here.
Well, we're so privileged and so lucky to be going racing, isn't it? And the racing, you know, there's the shared passion and excitement of going racing, and it's all about the people that are here as well. You know, you meet all kinds of folk from all walks of life, and we're all so lucky to be here and enjoying it. You know, so
there's a special buzz about the paddock, isn't there?
Yeah, it is. You know, and it's just you just look around, and this is lovely what Claire and the Britcar team have put together. You know, it's you've got to be really proud. I think it was 52 starters or something like that, and the driving standards are really, really good. You know, people are respectful of each other, which is very important.
It's only getting bigger, isn't it? Only getting bigger.
Yeah, it's brilliant, isn't it?
That's and of course, you've got to go again as well, so that's good. That's a good thing, right?
And the best bit is, I think we now start at the back, which is where I always love to start races. So that's what it's all about.
Are you one of these drivers then? I've spoken to a few drivers, and I won't name them, but they purposefully come into the pits knowing they're not going to win, but they're not bothered about that. They wait for a car that they want to race and get the race engineer to signal to go out again, just so they can race someone.
Well, that's a new tactic. I've never tried that. No, for me, I just drive every lap flat out, and then you just figure out whatever the result is. You know, it's just you know, and sort of we're so lucky to work with such talented people. You know, the fact that Jeff and his team can build a car and it runs for the first time on Friday, and we've not changed anything. You've just got in and driven it. You know, and you think, there's real craftsmanship there.
There is. Look, thanks so much for talking to us. Really appreciate it. And better luck for race 2. Of course. Thank you very much. Let's keep going for a little while. We actually had one of the Mazdas come past us, didn't we, on the flatbed. I don't know if you saw it in the camera. I don't know if you can zoom in right down there. There it is. It is quite a walk, so we might not make it all the way down there. But there you go. Certainly a very, very exciting race, that Britcar race. I really enjoyed it. Don't forget, we've got to do it all again. We've got a lot coming up. We've got the Pragas as well. So, in fact, we don't have too long to wait. Like I said, the Praga race is now scheduled for 1 o'clock. It's 1:15 on the timetable. They pulled it forward. As I was just saying before, actually, with regards to the marshals, the reason we have a lunch break is to give the marshals a break. So it's up to them. They said, actually, we'd rather pull things forward and go home just a little bit earlier. So we will get things underway back for the Praga race at 1 o'clock. So I'm going to hand back to Dave to talk you through what's coming up next.
Well, thanks very much, Ian. Just a short lunch break for us coming up then. About 20 minutes we'll be underway with the Praga Cup race, which is 1 hour with a mandatory pit stop. We saw their first ever standalone race yesterday. It was Alex Connor and Tom Canning who took the win in that race. They are in fact running in an invitation class because they are both graded as pro drivers. All the other drivers are pro-am pairings. For today's race, it will be the AM drivers who will start the cars. The pros will take over. There are pit stop penalties to the top 3 in the classes from yesterday as well. After that, there is a second race for the Britcar Trophy at 2:15 p.m. 50 minutes with a mandatory pit stop. Pit stop penalties for the top 3 in each class from the race you've just seen as well. And we close out the day with our guest class, if you like, here today. The Snetterton Saloons having their away day at Silverstone with the Z cars, the BMW Z4s, in there as well. Big grid of varying saloons for that race. 45 minutes with a mandatory pit stop. That's all coming up this afternoon. So we're back with you in about 20 minutes time with our next race for the Praga Cup. We're at Silverstone on BARC TV.
Nobody's noticed yet.
Once again, good afternoon, ladies and gents. Welcome back here on BARC TV here at Silverstone, the home of British Motorsport on the Grand Prix circuit. After a short lunch break there, we are almost ready to go with our next race of this season opening weekend. It is race 2 of the weekend for the Praga Cup, their first ever standalone race weekend. Plenty of action and incident in yesterday's first race, won by Alex Connor and Tom Canning. They're running in the invitation class this weekend. Both of those drivers are pro graded drivers. Everybody else is a pro and an am pairing, professional and amateur graded drivers. We'll give you the grid shortly for our second race. It will be 1 hour with a mandatory pit stop. But first of all, we caught up with some of the drivers down in the paddock a little earlier on.
Well, welcome back everybody, and here we are, almost time for the second ever Praga Cup race, and it is still very, very cold here at Silverstone. Let's go for a little walk and catch up with some of the drivers. And Miles Lacey in the Tommy Foster car here, we had a chat with them yesterday. Let's see if we grab a quick word with them now. and then we're going to have a look inside this cockpit as well. It's just, hey, Miles, how are you doing? You alright?
I'm good, are you?
I'm not too bad, What have you learned from yesterday that you can bring in today?
So yesterday we had quite a couple of issues with
Thank you.
throttle position sensor, so that's why we stopped a couple of times on track. But we still finished P4 in the points, so that's not bad at all. But getting it across the line was a really, really tall order. We seem to have fixed that now, and we're starting P3 on the grid today.
It's sort of the same for everybody, isn't it? Attrition was a bit of an issue across the board. Do you think that's going to change today now that we've got the first race done?
There's always going to be teething problems, isn't there, with it being the first race, and everyone's a little bit green, so thankfully there's a lot more cars on the grid again, and let's hope that there's that many when we finish.
Miles, question for you. How many horses you got in this thing?
How many you got?
Never enough.
This is 380 horsepower. It's about 640, 650 kilos.
Oh, it weighs less than me.
I know, right?
What do you mean you know? Well, best of luck, mate. Thanks for talking to us. If we can bring the camera around, if we can get a look in the cockpit, I'll tell you something, it's really warm in there as well. Look at that. It is a snug fit. Look at that, incredible. All the information you need. So that's Miles Lacey, of course, sharing it with Tommy. Let's keep on going down, shall we, and have a quick chat. We've got the lid up over here, car number 1. Let's go say hello. How you doing? All right? Hey, buddy. How you doing? Are you ready for this one?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Should be good fun. Yeah, difficulty in the race yesterday. Alex got into the lead, and then the safety car came out, so tyres cooled. So we're looking to get some more points today.
Yesterday was the first ever Praga Cup race, so it's almost like a very important test session, isn't it, as well?
It is, especially, yeah. I mean, I've done no testing over winter, so it's good to be back in the car, but we're learning a lot this weekend, and hopefully we can carry that forward into Walter Park.
Fantastic. Right, I'm going to let you crack on anyway. Thanks for talking to us. Best of luck to enjoy the race. Now, of course, it was we've got the brothers here, actually, Ed and Chris Bridle. Let's have a quick word with them. These chaps have sometimes played a couple of tricks on me. Are we getting a bit focused? I think we're getting a bit focused. He's trying to ignore me. They play tricks on me, these two, because I never know which is which. Can I? He's laughing under there. It's quite a nice fit in here, isn't it? What is this like to drive? I really want to know.
Yeah, it's an impressive car to drive, especially around somewhere like Silverstone GP. It sort of lends itself to the car and the characteristics. Yeah, high downforce, lots of speed. Yeah, it is mega around there.
I see there's no coffee cup holder in here.
No, unfortunately not. It's a bit scarce. The closest thing I get to a drink is the fire extinguisher, I think. But yeah, it's a proper race car. Not more than you can want, really. Carbon tub. There's plenty of gadgets in here, but no many sort of creature comforts.
No, look, Chris, thanks for talking to us. And good luck for the race, mate. I really do appreciate it as well. It does look like a bit like a Batmobile, doesn't it? And it's got all the gadgets to go with it as well. Right, it's almost time for the race to get going, so I'm going to hand over to commentator Dave Goddard.
Thanks, Ian. Cars on the grid ready for the green flag lap prior to the rolling starts. Now, yesterday, after a bit of confusion, we established that it was the pro drivers that started the cars and then the amateur drivers took over. Today, in this race, it's the other way round. So we'll give you the grid as follows. It's the number 86 car on pole position. That's the invitation class car. I believe it's Alex Connor starting that car. He'll hand over to Tom Canning, the two pros in that car. Although it looks like that car's not on the grid. They may be starting from the back. We'll have to wait and see. Alongside will be number 4. Yes, there's the 86 car. They're starting from the back. There they are. So number 4 is next on the grid, the Raw Motorsports car, started by Ben Stone. Rob Weldon will take over. They won the main Cup class yesterday. They'll have a 15-second additional penalty at their pit stop. The second row, number 31, which is the Raw Motorsport car driven by Rod Goodman. He drives solo. Good qualifying effort from him this morning. Alongside number 53, we just heard from Miles Lacey. He'll be starting that Idola Motorsport Run Cup, a supercar journalist sharing with Tommy Foster. Row 3, number 77, the Mittel Cars entry, which will be started by Charles Hall. and alongside him will be Scott Littell. Starting alongside that car is number 1, the reigning champion, the Tim Gray Motorsports car, and that is driven by Richard Wells for the first stint, sharing with Alex Capadia. They're the reigning champions. Looks like the 77 car's gone to the back of the grid as well. Anyway, row 4 should be the University of Wolverhampton Racing number 11 car. George Lyne starts that car, sharing with Shane Kelly. They lost a wheel and spun out of yesterday's race, unfortunately. Starting alongside car number 84, which is the Adola Motorsport car of the Bridle twins. Chris Bridle takes the start, and it will be Ed taking over. Number 87 is next. That is the Fanatec Praga Team 87. Jimmy Broadbent starts, sharing with Gordy Munch. Alongside him, number 29, the Mid-Elf Cars entry, will be started by Dan Gore, taken over by Chris Chippy Westmail. Then we've got number 28, which is from Tim Gray Motorsport, Jack Tomerlin taking the start, and Stefano Lini will take over, the F3 Cup champion, among other things. 85 will be alongside them, the Works Praga, started by Jay Morton, and it will be Ben Collins, formerly the Stig, who will take over. It's the white and blue car there. And at the back, we should have had number 7, Ashley Dibden, in the Motor Swan run car. Unfortunately, problems with that car in yesterday's race mean that he will not be starting, so we're missing the number 7 car. Just 12 cars then for this 1 hour race. The 77 and 86 cars, you'll see, have moved to the back of the lineup there. It is number 4, Ben Stone, who heads the grid for Raw Motorsports. They won the Cup class yesterday. Qualifying session was this morning for this race, and how it works in the Praga Cup is each driver sets their qualifying times. They take the quickest time for each driver and work out the average of both fastest laps to give the grid. Pit stop penalties, as they are a double pro driver entry, the 86 car will have a 45-second additional penalty at their mandatory pit stop. Rob Weldon and Ben Stone will have an extra 15 seconds. Stefano Lini and Jack Tomerlin, they were second yesterday, they have a 10-second penalty, and beyond that, Jimmy Broadbent and Gordy Munch were third in class yesterday, so they have a 5-second penalty. It's Praga's 380 brake horsepower from their turbocharged engine, a very lightweight carbon fibre composite chassis, built in the Czech Republic. Praga are also well known for building karts and even aircraft as well. Plenty of aircraft technology, I think, goes into these cars. It was a bit of a race of attrition yesterday. Let's see what happens this time. They're on a slightly slippery track here at Silverstone today. Good qualifying effort by Rod Goodman. Qualified third, and he's effectively moving up onto the front row now, with the grid having been rejigged slightly. 77, the car of Scott Mittell and Charles Hall. They had problems early on the green flag lap in yesterday's race, so hoping for better fortunes. That's the green car there. Alongside Jay Morton, ex-SAS officer, now an adventurer and explorer, trying something different, racing his Praga. Ben Collins, his co-driver, so watch that car when the former Stig gets aboard. 60 minutes to go then. Second Praga Cup race of the weekend here on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. This car has pulled into the pit lane. Come up towards the red lights on the starting gantry. First ever weekend of standalone racing for the Praga Cup UK. They raced combined with Britcar Endurance last season. Here we go then, Ben Stone will lead them up towards the lights, and we're underway. Down towards Copse Corner for the first time. They fan out across the straights there. Down towards Maggots for the first time. It looks like it is Ben Stone who has held the lead. Rod Goodman has lost out to one of the Tim Gray Motorsport cars, I think that is, that's come through. I'll pick up which one as soon as I can pick up the number. Looks like that's Richard Wells who's got up into second position in the number 1 car. That car spun out while in second place in yesterday's race. There's been a bit of chop and change off the grid there. I think somebody's had a spin, because I saw a car quite a way behind there. And look at the way that Charles Hall is coming through in the 77. He started from the back row of the grid. He's gone second as they go into Stowe Corner. Goodness gracious. He's cut straight through the field there down the inside going into Copse Corner, and he's up into second place behind Ben Stone in the number 4. It's all changed then towards the front of the field in this one. Miles Lacey has dropped back, I think, along with Jay Morton. But it is Ben Stone, car number 4, who leads the way. Hall in second place. Now, he may be classed as the amateur paired with Scott Mittel, but he is an experienced sports car and single-seater racer. There's Jimmy Broadbent, the top sim racer in number 87. A car known as Goldie, of course. Side by side there through the right-hander at Village. A little bit of a lock-up there. I think that was Miles Lacey, the 53, the silver car. Car struggling a bit there at the back. We'll try and identify that in a moment. It's Goodman in second place, Wells in third. Looks like it's the University of Wolverhampton car. So third, and the leaders goes way wide there. Must be very slippery there through Luffield. And this could allow Charles Hall to take the lead in car number 77. They come through to complete lap number 1. Looks like the rain could be coming down again here at Silverstone. Stone leads it. Hall, having gained 10 places on that first lap, is in second place. It's Rod Goodman, number 31, in third. Richard Wells is down to 4th after that quick start. And coming through is Alex Connor. He's gained 5 places from the back as well. Side by side there with, I think that was George Lyne in the number 11 car. Broadbent is next. Then it's Dan Gore, number 29. Miles Lacey's coming to the pits. I thought he was having issues with the 53 car, and Chris Bridle has pulled in as well, so we've lost a couple of cars at the end of that first lap. These cars do seem to be having 1 or 2 teething troubles. Alex Connor goes for the outside on Richard Wells, number 1, now cuts back to the inside. He sold him the dummy. That was like Nigel Mansell and Nelson Piquet back in 1987, wasn't it, in the British Grand Prix, the 2 Williams. We've recreated in Pragas. Waiting for the leaders to come through Club Corner then. It is the 77 of Charles Hall that has gone to the front ahead of Ben Stone. Well, last to first in 2 laps. Charles Hall is flying out in front. Scott Mittel, the owner of Mittel Cars, will take over this car at the pit stop. First 2 going clear. It's Rod Goodman in third place, driving solo. In fact, the only soloist in this race, because the other one, Ashley Dibden, a non-starter. Looking very slippery out there indeed. Battle for 4th, looks like it is now headed by Jimmy Broadbent. Oh, and a spin there. Now, who's that? Is that Broadbent that's gone? Yes, it is. The number 87 has spun at the loop. Somebody else going wide. It is getting more and more slippery out there. The car that ran wide there was Jay Morton, number 85. And it is 77 of Charles Hall going clear in the lead. As we say, the amateur graded drivers starting this race. The pros will take over at the mandatory pit stop, and certainly not taking away anything from these drivers. Charles Hall, an experienced racer, he pulls away at the front ahead of Stone. It's Goodman third. Alex Connor's come through from the back into 4th place. It's Wells 5th. George Lyne 6th. Dan Gore is 7th in the number 29 machine, the second Mittel Cars machine. Now, is that the 84 car there that's rejoined? Yes, it is. Chris Bridle, after having some problems at the start of the race. He's in among the leaders now. Jimmy Broadbent, after that spin, is down to 8th place, lost a few seconds there. Jack Tomerlin is 9th in the number 28, shared with Stefano Lini. And Jay Morton is in 10th. We have lost Miles Lacey and Tommy Foster. I thought they'd pulled into the pits, but I think that car has disappeared somewhere. On the inside there comes the number 11 of George Lyne and Shane Kelly, run by students. Oh, and somebody having problems there. Who is that? That's Rod Goodman has had a moment at Stowe Corner. He was third. Whether he's having problems with the car, no, he's back up to speed now. Past the Bridles, who are already a lap down. There's Ben Stone second. You can see the rain hammering down now. This is going to get decidedly difficult for the drivers, not just in terms of track service, but in terms of visibility, I think, as well. Somebody else is off there. Now, who's that? That's down on the exit of Stowe. That car has pulled over. We can't see which one it is, unfortunately. We'll have to see who doesn't come through over the timing line. Could be one of the... it could be the 28 or the 29. They're the red and black cars. Or it could be number 1 of Richard Wells. Could be one of the Tim Gray Motorsport cars. Leader has gone over the line. The lead gap is up to 7.3 seconds. Charles Hall ahead of Ben Stone. Now, who's going to come through in third place? I'm waiting to see, because there's been so much chop and change in the midfield. It is Alex Connor who's come through in third in car number 86. Then it is the number 1 of Richard Wells. Dan Gore is next through. Which car is that we've lost there? I can only see it. You can see there, Alex Connor nearly runs off the track at Beckett's. It's so slippery out there. Such a shame the weather takes a turn for the worse just as the Pragas came on. Rod Goodman has recovered from his moment at Stowe. He's down to 6 behind Dan Gore in the number 29 car, and problems in the background there for car number 1 of Richard Wells. That has had a spin. He spun out of yesterday's race in the closing stages as well. The 84 car is back in the pits. That is Chris Bridle, sharing with his twin brother Ed. In the Adola Motorsports pits, you'll notice there car 53, known as Eleanor, named after the Ford Mustang, gone in 60 seconds. And sadly for Miles Lacey, I don't think that race even lasted 60 seconds for him. There's the 85, Jay Morton. He's tiptoeing his way round, and he's going to spin it coming out of Beckett's. Round goes Jay Morton. Well, 6.0 for artistic impersonation. Interpretation even. Nice little 360. And he's got it going again. The car we've lost, I think, up at the top of the circuit is Jack Tomerlin, number 28. That car hasn't come through. Sharing with Stefano Lini, the very quick XLMP3 and F3 Cup racer. So that's the car that's pulled over. Jay Morton is just tiptoeing his way around. There's the leader. Charles Hall is away and gone in front. Makes up for yesterday when they had some problems with the car going into limp mode even before the start of the race. There's the 53. That's the car known as Eleanor, driven by Miles Lacey, supercar journalist and YouTuber. Shares the car with Tommy Foster. It's a British F4 racer. Really, this is just now waiting it out. I think nearly everybody is on slicks and they're all just twitching their way around. Look at this, Charles Hall is finding it impossible to put any power down there. They're just waiting for the pit window to open. Yellow flags are out in sector 2. I imagine that's for the 28 car of Tomerlin, stranded. If anything, it's brightening up again now, I think. That's Jimmy Broadbent in a spin. That's coming out of Brooklands. It's not been the best of weekends for Jimmy. He's sim racing champion and YouTube star. He had a stop-go penalty for a short pit stop in yesterday's race. That dropped him back. And just as he'd served that, the safety car came out, preventing him from fighting his way back up the order. There's George Line, number 11. He's being chased by the recovering Rod Goodman. That's the battle for 5th place. Jimmy Broadbent has pulled into the pits, I can tell you, after that spin. It is the 28 car of Jack Tomerlin and Stefano Lini that's pulled over. Just to the right of your screen here, he's pulled into the pit entrance for the wing pits, I think. But then most of the grid circulating at barely anything like racing speed at the moment. They just can't get the power down from these 380 horsepower cars. There's Charles Hall. He leads by over 12 seconds at the moment. Even he's struggling to keep the car in a straight line. Ben Stone, number 4, is still second. And Alex Connor, who started from the back along with the number 77, is in third. Dan Gore is up to fourth in the number 29. There is the 85, that's Jay Morton in the pits. Jimmy Broadbent's in as well. Miles Lacey has pulled back into the pits. The Bridal Twins car, I think, has gone back out. I think we can hand down to Ian Waterhouse in just a moment in the pit area to find out what's going on down there, as the Pragas continue to battle their way around a very damp Silverstone.
Just off to our left as well, it is action down here in the pits. Let's hand back to Dave.
Well, we eventually got hold of Ian there. Wet tyres going on. There is Dan Gore, we haven't seen him yet, number 29, the second Mittel Cars machine, teammate of the race leader. Chris Chippy Westmail will take over that machine. He shared with Richard Morris, the founder of Racing Pride, last season. Richard's now moved on to pastures new, so Dan Gore, the ex-F1000 single-seater racer, has joined Mittel Cars. Here's number 1, Richard Wells, West Midlands-based racer, sharing with Alex Capadia, the Praga champions last year. Not been a happy weekend for Richard so far. He spun into the gravel at Abbey in yesterday's race and has had a spin already in this race as well. Running wide through Brooklands there, twitching his way through Charles Hall. Just all over the place. Understeer snapping to oversteer. Handling almost like a hovercraft, that machine, at the moment. Such a shame that the conditions took a turn for the worse just as the race was getting underway. There is Goldie, driven by Jimmy Broadbent. Now where is he at the moment? He's been into the pits, he's in 8th place. A double win. That's Donington at the end of last season, sharing with Gordy Much. Lead gap is now just under 17 seconds. Charles Hall coping by far the best with these conditions. Ben Stone still second in the Raw Motorsport number 4. And we can hand down to the pits with Ian very shortly, and he's talking to one of the crew of the number 53 car. It's had a few problems early on. Ian's down there with Tommy Foster.
Right, we're back in the garages. Car number 53 here, Miles Lacey, Tommy Foster. Miles Lacey in the car. There's clearly a problem. I'm just going to grab Tommy very quickly, his teammate. Tommy, quick one if we may. Do you know what the problem is?
If we knew, we wouldn't be in here.
Well, that's a very good answer. It's a very good answer.
It's the only problem all weekend, so at the end of my tether.
I'm going to let you crack on it anyway. Best of luck. I hope you get it back out there, all right? Who knows? Still a long way to go. Right, that was Tommy Foster. Let's head back to Dave Goddard.
And obviously a rather disgruntled Tommy Foster there. We've had a fair share of problems with the number 53 car this weekend. The 85 car of Morton and Collins back on track. We're not sure if a driver change took place there. We believe it's still Jay Morton in the car. Hopefully Ian can find out for us, because the pit window I don't think is open yet. Yellow flag has now been withdrawn in sector 2 as Jimmy Broadbent attacks Richard Wells coming out of Beckett's, goes through up into 7th place, past the reigning champions, takes the line to defend into Stowe Corner. I don't think driver changes have taken place. I think it was only tyre changes. There's the 86 of Alex Connor, sharing with Tom Canning, the ex-British GT4 star. Quickest lap of the race, a 2 minutes 1.957 for this man, Charles Hall. 44 minutes of this 1 hour race to go as the battle continues for 7th place between the 87 and the number 1. That's the main battle on track at the moment. There's number 31, that's Rod Goodman, running in 6th position. He was 3rd early on, but for a moment at Stowe Corner, dropping him back. Problem is, with the sheer length of the lap here on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, it can be hammering down with rain at one end of the circuit and bright sunshine at the other. So difficult to set a car up for this circuit. Richard Wells to the inside, Broadbent goes wide, they're side by side on the run to Luffield. Broadbent's got the inside, but Wells late on the brakes, goes round the outside. Absolutely together in this battle for 7th place. Wells goes ahead round the outside at Woodcote. Across the line they go. Richard Wells looking much more steady here. He had a spin early on. Leader's just gone through to complete his 8th lap, Charles Hall. Now you can see things drying out once again as Broadbent chases Richard Wells. The lead gap is up to 22.7 seconds, although Ben Stone did just do his personal best, 2 minutes 4.747. There's the 85 car. I think that's still Jay Morton on board that machine. There's the 86 of Alex Connor, still in 3rd place, a rather lonely 3rd place now. He's 21 seconds behind Ben Stone. Dan Gore will be through next, but hasn't come through over the line yet. This 86 car, this is the invitation class car with 2 pro graded drivers, so it can't fight for cup honours. They have a longer pit stop, as we mentioned as well. Mandatory stops take place. Dan Gore is 30 seconds behind Alex Connor in 4th position. And then George Lyne, number 11, the University of Wolverhampton car, is 10 seconds behind him. There's the 2nd place man, Ben Stone, has just lapped, I think that's the Bridle, number 84 car. Here's the fight between the number 29 of Gore. He's been caught by the 53, which is recovering. Now this car, of course, a few laps down after those problems early on. So Miles Lacey is back out there and starting to reel off the laps, but they're at the tail of the field. Of course, one car out of the race. Jack Tomlin and Stefano Lini pulled up after a couple of laps. We can now hand down to the pits with Ian, who's with yesterday's winning team, the number 86 Idola Arden car.
Right, we're really into the heart of the race now, aren't we? And we've got a man who's got a 100% race win record in the Praga Cup. Let's just grab a quick word with him. Right, yesterday went pretty well. We spoke. You've got a 100% record in the Praga Cup so far. How's it going at the minute out there?
It's quite good. Yeah, it's going well. I think we started on the back row and now we're in P3, so not bad.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, Tom's done a great job so far, so hopefully we keep it going.
Do you mind if I ask how old you are?
I'm 17.
How old's Tom?
20.
20.
Yeah.
So I'm 36, so you two are almost younger than my combined age. That makes me feel really, really old. What does it feel like at such a young age to be driving one of these cars?
Yeah, it's pretty cool. You know, to have the opportunity to do this weekend, I'm thankful for that. And yeah, I mean, it's going well so far. So yeah.
You'll need to buy a bigger trophy cabinet, you aren't you?
Yeah, maybe. We'll see.
I'll let you get ready. It's almost pit time. Thanks for talking to us. Right, let's hand back to Dave Goddard.
Tom Carring currently running in third place then in the car that Alex Connor will take over. I was initially told it was Connor that started that car, so apologies there. It is Tom Canning in the car as we've seen at the moment. Dan Gore has come in. The pit window is now open. Dan Gore has come in to hand over to Chippy Westmail, car number 29. He's the first of the mandatory stoppers. Wait to see who will be next to come in. Well, it's certainly drying out there because Charles Hall has just done a new fastest lap of the race, 1:58.692. He's the first driver to dip below 2 minutes. Richard Wells has come in. Jimmy Broadbent is in as well. Alex Capadia will take over the number 1 car. Gordy Much will take over car 87. There is the number 1 with Richard Wells aboard. Alex Capadia, very experienced sports prototype racer, pulls in at the end of the pit lane. There's the 29, which Chippy Westmail will take over. There's car number 4 of Ben Stone, still in second place, the all-black machine. The lead gap is now up to 31 seconds. Tom Canning has come into the pits, so Alex Connor will be climbing aboard the 86 car. And there he is. Tom Canning, the ex-Aston Martin star. Star of the British GT4 Championship with them in the Dayglow Yellow machines a couple of years ago. In gets Alex Connor, who we just heard from. And I think we can hand down to Ian in pit lane. And he's down with team 87.
Right, we're down in the garages now, car number 87. It's the Jimmy Broadbent car. As you can see, they came in actually to put the wets on. It looks like it might have been a mistake. Let's go see if we can grab a quick word with Jimmy, shall we? We've just let the call, 15 seconds and the car's going out. Just stay with it just a little bit longer. Don't go anywhere. 10 seconds. They're going to drop it. They're going to push it out. This is quick. This is sublime, isn't it? Look at this. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Off they go. There they go. Look. Let's grab a quick word with Jimmy as well whilst we're here. Awfully sorry. Just walking in front of the people. There it goes. Right. Let's go grab Jimmy, shall we? Let's have a quick word with Jimmy. He doesn't look too happy. I'm just going to have a quick word. Jimmy, very quickly, obviously you came in to change to the wet tyres. It doesn't look like it was the right thing to do.
No, second time in a row I've done that now. I'm making a habit of it. No, it's just my inexperience in those sort of conditions. I wasn't able to keep the slicks alive. So it was either that or spin. I did spin. So
it's a gamble though, isn't it? And you've got to take these gambles sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, I've got to be realistic. You know, I'm not a pro racing driver. I'm an amateur, so it's either make the choice, keep the car clean and out the wall, which is what I want to do, and then give Gordy a car, but obviously it doesn't. We've lost a lot of time.
Some car though, isn't it? What's it like to drive?
In the slicks, it's very nice. I'll tell you that. But yeah, a lot of fun, but yeah, I didn't get to go very fast this time.
Well, thanks for talking to us. Best of luck for the rest of the race. That's Jimmy Broadbent. Let's head back to commentator Dave Goddard.
Well, as expected, the YouTube chat has gone mad, as we've heard from Jimmy Broadbent there. A very disappointed Jimmy Broadbent. Hopefully Gordy Much, you can see him weaving there to warm up the fresh tyres, get as much heat into them as he can, and he's going to charge Gordy Much after the opposition now. Jay Morton has come in car number 85. Ben Collins is going to take over. Now that car is going to fly with Ben on board. Let's have a look at the race order then. Charles Hall leads ahead of Ben Stone, number 4. George Lyne is up in the 3rd position in the University of Wolverhampton car. To see my old university represented out there. Rod Goodman in 4th place. All those 4 have yet to stop. Then the number 86 has just rejoined. We see there Alex Connor just behind the 29 of Chippy Westmail. They're together on track, having just rejoined out of their stops. I think Westmail rejoined on the previous lap. We've got other cars on their out laps because Capadia has just rejoined. Collins is in the pits. Gordy Much has just rejoined. The Bridle car has already made a couple of stops, so I assume it's Ed Bridle on board the 84 now. The 53 came in earlier, so they've still yet to make their stop within the pit window. There's Rod Goodman. Now he's catching the number 11 by just a few tenths of a second quicker. He's going for the inside here on George Line, doesn't manage to get through. Ben Stone has come into the pits in car number 4, I can tell you, to hand over to Rob Weldon, the Raw Motorsports car. Alex Connor looking for 2 wins out of 2 for the invitation class machine. Of course, they had a longer pit stop there, being a double pro car. Charles Hall is reeling off the fastest laps. He's just at a 158.162, 39 seconds up on the Stone and Weldon car. There is your leading car, number 77 of the Mittel Cars team. Charles Hall has yet to come. There is a very disappointed looking Jimmy Broadbent. Let's see what Gordy Much can do now in the 87 car. Let's see if he can haul it back up the order. They're in 9th place at the moment in this second Praga Cup UK race of the season. There goes the leader. We saw the 85 car, which caught a glimpse of coming out of the pit lane there, with Ben Collins now aboard. There he is in the background. Let's see if he can give it some stig and bring that car up the order. He shot up from the back of the grid in yesterday's race into 2nd place, but the car then suddenly dropped out just before the pit stops. .157.9 for the race leader now. He's getting quicker and quicker as the track dries out. There's still a bit of damp on the outside line. You can see there at Stowe. Sorry, it's glistening in the headlights of the 85 with Ben Collins now aboard. George Line has brought the University of Wolverhampton car in to hand over to Shane Kelly. Both of those drivers used to be rivals of Stefano Lini in the F3 Cup for Formula 3 single-seaters, with Lini's car already out of the race. See the lap times coming down. Chippy Vesmail and Alex Capadia and Gordy Much all lapping in the 158s now. 77 car of Charles Hall lapping in the 157s, and he's still yet to hand over to Scott Mittel. There's number 1, Alex Capadia, the reigning champion, sharing with Richard Wells. They're currently running in 7th place. Wait to see how it all works out though after the pit stops. The lap times are tumbling as the pro drivers get into their groove. The 85 of Collins. Now we'll see what his lap times are. He's on his out lap at the moment, so we won't see a representative lap time from the former Stig this time through. Wouldn't it be great if we could get the original Stig, Perry McCarthy, out in one of these cars? Smoke from the 53 car. That's Miles Lacey and Tommy Foster's car. It's in trouble again, and that looks terminal to me, sadly. Smoke everywhere. He's pulling off at Stowe Corner. The 53 car from Idola Motorsports very much out of the race. That looks like a blown engine. Driver jumps out, gets the communication cord out there, runs away. The car is on fire. Luckily the driver is out, so the fire marshals will be on the scene in second. Here they come, making sure the car is turned off. Now we'll see the excellent Silverstone volunteer marshals at work on the 53 car of Miles Lacey and Tommy Foster. The fire extinguishers in play. Well done, Silverstone marshals. Now that car's only just off the edge of the circuit, so I'm wondering if we're going to see a safety car here. Just under half an hour of the race to go. That's the 53 of Lacey and Foster. It's been a very disappointing day for that 53 car of Idola Motorsports. That's the car known as Eleanor, I believe. Thankfully, it hasn't all gone in 60 seconds. The leader has come into the pits. Charles Hall pits to hand over to Scott Mittel. New fastest lap of the race, though, by this man, number 29, who were with their Chippy Westmails, done a 1:57.451. And fastest of all in the first sector, Gordy Much in the 87. There's our leader, Scott Mittel, now aboard. Away he goes. Wait to see where he rejoins next time around. The fire, it looks like it's out on the 53 car. Well done again to the marshals. We could not go racing without the Orange family, as they're known. 85 of Ben Collins continues to charge. He's up on the tail of the number 11 there, which is now driven by Shane Kelly. Everybody has now made, I think, their mandatory stops. Well, we can head down to the pits with Ian Waterhouse again very shortly. Yes, the fire is out on the 53, and Ian is talking to Ed Bridle.
Right, back in the pits. There's been plenty of action going on down here in the pits. We spoke to Chris Bridle a little bit earlier. Let's grab a quick word with Ed very quickly. I think he's just looking at some information. Ed, very quick word with us. I spoke to Chris a little bit earlier. Looks well in the zone in the assembly area. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I've been chilled out. I don't take it as seriously as he does. But no, it's all good. We had to pit on the first lap, had quite severe front right vibrations. Obviously played it safe, came in, changed the fronts, and it seems to be better now, and I think he's coming in now. So
You're not playing a trick on me, are you? And you're not really Chris, you haven't swapped overalls. I know you've done it before.
No, not this time. Hang on, he's just coming in, so I better go pit.
Right, off you go. Thanks. Go. Thanks for talking to us. Right, that was Ed Bridle. Let's head back to Dave Goddard.
Yes, while we're talking to Ed there, the 84 car has come into the pits, so he's had to dash because he's taking over from Chris, the twin brothers. Ed is the pro-graded of the two twin brothers there. That car down in 9th place, a couple of laps down after that earlier pit visit. Okay, so Rod Goodman is the last man to make his pit stop. He's now in number 31. Everybody has now made their stops. Rod Goodman was the last. Now, who's this going to give the race lead to? They're all going to cycle through this time. There is Scott Mittel just ahead of Shane Kelly. Of course, some cars had to serve a few seconds longer in the pits, as we mentioned earlier. Let's see, the driver of the 53 car is safe there. Where is Scott Mittel? Just ahead of, it was Shane Kelly, but now number 1 Alex Capadia has taken over. Watch him charge up the order. Behind them is Ben Collins, but that car is a couple of laps behind. See Collins charge anyway, but he's a couple of laps down after, of course, Jay Morton had problems earlier on, had to call in. So the 77 car has resumed the lead. Waiting for the timing screen to cycle through here. We'll see what the gaps are next time around. Rod Goodman rejoining after his stop, which he didn't do in yesterday's race. He came into the pits and then didn't rejoin for whatever reason. Now, Mittel under fire here from the number 1 of Alex Capadia. I think Capadia possibly a lap down on him, though. It's tricky to work out at the moment where everybody is and on which lap, because we're in the end of the pit stop part of this race. 5 cars circulating together here. This is frantic stuff, regardless of what lap they're on. They're just enjoying themselves, racing each other. There is the 77. There's the 31 of Rod Goodman. Side by side with Capadia, who goes for the outside. Ben Collins has already gone through. Goodman drops back to the rear of this little draft of cars. Over the line goes Scott Mittel. He leads, having completed 16 laps. So we're watching. Behind the leader is the fight for 5th position between Shane Kelly and Alex Kapadia. So they're a lap behind our race leader. Behind them, Ben Collins is a couple of laps down, he's 9th. Rod Goodman is now 7th. So he's just behind these two, so the leader is ahead of these three, and the next three fighting for position. Ben Collins, the exception. I hope you're following this. There's our second place map. 39 seconds down, Rob Weldon, number 4. Gordy Much has just set the fastest lap of the race, 1:57.030 now. We'll find out how far behind Rod Goodman he is when we can. Whether he's indeed on the same lap as this group we're watching. As the number 1 makes a move there. Alex Kapadia through into 5th position ahead of Shane Kelly, the Irishman. And up into 5th place. New fastest lap of the race for Chippy Westmail, 1:56.929. As the leader heads into Brooklands. Certainly well strung out after these pit stops in the leading positions, but the exception is this fight for 5th and 6th. Kapadia now ahead. This is the 3rd place car, number 86 of Alex Connor. A little bit of a lock up there into Stowe, chasing the number 84. That's the Bridal Twins car with Ed now on board. He's running down in 10th. Alex Connor is only at 6.7 seconds behind Chippy Westmail, but Westmail now lapping a little quicker than him. Another fastest lap though by Gordy Much. And is that the 86 car slowing? I think it is. I think Alex Connor's in trouble. Yes, there's something amiss with the 86. Now they were in 4th place. Can he make it back round to the pits? He's at Village. He's got quite a way to go to make it back, if there is an issue with that car. The lead gap is now 37 seconds with 21.5 minutes of the race to go. And Weldon took 2 seconds out of Mittel on that last lap. Chippy Westmail and Gordy Much, meanwhile, are trading fastest laps. Westmail's done a 1:56.6. So the gaps are coming down, but they might be too sizable here for any major changes to take place. Mittel leads by 37 seconds. And Westmail is a further 32 seconds behind Weldon. There's the Bridals. They're trying to make their way back up the order after their, well, 3 pit stops so far. Problems early in the race for that car. Alex Connor has made it back into the pits, so we'll try and find out what the problem is with the 86 car. So that will put Alex Kapadia up into 4th place. Shane Kelly will go into 5th, and Kapadia, you can see there, has unlapped himself from Scott Mittel. And he's going to try and make up as much ground as he can. There's Kelly in 5th. Rod Goodman is in 6th position, and down in 7th after those earlier delays is Gordy Much in the 87 car. Just under 20 minutes of this race to go. That means the pit window has now closed. The 87 of Gordy Much has been given a black and white flag as a warning for exceeding track limits. There it is, just being hung out by the marshals. So the 87 car needs to be careful. They do not want a penalty. As Scott Mittel continues to dominate proceedings. And we can, I think, go down to the pits to find out what has happened to car number 86.
Now we've got a bit of a sad story. Unfortunately, car number 86, yesterday's winner, looks like they're out of the race. It looks like a bit of a gearbox. I'm just going to quickly grab Tom, quick word if we can. Gearbox.
Yes, yeah, it looks like we've had a bit of a gearbox issue throughout the race. Like there's a lot of where you try and shift mainly 4th to 5th and it wouldn't go in. And yeah, I didn't quite know how serious the problem was, but it sounds like it's sort of finally given up with that.
Smell it, can't you, from here?
Yeah, it certainly doesn't smell nice.
No. Well, you had a great day yesterday. Your 100% winning run in the Praga Cup comes to an end, unfortunately, but taking a lot away from this weekend.
Yeah, that's it. And Praga have put on an amazing event. The car's been unbelievable to drive. I think we've all enjoyed it. It's been a really good weekend. Obviously, it's a shame to end on a note like this, but it is what it is. These things happen, and yeah, and I'm sure I spoke to Alex about it already. We'd love to come back and do this again. So yeah, can't thank everyone enough. Praga, Arden, and all the usual things, and my teammate Alex for a really good weekend.
Well done, and we'll see you next time then, yeah?
Thank you.
Cheers, Tom. Thank you. Right, let's head back to Dave Goddard.
3 cars out of the race then, that means, including sadly yesterday's winner, gearbox failure for the 86. We also lost, of course, the number 28 of Tomalin and Leaney earlier on, just after just a couple of laps, and we saw the Lacey and Foster number 53 car retired with an engine fire. New fastest lap of the race, Chippy Vesmail in 3rd place, 1:56.053. The leader's last lap was a 1:59 for Scott Mittel in the number 77. There he is, coming into the loop. Up the inside goes Ben Collins. Not for position, of course, as Collins a couple of laps down after those problems for his teammate Jay Morton earlier on. Rob Weldon is 2nd, Westmail is 3rd. The gap between 1st and 2nd is 32.9 seconds. Between Weldon and Westmail 2nd and 3rd is 29.8 seconds. Alex Capadia is now up to speed as well. He's in 4th position, the number 1 car. Shane Kelly is 5th and number 11. Rod Goodman 6th in car number 31. It will be the Broadbent and Gordy Munch car to go up into 7th. They'll leapfrog the Connor and Canning car, which, as we've seen, is now out of the race. 2 other cars running, Jay Morton and Ben Collins, and the bridles. There are the bridles. There is our leader, Scott Mittel. Just over a quarter of the race distance to go. Could still all happen. We saw plenty of drama in the closing stage yesterday. We had 2 safety car periods. One of those was because of this car, the number 11 down at Stoke Corner, lost a wheel and spun into retirement. Shane Kelly driving at the moment. They've had a good steady run in 5th place at the moment. Capadia has just done the fastest lap of the race, the number 1 car, 1:56.026, lapping in the low 1:56s now. That's at least that's 5 seconds faster than the race leader. Mittel just did a 2:01. That lead car is dropping off its ultimate pace. Its best lap is a 1:57.9. It's lapping in the 2:01s at the moment. There is the leader. Now, he's got a healthy lead of nearly 30 seconds over Rob Weldon, but has Scott Mittel got a problem? We saw that car have problems yesterday at the start of the race. Let's hope they're not going to return here. And look, yes, the 11 car is going to go past the race leader there. I'm wondering if Scott Mittel's got some sort of a problem. We'll keep an eye on his lap times. If he can keep it going, there's a quarter of the race, 15 minutes still to go. There is the leader behind Shane Kelly. But he's fallen back by about 4 seconds a lap off his ultimate pace, Scott Mittel. And those behind are slowly but surely catching him. They might run out of time to do so, though. We'll compare lap times this time through. Let's see what lap time the leader does here as they come over the line. And that lap was a 2:03 for Scott Mittel. Now, just had notification of a stop-go penalty for a short pit stop, but it's for the 86 car, but that's irrelevant because that car is now out of the race. It's get a stop penalty. They've already stopped in the pits with gearbox failure, sadly, for yesterday's winner. Another new fastest lap for Alex Kapadia, 1:56.022. Now there's the leader. Here comes Gordy Much. He's going to overtake the 77. Are his tyres going off, I wonder? He's on slicks. Is it starting to rain again? It's tricky to tell from my commentary position. I'm wondering if it's raining again. Alex Kapadia over the curbs there on the exit of Abbey. This race is not over yet. If Rob Weldon, Chippy Vesmail and Alex Kapadia continue to push here, I reckon they could catch up to Scott Mittel. Let's have a look. We've got just over 13 minutes of the race to go. A lap takes just under 2 minutes. So we've got about 6 or so laps to go, I would say. Rob Weldon is 24 seconds behind Scott Mittel as I talk to you. And he's lapped, his last lap, he lapped about just over 5 seconds quicker than. I reckon he could just about catch him here if he pushes on hard, Rob Weldon. Possibly Chippy Vesmail and Kapadia as well. Can they catch Scott Mittel? Trying to do the mental arithmetic there. Let's see what the 77 car's lap time is this time through. Is he struggling still? A 2:01.3 that time through, so he's picked up just a little. Is Scott Mittel going to be safe? Can his 3 pursuers catch him? Behind them, Shane Kelly, the number 11, is lapping in the 1:59s. There he is, just ahead of Gordy Much. There goes the lead. Gap is down to 20.6 seconds now for Rob Weldon, chasing Scott Mittel. He's lapping in the 1:57s. Took another 4 seconds out of him on that last lap. There's Gordy Much in the 87. Still in 7th place, a lap down. I think he's still a lap down. Much now on the tail of the number 11 car. Towards the closing stages now of the second race of the weekend for the Praga Cup. Scott Mittel in the car started by Charles Hall continues to set the pace. "20 seconds ahead, just over, of Rob Weldon. Chippy Vesmail in 3rd. Kapadia is in 4th place, but he's the best part of a lap behind the leading trio. 46 seconds off Chippy Vesmail, so he won't catch the leaders here. He's 1 minute 36 seconds, you can see there, off the race lead. The leader's picked up his pace again, 1:58.3 that time through for Scott Mittel, so he's responding here as the gap started to come down. Been told by the Mittel car's pit crew to start to push a little again, because it was feasible that if the pace of a couple of laps ago had kept up, that Rob Weldon could have caught up to him. The gap is now 19.6 seconds. Looks like a bit of oil or something has been spilled in the pit lane there, so a clear up operation going on. The cement dust going down. There's a chance to thank all the volunteer marshals for their sterling work. We couldn't go racing without them. This is how they clear up an oil spill. Soaking up the oil there with the powder. There's Chippy Vesmail, and he's just done the fastest lap of the race, 1:55.904. First to go below 1:56. He's trying to catch Rob Weldon for second place, but he's 27.3 seconds down. I think he'll run out of time to do so. Slapping nearly 2 seconds a lap quicker than Weldon. Just under 9 minutes of the race to go now. Scott Mittel upping his pace again. His last lap was 1 second slower than that of Weldon. Westmail is pushing on though. So is Kapadia, but he's the best of a lap behind the leader, I should say. Mittel's just done a 158.199. He comes up on the 11 and the 87 again. The 87 car 2 laps down in 7th place after its earlier stop. Made 2 pit stops as opposed to 1 for all of the top 6. 9 cars still running, following the demise of the 86 Connor Canning car of Idola Arden. 53 from Idola Motorsport as well, number 28 from Tim Gray Motorsports. 77 Mittel cars who lead the way. Good race for Mittel cars. Their cars are 1st and 3rd, split by number 4 of Raw Motorsports. There's the 85 Ben Collins. It's a Works Praga. He's in 8th place, 3 laps down after problems early on for Jay Morton. There is number 1, Alex Kapadia. See what lap time he's going to do this time. It always takes him a couple of laps to get warmed up when he takes over Alex Kapadia, and then he starts banging in the fastest lap after fastest lap. Yep, he's done another one, 155.801, takes fastest lap back from Chippy Besmail. Let's see the sense of speed there through Copse. 90 seconds behind the leader, 27 seconds behind our 3rd place man, Chippy Besmail. Besmail's last lap was a bit slower, 157.4. Shane Kelly and Rod Goodman both did personal bests last time through, 5th and 6th. Stowe corner goes the reigning champion. That car, of course, in plain white livery last season, now in the new red and white colours of Tim Gray Motorsports. There's the Bridle twins, 4 laps down in 9th place. About to be lapped once again by the 4th place car of Kapadia. The lead gap is down to 16.6 seconds now. A 159 for Mittel, 157.2 for Weldon. So he's taken another couple of, and that's the 87 car in. That's the Broadbenton Much car. It looks like that's down on the right rear corner. We'll head down the pit lane, see what's happened there. I'm wondering if that car might have a puncture. So the 87 of Gordy Much back in the pits. It looked to me as if it was down on a rear corner, so we'll wait and see. It may have a puncture. There's the 2nd place. I've not seen much of Rob Weldon. He's just got past Rod Goodman. A consistent run from him here in 6th place. It's the 2 Raw Motorsport cars running together. 5 minutes of the race to go. Kapadia comes up on Ed Bridle. Bridle should allow him through here on the Hanger Straight, I would think. Pulls alongside down the straights, go round the outside by the look of it of the 84 car. Kapadia continues in 4th place. They were running 2nd after the safety car restart in yesterday's race, and then unfortunately Richard Wells, who was the second driver yesterday, spun into the gravel at Abbey. Scott Mittel continues to lead. Well, this will make up for the problems they suffered yesterday. The car went into limp mode on the green flag lap at the start of yesterday's race, and they lost several laps fixing the problem, finished at the back. But it's been back to front today, quite literally for Charles Hall in the early stages. And they have controlled this race from the off. They lead by over 16 seconds from the Ben Stone, Rob Weldon, number 4, and this car, Dan Gore and Chippy Vesmail in the number 29. Great race for Mittel cars. Their boss man Scott Mittel leads the way. Began his career with the 750 Motor Club in their low-cost series. Raced various sports cars since. Capadia still has the fastest lap of the race, 1:55.801, a tenth of a second quicker than Westmail. .27 laps completed now by the race leader. His last lap was a 1:59.7, so it's looking at the moment fairly safe for Scott Mittel. I won't say too much, I don't want to put the curse of the commentator on him. 14.38 seconds the gap back to Weldon. It's gained only a couple of seconds a lap, but I think it's going to be too late now because we should have just one more lap to go after this one. Excuse me. Chippy Vesmail goes through in third place. He's in the 1:57s now as well. 27 seconds off Rob Weldon. Still Capadia has the fastest lap of the race. Then Shane Kelly, a good 5th. Here's Ben Collins. Now he's up into 7th now because of Gordy Mutch heading pitwards. Looks like that car may be out of the race, the 87. But maybe it wasn't just a puncture, maybe it was suspension damage or something more serious. Capadia, well, he's improved his lap time by 4/10 of a second, 1:55.407 that time through. By far the fastest lap of the race. That's about half a second quicker than anything anyone else has managed. There is the number 1. But he won't rise any higher than 4th position. Less than a minute on the clock now. Scott Mittel is heading for victory, shared with Charles Hall, who made a great start in the first half of the race to give Mittel a dominant lead at the handover. The invitation class is sadly going to have no finishers this time, the 86 car out of the race. Checkered flag this time. On his last lap now, Scott Mittel, the man from near Southampton. Brilliant racer and engineer, car creator, as he has now built his own Mittel sports cars. The gap has come down to 12.7 seconds, but he's not in any danger. What a way to make up for the disappointments of those problems early in yesterday's race for the Mittel Cars machine. They are going to win the second race of this inaugural Praga Cup UK weekend. First ever meeting for them as a standalone series. with their own grid. There's number 31, that's Rod Goodman. He's had a good race. Retired halfway through yesterday, but running a steady 6th today. Here comes our leader, down towards Brooklands, what will be the final time. Charles Hall blitzed through from the back of the grid to lead within the first couple of laps. And now heading for victory is Scott Mittel. The checkered flag is at the ready. And Scott Mittel comes in to take the win, shared with Charles Hall. Second place goes to Ben Stone and Rob Weldon. The gap came down to 9.19 seconds at the end, so good chase by Rob Weldon. Just came up a few seconds short. Got that down from over 30 seconds at one point. He closed at the rate of, at one time, 5 seconds, almost 5 seconds a lap. But ran out of time to catch Rob Weldon. Dan Gore and Chippy Vesmail take third place in the second of the Mittel cars. Fourth is going to go to Richard Wells and Alex Capadia in the number 1 Tim Gray Motorsports Praga. Fifth place will be George Lyon and Shane Kelly. Sixth, the lap down, is Rod Goodman, number 31. Ben Collins and Jay Morton will take 7th, and the bridles will be the 8th and final finishers. Provisional results in a second, and then hand down to Parc Fermé to speak to some of our drivers.
So we have the pretty well through back by everybody, and what we've done is also about to
Fastest lap of the race in the end did indeed go to Alex Capadia, 1:55.407. Winner completing 29 laps. Check out the provisional results of our second Praga Cup race of the weekend. Hall and Mittel taking the win by 9.19 seconds over Ben Stone and Rob Weldon. And Dan Gore and Chippy Vesmail in third, a further 27.5 seconds back. Wells and Capadia in fourth. Capadia showing some good pace late on, got the fastest lap. Lyon and Kelly fifth, making up for their non-finish yesterday. Rod Goodman a lap down in sixth ahead of Jay Morton and Ben Collins. The bridles were the final car running at the finish. We lost Broadbent and Munch into the pits a few laps from home. I believe that car had a flat tyre from what I could see. Connor and Canning, the invitation class runners, yesterday's winners, retiring with a gearbox failure. We lost Mars Lacey and Tommy Foster with an engine fire, and Jack Tomerlin. An early casualty, Stefano Lini not getting a drive, sadly. We'll head down to Ian in the pits very shortly then to talk to some of our drivers.
Well, welcome everybody. Welcome down to Parc Fermé. It is very loud down here. They've left the car running. Let's just grab Scott very quickly. He's a very happy man. Here he comes. Here comes Charles as well. Charles, Scott just said he's the man. Well done.
No, team effort. Absolute team effort. Hats off to the lad. We've had a few problems on getting the car, turbos and testing, and I think we can safely say we had a bit of a difficult first race. But we just knew we had it in us. We've had a little bit of luck from the gods and everything, and a team effort, awesome team. I said we'd do this, you know, it'd be just bring it home. I'm over the moon, absolutely.
I can see how much it means. Now, Scott, certainly in the last few laps, was it just a case of bringing it home then? Because we know the number 4 car was starting to close a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, my race, as easy as they are to win, they're never easy, but my race was easy. Charles did all the hard work. Alistair was on the radio, our race engineer, just telling me all the gaps. So yeah, I was just managing it. Didn't want to get involved with any of the people other people that were unlapping themselves, just let them go and just sort of kept the pace going, to be honest.
Well done, guys. Congratulations. Enjoy this one, won't you? Fantastic. Let's go for a little while. We've got Rob Weldon over here coming home in 2nd place. He was flying at the end of that race. Let's grab a quick word with him just before he runs away. Now, I have to say, you were flying at the end of the race. Just a few more laps, maybe?
Yeah. I got on the radio saying, am I bringing this home or am I pushing? He went, get on with it. So,
is there any other way?
Well, you know, obviously you want to look after the car and give yourself the best chance of finishing. So if there's no hope, it would have just been a case of back it off a touch. But with a glimmer, you've got to keep having a go. And unfortunately, it weren't enough. But you know,
I bet you've learnt a lot this weekend, haven't you?
Oh my God, yeah. Yeah, this is our first weekend in the Praga. We've learnt a hell of a lot. You know, to stick it on pole twice in the wet, fantastic. Obviously, my Imagineer Danny must know very vaguely what he's doing in that sense. He gave me a shed of a car in race 1, but you know, he's starting to learn. We've got a decent car for race 2. Yeah, so we're making progress, and I think obviously setting our stall out early, I think we'll be competitive for the year, I hope.
You must feel quite confident then heading to the next round.
Oh yeah, looking forward to it.
Well done, mate. Go on, enjoy this one. Congratulations. I just wonder actually if we can grab these guys very quickly. Quick word, 3rd place, happy?
Yeah, really happy. I mean, it's been a challenging weekend for us. You know, massive congratulations to the sister car, Scott Mattel, Ian Mattel, the whole team at Mattel Cars, incredible job. We knew we were really fast. You know, starting both cars basically at the back and come back with a 1 and a 3. Dan did an amazing job in his stint. Incredible pit stop. Couldn't be happier, really.
So is it right in saying then, Dan, that tonight the Mitchell garage might be a good place to be then?
Yeah, it might be a drink or two. That's yeah, really good first weekend for Mitchell in Praga Cup. It's yeah, fantastic drive. Just need to get a bit quicker, keep up with these guys, and you know, help Chippy get us up right to the front.
Right, thanks for talking to us. I think you wanted on the podium. Thank you very much. There you go. That's the first Praga Cup race finished. I'm going to hand back to Dave Goddard.
Right, so drivers can take the podium, so Gary wrote your view on that. The pit lane will open in a moment to let the Britcar Trophy field round.
Thanks very much, Ian, and well done to the Praga Cup. We'll see them out later in the season. And next up, we will move on to our 2nd race for the Britcar Trophy Championship. 50 minutes. With a mandatory pit stop. And I think in a moment Ian's going to do a bit of a grid walk for us.
Okay, so the trophy is going to be presented by Mark Harrison. So in 3rd place is the 29 car of Chris Winslow and Dan Gore.
Just noting down the starting drivers here, and the pit stop penalties as well.
2nd place, the 4 car of Rob Wilson and Ben Stone.
Okay, pit stop penalties. If you finish in the top 3 in your class, then you get a few extra seconds to serve at your mandatory stop. And they are as follows. For Class 1, obviously the winner was Owen Hizzy and Mark Lee. They have 15 extra seconds to serve. This counts the invitation classes as well. So Lee Frost and Lucky Kira, Class 1 invitation, they'll have an extra 10 seconds to serve. Jasper Sapra and Brian Branson have an extra 5 seconds. Everybody else has the mandatory standard 2-minute pit stop. In Class 2, the top cars home in that were invitation class runners, so Ryan Parkin has 15 seconds to serve. Scott Parkin has 10 additional seconds. And 5 seconds extra for Kester Cook. who was the Class 2 winner. Everybody else is off the standard pit stop because it counts the invitation class as well. Class 3, it was Reese Hurd and Harry Yardley-Rose who won the class in race 1. They have 15 additional seconds. Anthony Rogers and Finn Jones have an additional 10 seconds, and James Alford the additional 5. In the Ginetta G40 Cup, Richard Durham was the winner. He has 15 extra seconds. Chris White and Luca Hurst have 10. Peter Dilnut has 5, number 44. In the Clios, Charlie Hand has an extra 15 seconds. James Black and Jack Meakin, number 69, extra 10, and an extra 5 for Brad Thurston and Matt Cherrington, car 28. So those are your success penalties to be served at the mandatory pit stop. As for starting drivers for this race, the way it's done this year is slightly different, because instead of nominating a driver, it's the driver that went second in race 1. So every driver starts a race. So the driver that went second in race 1 goes first in race 2. Cars on their way to the grid then, and the grid is based on the results of the first race. So it will be the number 74 SVG Motorsports Ginetta on pole. This time it will be Owen Hizzy going first. Mark Lee will take over. Alongside them, the number 98 BMW, which will be started by Lee Frost. The second row, number 40, Jasper Sapra takes the start and will hand over to Brian Branson. Alongside the 111 Dayton Motorsports Ginetta, Axel van Nederveen is driving solo in that car. Row 3, number 24, the SVG Motorsports Ginetta will be started this time by Ian Astley. The 17 car alongside Motor Swans Ginetta, Sebastian Desbois, had a good battle with the 24 at the end of race 1. Then we've got the number 13, the Dark Side Motorsport Audi TT of Ryan Parkin. Alongside number 128, the Assetto Motorsport Ginetta, the blue one, and to be started by Jim Edwards. Julian Watley will take over. Completing the top 10 on the grid, Steve Rothery, number 308 in the Peugeot, and number 79, the Veluga BMW, Justin Dodge and Charlie Hollins. Charlie will go first this time. The number 70 Team Brits BMW is back out. They had fueling issues, we're told, on the last lap of race 1 and lost the class win in class 2, so hoping better fortunes here. They'll start from row 8 of the grid. Number 70 will be started this time by Julian Thomas. David Gooding going first in the 179 car this time, that led the first half of race 1. Sadly ended up in the gravel on the exit of Luffield. Jasper Sapra will start the number 40 car this time. There's the Nissan back out, that retired in race 1. It'll be Mark Skeets starting the car this time, the ex-BMW Compact Cup racer. In the Jam Sport Run car, run by Jamie Going. Track's a little damp, as you can see, as they make their way round to line up on the grid. And it will be 2 by 2 behind the pace car on the green flag lap. I hope to see our race interviewer Ian down there for the grid walk in a moment. There, the Porsche Boxster, Kevin Hancock and Lee Smart. It'll be Lee going first in this race. And we can now hand down to Ian on the grid for the grid walk ahead of our second Britcar Trophy race of the day.
Right, here we are. I've come down actually to to the start-finish line, as you can see, and you can see the cars starting to stream through. Now, race one was really action-packed and exciting, wasn't it? Another 15-minute race with the mandatory pit stop coming up as well. The cars are just going to start lining up. We're going to go for a little walk through them, and in fact, let's start having a little walk down, shall we? See if we grab some of the drivers and sort of see how they're feeling. Now, weather-wise, it's been on the periphery of rain all day. It hasn't quite come. I think it's going to hold off, but it is cold. It does keep spitting. We just saw in the race ahead, a few drivers came in to change onto intermediate tyres, and it was a mistake. So what's going to happen in this race? Who knows? Let's find out anyway as we move along. You can see the cars lining up, over 50 of these Britcar trophies indeed. That is something. In fact, if you just pan to the right, you can see here, there we go, Mark Lee there. He's racing with Owen Hizzy. They were the winners in race one, weren't they? Can they make it from two? They've got a bit of work to do, but let's see if they can. Let's keep on going down. I want to catch up with the Saxon Motorsport car, James Alford, a driver we know very well. He raced in the Britcar Trophy last season too, and I know he's certainly going to be happy to have a chat with us. So let's keep on going down. And we're not going to miss him. Oh, in fact, he's changed his wheels, hasn't he? Look, he had bright green ones in qualifying earlier. Now he's on to the orange ones. Let's go have a word with him, shall we? Make sure we don't get picked up by a car or run over, because it is quite a tight gap. Let's just squidge through and go see James. James, it wouldn't be a race weekend if I didn't come talk to you, would it?
Absolutely not. Be rude not to.
How are you feeling ahead of this one, mate?
Do you know what? I feel really good this time. I actually made it to the grid on time.
You fixed your watch then, have you?
Huh?
Fixed your watch then?
I did indeed.
What are you expecting from this race, James? It's never easy, is it?
I think it's going to be the last one of the day, so everyone's going to, it's going to take a couple more risks. But I'm keen. I'm amongst it.
You're going to be fine, aren't you? You're going to take this one home, yeah. Best of luck, James. Thanks for talking to us. It is, of course, the final race of the weekend for the Britcar, and certainly the trophy category. And as you just heard there, they're going to take a few more risks. I think maybe so. We've got time to stay with us. We've got one of the Team Britcars over here. Let's go have a look. This weekend, we've got a couple of rookie drivers racing for Team Brit. We saw a couple a little bit earlier. Let's go see if we can grab a quick word here. Hello, how are you? How you doing? You good?
Yeah, really good, thank you.
How are you feeling ahead of this one? You've been a bit more experienced now after race one.
Yeah, we're starting a bit further back because we ran out of fuel in the first race, but we've lived and learnt.
Plenty of fuel now though, I hope. You topped the tank up, right?
Oh yeah, and then got some extra in as well.
When it comes to the fuel, how quickly does it burn off?
In this car, too quickly.
Too quickly. Well, that's a very honest answer. I like that. Look, best of luck. Enjoy the race, won't you? Thanks for talking to us. We've got a few spits of rain starting to come down a little bit heavier. I don't think it's going to really impact too much. This man here, Charlie Hand, he's round the other side. They keep changing, don't they? This one's a left-hand drive. It would be, wouldn't it? Just to really tease me up here. I'm just going to open the door and speak to Charlie very quickly. We've got 1 minute left. Charlie, good to see you again. You've done your first race now in this. How are you feeling ahead of race 2?
Yeah, good. I mean, I've got a lot of fast cars behind me, so it should be an interesting start, but just keep my nose clean and everything, and should be all good.
Fantastic. Best of luck, enjoy it. We're a bit tight for time. We've got to go, so let's head off. Charlie Hander, last year's Junior Saloon Car Champions, made the step up to Britcar. I'm going to hand back to Dave Goddard's going to take you through the race.
Thanks very much, Ian, doing his Martin Brundle grid walk there. Now, it looks like we're missing the car that should be second on the grid, Lee Frost and Lucky Carer's BMW. It should be on the outside the front row, it's not there. So, the red BMW, if anyone's seen it, is it in the pit lane? We'll have to wait and see on our pit cam. Owen Hizzy's there though, in the 74. A few spots of rain in the air once again as we get ready for this second race of the day for the Britcar Trophy Championship. This car leads them away. The other Ginettas are all there. Jasper Sapra's there. There's the Audi TT, the ex-Simon Walton car. Kester's Fiesta. Let's see what he can do this time from the very back of the grid up to 12th place in race 1. A clutch of Clios. BMW is the Honda Civic of Steve Cook, number 83. Remember, these cars now have swapped round. The driver that went second in race 1 is now going first. Except in the case of a solo driver, of course. We've given you the pit stop penalties. This grid really is fantastic this year. Over 50 cars out there. Just a couple of non-starters that we know of. Rob Baker's Golf, we saw that expire in a cloud of smoke in race 1, while running second overall as well, leading his class, so he's not out. We've also lost Brad Kaler, number 87, with his Golf. Broken gearbox has put him out. Can Owen Hizzy and Mark Lee make it a double then? Remember, they've got 15 extra seconds to serve at their pit stop as a penalty for their victory in race 1. I reckon Axel van Nederveen is in with a good chance here. He has no pit penalty. Jasper Sapper and Brian Bransom have 5 seconds to serve, 5 additional seconds on top of the 2 minutes minimum pit stop time. There's the number 7 Golf. We saw that with that puncture in race 1. There's John Hobbs Clio at the back. We said it was fueling issues for the number 70 BMW of Team Brit. Julian Thomas telling us the car actually ran out of fuel. Drinks fuel too quickly. Well, probably not as quickly as his Ford Sierra RS Cosworth RS500 does. The ex-Andy Rouse car that Julian owns, the man behind V-Box timing equipment, joining Team Brit for the weekend. Blue and yellow Ginetta there, the Davenports. Mark Davenport starting this time. I'm really looking forward to this race. Pit window opens 20 minutes into the race, closes 35 minutes after the race starts. 15 minutes pit window. Plenty of racing either side of that as the near 50 car grid forms up for race 2 for the Britcar Trophy Championship. Wait to see if Lee Frost joins in from the pit lane in the BMW share with Lucky Carer. Not there on the outside of the front row. Charlie Handwell up in the leading Clio class car. He really is one driver to watch. The youngster, only 17 years of age. Here we go then with race 2 for the Britcar Trophy. Owen Hizzy on pole in the Ginetta. Axel van Nederveen and Jasper Sapra just behind him. Stunning field of cars about to surge down towards Copse Corner for the first time. Pace car is in pit lane, waiting for the lights to go out. Let's start to rise. The lights out and the race is underway. Down towards Copse Corner. Good start by Jasper Sapra in the BMW. Tries to come up on the outside, but it's Owen Hizzy who leads the way into the first corner. Good start there by Scott Parkin in the Golf on the inside. It's Owen Hizzy who leads the way from Jasper Sapra. Good start by Ian Astley in the number 24 Ginetta there. He's up into 3rd place. He's got ahead of Axel van Nederveen. Also trying to come through is Jim Edwards. 4 Ginettas together with the number 17 of Sebastian Dubois in there as well. Edwards up the inside will hold 4th place. Van Nederveen's lost another position there. One of the BMWs running wide. That's the number 79 of Charlie Hollins as they surge their way towards the Hanger Straights for the first time. It's Owen Hizzy already with a couple of car lengths lead in the Mark Lee Transport Ginetta. 2nd place Jasper Sapper in the grey BMW. Ian Astley is 3rd. Here comes Team Brit. Julian Thomas monstering his way up the inside in their BMW. Everybody's round the first couple of corners okay by the look of things. They go down into Stowe. Onto the brakes through this daunting long right-hander. All clean so far. There's Steve Cook up on the outside in the Honda Civic, one of the Ginettas running wide there, the 91 of Julian Daniel battling with the pair of MX-5s. Lead is with Owen Hizzy, Sapra second, Astley third. Here comes Jim Edwards, the XPTCC man. Here comes Julian Thomas, the noted historic racer, making as quick a start as he can in the BMW. Goes past the number 17 of Sebastian Dubois in the Motor Swan entered Ginetta. Next to is Kester's Fiesta. Kester Cook, number 93. He's going to be one to watch here. That car may be small. Oh, we've had some contact in the pack. 177 again in trouble on the first lap. We saw that car get hit on lap 1 of the first race. And the 177 now driven by Carlito Miraco has had some contact, and the 51 is off. That's Luke Handley in his Golf in the gravel. It's dug in there, axle deep. He's not going to get out of there without a good push from the Silverstone marshals. Down into Brooklands for the first time. Owen Hizzy leads. Then the BMW of Jasper Sapra. Then 3 more Ginettas. Ian Astley, Jim Edwards and Axel van Nederveen, the Dutchman in treble 1. Then it's Julian Thomas, great start by him. Sebastian Dubois next, Charlie Hollings in the black and blue M240i BMW. Then Ryan Parkin in the Audi TT as they complete the opening lap. The lead is just under 1.5 seconds for Owen Hizzy. But there's a long way to go yet. I suspect we'll see almost 30 laps in this race. One down, 29, possibly 30 to go. Depends on safety cars, of course, if we get any. Through Beckett's for the second time. Owen Hizzy trying to build up as big a lead as he can. He knows he's got that extra 15-second success penalty from race 1 to serve at his pit stop. Jasper Sapra and Brian Branson will have to serve an extra 5 seconds. No success penalty for the 24. That's the teammate to the leading car, the 2 SVG Motorsport Ginettas. And the 128 has no success penalty either, the Assetto Motorsport Ginetta. Here comes Ryan Parkin up the inside in the Audi TT, past Sebastian Dubois. There's 179, that's David Gooding, the car shared with Nigel Greensall, so that car will be come on stronger, I would imagine, in the second half of this race. Still that Golf in the gravel there, so there'll be yellow flags out. That's at Club Corner. I would imagine that was contact with the 177 Clio of Carlito Miraco. The number 98's car, I can confirm, did not take the start, the Frost Kera BMW. So it should have been on the front row, but car not taking the start. Keep an eye on Julian Thomas in the purple Team Brit BMW, sharing with Chris Overend, and the safety car is coming out. Now that'll be because of that stranded Golf, I would imagine, at Club Corner of number 51. Luke Handley, there it is. It's axle deep in the gravel. The marshals can't get it out. They'll need the JCB to pluck that out of the gravel. That's end of race for Luke Handley in the Area Motorsport Golf. It's a great shame because he had a good run in race 1, was as high as 3rd overall at one point during the stops. There's Kester's Fiesta. They come round to be picked up by the safety car. Number 19 is Callum Noble in the BMW. Sponsored by Silverstone Shooting Centre, so he's clearly gunning for success in this one. Owen Hizzy, the leader then. Julian Thomas will be the one to watch here in the early stages. He'll hand over to Chris Overend, who suffered for many years with problems with his hips from birth, and has overcome those to race. He's a successful wheelchair tennis player and also has worked for a long time as a photographer. Chris Overend, he'll take over from Julian Thomas for Team Brit. Well, there's the telehandler being brought in to snatch the 51 car out of the gravel. That is well and truly buried up to its axles, that Golf. I tried to attach the hook to the front bumper, but that's only dislodged the bodywork when went to attack it from the rear. Safety car about to head the pack round. It's Owen Hizzy leading. Jasper Sapra second. Ian Astley is third. There they are. Jim Edwards fourth, then Van Nederveen, Julian Thomas, Charlie Hollings in the BMW, Ryan Parkin, Sebastian Dubois and Steve Rothery rounds out the top 10 in the Persia. We believe the Golf had contact with the 177 Clio of Carlito Miraco. That's the Endurance Class Clio, running in Class 2. The cars that haven't come round, we've got the Clio of John Hobbs in the pits as well. Obviously Carlito Miraco has come in with that front end damage. Frost and Kera didn't take the starts. Luke Handley's in the gravel. Other cars not seen are the Billingsley family Clio, number 41. The Nissan didn't complete a lap. I think that came in at the end of the green flag lap, Mark Skeets and the Nissan 370Z, so more problems for them. We've lost number 31, Tony Whitney, with his Ginetta. And also the Peugeot RCZ. Now I saw that car on the grid when our camera was doing the grid walk, so I'm not quite sure where the Campbell and Smith Peugeot has gone. Speaking of down with our pit cam, I believe we can hand down to Ian in the pits in a few seconds' time to speak to some of the Britcar officials during this safety car period.
Right, welcome to the pit lane, everybody. A dramatic start to the race here. I'm going to grab a quick word of Colin. Colin, I did tell you I was going to speak to you at some point today. It's been quite a dramatic start. How do you deal with these things behind the scenes? What things do you have to do now?
Lots of planning, watch the pit stops, ensure they're all being carried out correctly, watch infringements.
So if a car retires, it looks like number 177 has just got into the pits and it's going to retire. Is there a process you guys now have to follow?
We would inform the clerk of the course it's retired.
Is that it?
That's it.
Simple. Thanks, Colin. Have a great day. Right, I'm going to hand back to Dave. Colin.
Thanks, Ian, and behave yourselves, SVG Motorsport. I could see you lot in the background. Well, they're in a good mood because their cars are first and third in this race. They've got their fair amount to look after, though, because they've got the two Ginettas in the top class, Class 1 running first and third, and 7 cars in their own Ginetta G40 Cup as well. So they're being kept busy. Luke Handley's been rescued. Off he goes. Oh, look at the state of the side of that car. I assume that was done by the 177 Clio. So we'll try and catch up with PrepTech UK, PrepTech Limited, the 177 of Carlito Miraco and Andy Mollison. The car is, I think, still in the pits, yes, fixing that damage. That's the Endurance Class Clio as opposed to the more standard Clio Cup class. Hopefully that means we will be back to racing next time by, but just looking at the time, is the pit window about to open? No, it's not. We've got another 10 minutes yet. So we'll get a few more laps of racing before the pit window opens, which is good. Owen Hizzy leads from Jasper Sapra, Ian Astley, Jim Edwards and Axel Van Nederveen, the 4 Ginettas in the top 5. Then Julian Thomas and Charlie Hollings in the BMWs. Audi TT is next. Ryan Parkin there, Scott Parkin, number 12. The 2 brothers from the northeast. There's David Gooding. Now, where's he risen through the field to? He's up to 24th, so he's gained a few places from the back of the field. Helped by the misfortune of 1 or 2 other cars, unfortunately. There's the Porsche Boxster of Lee Smart. weave to keep the tyres warm. It's Kester Cook, Callum Noble, 77 Golf, that's driven by Anthony Rogers. Second in Class 3 in the first race, the Black Golf. Keeping it steady at the moment. We should be going back to green flag racing, I would think, this time by. There's some work going on the number 68 Clio of John Hobbs in the pits with an issue. In fact, I think it's going back out. That's good to see. So I'll find out hopefully what's happened to that Clio. Whether it was involved in the incident with the Golf, I'm not sure. The car looks okay. Yellow flag's still out at the moment. Safety car still on circuits, but I think we're going green this time. The Golf is clear. Yes, the safety car lights are out. It's pulling towards the pit lane. We're about to go racing once again with this second Britcar Trophy Championship race of the day. Revs start to rise. Just over 37 minutes on the clock, so we've got just over 7 minutes until the pit window opens. We're back underway. Owen Hizzy leads them down towards Copse Corner, chased by Jasvir Sapra. That menacing grey BMW just puts a wheel onto the curb there. Ian Astley in third place, chased by Jim Edwards. Then Ginetta, BMW, Audi behind them. Into Beckett's, swinging their way through the right, the left, the right again. Ryan Parkin performing superbly up there in the Darkside Motorsport Audi, leading Class 2 invitation. Class 2 point scorers are being led by Julian Thomas in the Team Brits BMW, a couple of places ahead of him. Further back, it's Jack Meakin, the ex-junior saloon car rival of Charlie Hand, who is leading Hand in the Clio category. Class 3, that's being led by Anthony Rogers in the black number 77 Golf. And the Ginettas being led by Chris White, number 27. We can hand down to Ian in the pits fairly shortly. And he's talking to another former junior saloon car racer driving the number 88 car in this race, Harry Rice.
Right, you came at a great time, bit of drama down here, Dave Beecroft in the number 88 Seat here. As we can see, we're not sure what the problem is. I'm going to find out from his race partner Harry Rice. What's the problem?
I have no idea.
We weren't expecting it, were we?
No. I was just stood here and then I heard Dave's and I thought, what? Turn around to the car's coming in the garage.
Oh, well, let's hope it's nothing too major.
I'm hoping the same thing as you. Well,
race 1, how was it for you?
It was alright, yeah. Started in P48 because there was to say the least, qualifying wasn't as dry as it was going to be. It was better than we thought. So it was 48th. And my stint we got up to 31st.
Yeah.
Then we came into pits and then Dave just held it in top 40. So we gained a total of 9 places coming to the race.
Going the right way, that's all that matters, right?
Exactly.
Right. Let's hope it's not too serious. If you turn the camera around, you can see there's a lot of frantic activity going on right now. It's not good when the bonnet goes up, is it?
It's not normally a good sign, but let's just hope it's a better sign than we think it is.
Thanks for talking to us, and I hope you get out. Thanks very much. Good to see you again, mate, by the way. Right, let's hand back to Dave Goddard.
Well, we're just about to interview Harry Rice there, and his partner Dave Beecroft brought their car into the pits, so a bit of drama there. Hopefully they'll get that back out. New fastest lap that time through for Owen Hizzy, 2:20.134. He leads by 3.2 seconds ahead of Jasvir Sapra and Ian Astley now. A little bit of info on that Clio we saw, the number 68. Thanks to Steve Wood for letting us know that the 68 Clio of John Hobbs, we didn't see it out in race 1. That was because it had an engine problem in qualifying. So the team, Titan Trans, running with EDF, went off to Milton Keynes, which fortunately isn't too far from Silverstone, bought in a new engine and gearbox and fitted them into the car after qualifying. So that's why that car missed race 1. Fair play to the team. The 68 car is now back out on track. We have got just under 34 minutes of the race to go. There's number 51, Luke Handley. The car plucked out of the gravel trap. Is now going again. A couple of laps down though. Under intense pressure there. That's the meter mark number 24 of Ian Astley from Jim Edwards, number 1 to 8. The two Ginettas absolutely nose to tail, almost side by side into village there. Up on the tail of Jasper Sapra. Julian Thomas is next to him. He's flying along in that Team Brit BMW, trying to hold off one of the Ginettas as well. That's Axel van Nederveen. Behind them, Charlie Hollings. Then Ryan Parkin in the Audi. Then we've got Sebastien Dubois in his Ginetta. Steve Rothery's Peugeot. Slightly smoky Golf. Looks like a Golf TDI there for number 12, Scott Parkin. So in Hizzy beginning to eke out an advantage. You can see there as he goes into Luffield. He's pulling away now. The gap was 3.2 seconds. It's a lot more than that now. But he's got to push because he's got that pit stop penalty to overcome of 15 seconds for winning race 1. The gap is now up to 5.4 seconds. He's pulled away by 2 seconds on that lap, over 2 seconds. In fact, 2:19.439, quickest lap of the race. Ian Astley having a look there, squeezes up the inside into Copse. That's a brave move on Jasper Sapra. They're absolutely side by side on the run down towards the complex now. The BMW may well have the grunt to stay ahead. It has indeed. Now here comes Jim Edwards. The 24 had to move to take the line back again. That's going to allow Edwards through on the inside. They're still side by side through the Beckett's complex. This is brave stuff. Edwards will have the inside. Astley's going to have to go wide on the exit. He goes onto the grass and he'll lose more places as well. Edwards up into 3rd place. Thomas is through to 4th. Van Nederveen through to 5th. This is great racing for 2nd place. Look at the way Julian Thomas is going in the Team Brit BMW. He's going to go through into 3rd place. Drags his way past the Ginettas and up into 3rd overall, still leading Class 2. Terrific stuff. And now Edwards back on the inside at Stowe. Van Nederveen wants a bit of this as well in the white car. Well, that's all started at Copse when Ian Astley tried to make a move for 2nd place and he's now down to 6th. And he spun it coming into... Oh dear! Out goes Ian Astley in the SVG Ginetta. He spun it. I hope he's not in the gravel there. That's exactly where we saw the Golf of number 51... Luke Handley go off earlier on. Let's hope he can get going again. He's trying. Oh, poor old Ian Astley. No, I think he's off on the other side of the track on the grass, so he's avoided the gravel. Yes, he's got away with it. Well, Ian Astley has gone in half a lap from trying to take 2nd from Jasper Sapra to spinning down the order. The battle is still raging for 2nd place. There's Sapra. Round the outside goes Edwards, side by side with Julian Thomas. Van Nederveen could make it 3 wide. Look at this up the Wellington Straight. Van Nederveen's got both of them on the exit of the loop. That's brilliant. Superb move by Axel van Nederveen, a winner on the national circuit at Silverstone last season in that Ginetta. Now up into 3rd position. So as I pause to draw breath, it's Owen Hizzy still with a clear lead ahead of Jasper Sapra. Van Nederveen 3rd, Edwards now 4th, Thomas down to 5th. And look at the way Ryan Parkin's going in the Audi TT, keeping up with the bigger GT cars here. Next in the order behind Parkin is Charlie Hollings. Van Nederveen really was the lucky beneficiary there, gaining 2 places in 1 move through the loop. And another one Ian Astley spun at Club. See where Astley rejoins. Here comes Ryan Parkin now, and he's up alongside Julian Thomas, who's dropped back there. No, he's still there. May have thought he'd missed a gear coming out of Copse there, Julian Thomas. And now Jasper Sapra is under pressure from Axel van Nederveen. He's really finding his form in this 2nd race. A little bit subdued in race 1. Kicking up the dust there onto the Hanger Straights. Charlie Hollings and Sebastien Dubois in the background. Behind them, Steve Rothery. Ryan Parkin getting closer and closer to Julian Thomas. Seems to be struggling a bit with the handling of that BMW. The pit window is now open as well, so is it going to be everybody in this time? I can tell you the Seat has rejoined. Seat Cooper of Dave Beecroft has got going again. Here's a clutch of Clio's further back. Oh, and Jasper Sapra runs wide at Club. moves back across to defend the line for second place from Axel van Nederveen as they head towards Abbey. This is cracking stuff for second place. It's all the time it's allowing Owen Hizzy to escape in the lead, and with his pit penalty, that's exactly what Owen Hizzy wants. As big a lead as possible ahead of his pit stop. Van Nederveen takes the line for the left-hander at the loop. Thomas is trying to stave off the attacks of Ryan Parkin. Jim Edwards having a go in the blue Ginetta. There's Charlie Hollings. There's Dubois. Side by side a bit further back, two of the Ginettas here. Richard Durham and Julian Daniel, who's leading the Ginetta G40 Cup. Car ahead of them, the 27 of Chris White. Now, will we get any pit callers this time through, because the window is open? Well, last time through, Owen Hizzy led by nearly 10 seconds. Just waiting to see what the gap is here as they cross the line. 11.9 seconds, so it's getting there for Owen Hizzy. This is exactly what he needs. Meanwhile, down in the pit area, Ian Waterhouse is with the Chandler Motorsports team. They were the winners of Class 3 in Race 1, and he's talking to one of their drivers, Harry Yardley Rose.
Right, welcome to the pits. You have to be very quick because this man, Harry's about to literally go out, aren't you, Harry? You ready for this?
Yeah, just full send really. Try and get the win. Need to kind of close the gap to the leader at the moment, but I've got a good pace and hopefully I can get there.
You're right, we're going to watch you go. Literally, the change is happening right this very second. Here comes the car right now. You can see it coming down the pit lane. It's going to pull in. Just stay with us as it pulls in. You just see this. Here we go. We're going to. I'm going to get out of the way so I don't get run over. It's more than once that I've nearly had my ankles clipped away. There we go. So Harry Yardley Rose is going to take over driving duties in the 35 VW. Quick changes just to make sure everything's okay. Let's see if we can grab a quick word with his partner actually. Let's be a bit cheeky, shall we, and just go for it. Very quick word. How was that out there? Was that good?
It was alright to be fair. First time here, first time in a car. So.
Really? Oh, yeah. Great. Fantastic. What's it drive like?
It drives quite well. P1 in qualifying, P1 in qualifying.
Make it look easy then, don't you? First time in the car. Come on.
Yeah, first time here. First time in that car. So.
Yeah. Well, let's hope Harry can take it home for you. Well done, buddy. Thank you. Right, let's hand back to Dave Goddard.
Well, the number 35 there coming in, that's actually the first of the regular pit stops in this race to hand over to Harry Yardley Rose, looking for a second win in Class 3. They were second in class when the car came in. Meanwhile, Jim Edwards is up into third place. As I say that, he runs wide over the curb coming out of the loop there, and will lose third again to Axel van Nederveen. There's a great battle going on for second and third, and for fifth and sixth behind them between Thomas and Ryan Parkin. They've swapped places a couple of times over the last lap or so as well. Just under 26 minutes of this cracking Britcar Trophy race to go. So far for me, this has been the best race of the weekend here at Silverstone, here on BARC TV. Jasper Sapra still somehow holding on to second, but he's heading for the pits. In comes the second placed car. He's the first of our leaders to stop. Brian Bransom will take over that car. Also, I can tell you, David Gooding has come in. No surprise, really, to see the yellow BMW come in early, get the vastly experienced Nigel Greensall in the car as early as possible. And Owen Hizzy, continuing to push, is now 14.6 seconds ahead of the second place car, which is now Axel van Nederveen. He's done exactly what he wanted. He's going to get that extra 15 seconds advantage, and he's going to overcome the pit penalty. That's brilliant driving, brilliant strategy by Owen Hizzy. Are we going to see 2 out of 2 for the number 74 Ginetta? It's Ginetta's 1-2-3 now, with Jasper Sapra having pitted the BMW. And Nederveen ahead of Edwards. There's Julian Thomas ahead of Ryan Parkin. And Sebastian Dubois, the number 17 Ginetta, is in the slipstream of Charlie Hollings in the BMW. Other pit callers so far, Kester Cook's brought the Fiesta in. He was second in Class 2. Callum Noble, has come in with the BMW. 55 Golf of James Alford, who we spoke to on the grid, is in. Jack Meakin has come in to hand over to James Black, the MSA Academy student. Thurston Cherrington Clio is in. The Lynch family BMW, Fred handing over to William. There is the BMW. 76, there's William Lynch. opportunity to climb aboard. Thomas continues to press on. Ryan Parkin all over the back of him again there in the Audi TT. He's been one of the stars of the race for me. Ginettas continue to scrap it out for second place. The leader has come in. So in comes Owen Hizzy. He's got the 15-second advantage he desired. The other Ginettas carry on, as do Thomas and Parkin. So Owen Hizzy is in to hand over to Mark Lee. Has he given him enough of an advantage? They've got to sit there for the whole of the lead virtually that Owen had built up. He built up a 15-second lead, which is what he needed. This is going to be close. Jasper Sapper and Brian Bransom had a 5-second penalty. Would have been Lee Frost and Lucky Kera had the 10-second penalty, but they didn't start the race. So this is the battle for the lead on track now. But is Mark Lee going to rejoin in among them? Edwards biding his time. These two, of course, have yet to stop. As a look up the inside, Van Nederveen doesn't move to cover. Edwards goes through and takes the lead of the race on track. And of course, these two have yet to stop. Through Club Court. Assetto Motorsports, number 128 Ginetta. That car is running in Class 1 Invitation, so it won't qualify for awards if it wins the race or championship points. Maybe running on different tyres. Pulling away now though from Axel van Nederveen. 21.5 minutes of this race to go. Past halfway, this Britcar Trophy, race 2 of the season. There's Charlie Hand in the Clio. He's now leading the Clio class. It's the Simmons and McDermott's car there, number 4, the Motor Swan car. That car is a lap down. Charlie Hand with a very big future ahead of him in saloon car racing. The Clio class second place is the Harrisons, number 89 at the moment. Other pit callers, the 777 Golf. Jake Owens is coming to hand over to Daniel Truman. The Harrison Clio has come in. Kevin Hancock and Lee Smart's Porsche. The 64 of Paul Goodlad, the JW Bird VW Scirocco. And the Jones Taylor Golf, the car with some problems in race 1. We can hand back down to the pit area because Ian has once again headed to the garage of the Seat Cupra, team number 88, the Oryx competition team. And this time he is talking to Dave Beecroft.
Right, welcome back to the garage. Now, you remember we spoke to Harry Rice, didn't we? Dave Beecroft came into this completely unexpected. Nobody was quite expecting it. I just want to find out what happened. Dave, you caught us all off guard there by coming in.
Sorry about that.
Did you see the camera coming in? You just wanted to get in front of it?
Yeah, I went past, I saw the camera, I thought, time for come and have a quick chat, yes.
What was the problem?
It's quite fundamental. I find race cars are much better when the brakes work.
Right, yeah, that makes sense.
I know brakes were the evil of speed, but on this occasion I could have done with something. So the boys were absolutely brilliant, wheels off, let it up, and I did 2 laps to make sure it was alright, and Harry's gone out now. Yeah, it's fine for what it is, absolutely fine.
Thanks for clearing it up, Dave.
Thanks for the guys, brilliant.
They are, great team. Thank you very much. Dave Beecroft there. Right, let's hand back to Dave Goddard.
Well, while we were in the pits there, the safety car is out. And that's the last thing Owen Hizzy wanted to see. There's the reason we've got a car spun on the exit of the loop, and we've got a car retiring in a cloud of smoke. Number 78, Rob Morgan's Ginetta, is out of the race, pulling up right next to the rescue vehicle should a fire extinguisher be needed. But the car that's spun, I think that's a Ginetta G40. I can't see the number from here, unfortunately, so I'm not sure who that is at the moment that has spun. We'll work it out for you. It's, I believe, a Ginetta G40. Now, Jim Edwards and Axel van Nedderveen, the two leaders, came into the pits just as the safety car was scrambled there. This is the last thing Owen Hizzy wanted to see, because he had already made his pit stop, and now the two Ginettas of 128 and 111, who don't have pit penalties, are able to make their stops under safety car. Everybody else is going to come in now, of course, and take advantage of the safety car period. Julian Thomas would have taken the lead, but he's gone in to hand over to Chris Overend. Yeah, everybody's coming in, as I expected. The safety car has picked up number 83, the Stephen Edward Cook Honda Civic. The car has stopped, so it's Ed Cook on board that car. The Davenport's Ginetta is behind it. And we heard some news about car 68, the Clio, that had its engine changed while the first race was taking place, and I think we can now go down and talk to the team down in the pits, find out a bit more.
Right, down here with car 68, the Hobson Wilson car. It came in the pits a little bit earlier, had a bit of a problem. They're coming for a routine pit stop now, but I'm going to see if I can find the driver and find out what the actual issue was. If not, I'll speak to somebody and find out what the problem was. Let's just pop through. He's just down here, actually. We'll just squeeze through if we can. I don't know if you can get through there, can you? There we go. Let's have a quick word. How you doing? All right?
Yeah, how you doing, pal?
You came in a bit earlier. What's the problem?
We blew the engine up. Oh, and the gearbox.
Okay.
So we went on eBay, bought a new one. Sent one of the lads out, got it. We fitted an engine, stripped an engine, put an engine back in, gearbox, in about an hour and a half.
You're kidding me. Wow.
No, can't ask for any more than that. But then we went out, and we had to come back in because we've got to put the gearbox oil in. So it's one of them. But yeah, no, it's been quite eventful, that.
Still a bit of time to go. Yeah, what can you do from here?
I don't know. I got 10 of them off the line, so I'll take that. So anything's possible.
Pace is in the car, then, yeah.
It's all in the car. Everything's in the car. Yeah, it's the team.
Well done, mate. Thanks for talking to us. Right, let's hand back to Dave Goddard.
When I was told they'd gone to Milton Keynes and brought in an engine for that Clio, I thought they meant they'd gone to a workshop and picked one up. I didn't know they'd bought one online and then gone and fetched it during the race. That really is remarkable. A sponsorship deal with eBay Motors is probably assured now for that car. They did used to sponsor the BMW team in British Touring cars, of course. So everybody has come into the pits on that lap with the safety car out. The car that spun, incidentally, and brought out the safety car at the loop was number 44, Peter Dilnut, in the Ginetta G40 Cup. That's the car that had spun. Now, we're going to have to wait and see when everybody cycles through, because the leader before the stops was Julian Thomas's BMW, but everybody's been in now on virtually the same lap, and nearly everybody's on out laps, so we're going to have to wait and see who is leading when everything has sorted itself out. This is why safety cars during pit windows always complicate things. Now, let's have a look. I think the Julian Watling Jim Edwards Ginetta is going to be leading this when everything cycles through, just ahead of Axel van Nedderveen. I think they're going to be the leaders. Oh, hello, we've got a car pulling over. That's the number 7 Golf that's stopped. It's the car of Mark Jones and Rob Taylor. So another car hits problems. They've just been into the pits, so it's Rob Taylor on board. Marshals are going to push it to a position of safety. It's been a day of misfortune. Of course, they had problems on the first lap in the earlier race. And the safety car will perform the wave around to get the leader behind it. Now there is Owen Hizzy. There's Mark Lee, sorry, there's Brian Branson. But we've got to wait for everything to cycle through on the timing screen to work out who is where. Okay, they come over the line now. Safety car has picked up Mark Lee. Now, have they managed to get out ahead of the two cars? I think they have, once everything has cycled through. So I think Mark Lee will still be leading, or as you know, he's been waved through as well. Now, we've got to wait for all this to be sorted out now before we can find out who is leading this race. Yeah, Mark Lee and Brian Branson have both been waved through. And it looks like he's waving everybody through. Well, we'll just hang on for a moment and wait until we've worked out who's leading this. About 6 cars still on their out laps, so we've got to wait really for those to cycle back in the now, who has the safety car picked up there? It's picked up Ryan Parkin's Audi TT. Waiting to see what's going to happen here. It looks to me as though the safety car has picked up the number 70 BMW now of Chris Overend. There's Charlie Hand in his Clio. BMW's got Ryan Parkin behind him in the Audi TT. Just see how things work out from there. Lights are still on atop the safety car.
Okay, well,
Owen Hizzy showing us 7th on the timing at the moment. He just completed his out lap. He's still got the fastest lap of the race, 2:19.439. So it's the Team Brit BMW formed up behind the safety car ahead of Ryan Parkin's TT. We've got 77 now driven by Finn Jones in the Golf, looks like is in third. So it's going to be a very jumbled order when this race gets back underway. I don't think it's going to this time. We've got just under 9 minutes of this race to go. We're going to do another lap. On the timing screen is showing the number 17 Ginetta of Sebastien Debois as the race leader. 1 minute 18 seconds ahead of the car picked up by the safety car, which is Chris Overend. Then we've got Ryan Parkin, Finn Jones, Chris Plaskett, the number 16 Golf, and then Charlie Hand. Now they all pitted a lap later than everybody else. That's how they've ended up at the front of this line, those 6. And showing in 7th place is Mark Lee in the 74. There he is further back in the line, ahead of Brian Branson. There's the car that spun, number 44 of Peter Dillman. That's what brought the safety car out. Well, according to the timing screen, that is the car that is leading, the number 17 of Sebastien Debois in the Motus One Ginetta G55A. He's out of sequence with everybody else because the pit stops jumbled everything up just as the safety car came out. But according to timing, that is the car that is leading the race. Everybody has made their mandatory stops. Does Sebastien Debois even know that he's leading? He's a newcomer. You can see he's got a novice cross on the back of his car. You have to wear one of those for your first 6 motor races in the UK. So Owen Hizzy and Mark Lee's Ginetta showing in 7th because of those 6 cars that pitted a lap later were able to pit under the safety car and gain an advantage. There is the leader. We're going to be in for a restart of about 5 minutes if we go green this time. Safety car in this lap, say race control. So we will be going racing this time. It'll be a restart over just under 5 minutes. So at least a couple of laps under green. And the lights are out on top of the safety car.
So we are going to have less than 5 minutes to take the race back away and really 5% place. So therefore we can have
So the leader is towards the back of the line. He's got an advantage of the best part of a lap over his nearest pursuers here as we get back underway. 4.5 minutes on the clock as we go green once again. And we are back underway and racing. There's the number 24 now with Neil Wallace on board. That car is now in. It's quite a way down the order. 18th place. Got a slightly slow getaway from one of the Clios there. That was James Black in the 69 car. There is Sebastien Dubois. He's going to start working his way through the slower traffic here, past the number 64 of Paul Goodlad in the Scirocco. He's got Kevin Hancock in the Boxster ahead of him now. Let's have a look at the class leaders. Overend and Thomas in the BMW for Team Brit are leading Class 2. Class 2 invitation by Ryan Parkin's Audi TT, 3rd overall. And Class 3 by Rogers and Jones in the Black Golf, 4th overall. Class 1 invitation is led by Watling and Edwards. The Clio's by Charlie Hand, he's 6th overall. And the G40 Cup, further down the order, that's being led by Richard Durham in 28th place. 777 up the inside there, that's one of the Golfs as they start to overlap. They're all jumbled out of order at the moment. Through comes Nigel Greensall past the 79 BMW of Justin Dodge. There's the 24. He's running further down the order now, was certainly well involved early on. But it was a cracking race early on. A bit of contact between a Clio and a BMW there. That was the 76 William Lynch BMW being forced wide by a clutch of Clios there. With everybody so spread out around the circuit, it's tricky to know who to follow now. Shame that what was such a brilliant race early on has ended in such confusion here. Dubois is leading by nearly a full lap over the rest of the field. The rest of the pack headed by Overend, the number 70. There's our second place man, Ryan Parkin behind him in third. These two have been together virtually the whole race. This is for second place overall now. 51 Golf behind him. He's a few laps down after his off earlier on. Chris Plaskett is 4th overall in his Golf. Then we've got Charlie Hand. The Rogers and Jones Golf has dropped back, the Class 3, the less powerful car. There is the race leader. He's in there somewhere. There he is. The white car in the middle of this traffic. He should get the checkered flag this time by, so Sebastien Dubois uses the safety car to score. But who's going to be second? That's the main question now. Chris Overend, who's been through more than most, as we told you earlier, to be able to race with Team Brit, chased by the man from the northeast, Ryan Parkin, in the Audi TT. What a cracking Britcar debut he's had. They're almost a lap behind the race leader. Parkin has a look there, nearly clipped the back of the BMW, and Overend goes wide. Parkin up the inside, off the loop, he goes second. The TT is through. And they're coming round to start their final lap. But it's going to be Sebastien Dubois who takes the checkered flag very shortly, because the clock is about to count down to 0. Chris Overend has run wide. Ryan Parkin is going to take second overall. And waiting for the number 17 to come through then. He's in here somewhere. Where is Sebastien Dubois? There he is. Through Brooklands for the final time, and in what's been a decidedly confusing end to this Britcar Trophy race, Sebastien Dubois, number 17, comes up towards the line behind the Lynch BMW. I think he'll be as unsure himself as everyone else. Takes the win. It will be Ryan Parkin in second and Overend and Thomas third, I think. they'll be racing their way to the line, less circumstances dictate otherwise. So Mark Lee and Owen Hizzy are classified 4th, ahead of Sapra and Branson, then Chris Plaskin 6th. Axel van Nederveen 7th. This is all very provisional at the moment because that was a very confusing end to that race. Wanting and Edwards 8th in the Ginetta. Nigel Greensaw got the yellow BMW started by David Gooding up to 9th, and Charlie Han wins the Clio class in 10th. Oh, and what's happened to Paul Goodlad's Scirocco? Front suspension's broken. That's going to need a tow back to the paddock. But appropriately, his team name is Limb Torn Off Racing. It should be Wheel Torn Off Racing, shouldn't it? Well, there is Ryan Parkin. He heads into pit lane. He's classified 2nd behind Sebastien Dubois, your provisional race winner, and the Team Brit BMW in 3rd. Let's just have a look at the class winners. Class 1 goes to Dubois. Class 1 invitation to Wantling and Edwards in the Ginetta in 8th place. Class 2 to Overend and Thomas. Class 2 invitation to Ryan Parkin. Class 3, that goes to the Rogers and Jones Golf. The Clio class to Charlie Hand. Class 3 invitation to number 90 of Steve Brown in his MX-5. And the G40 Cup to Richard Durham. So there we have the provisional results of our Britcar Trophy race. That's Sebastien Dubois, your provisional winner in the Ginetta G55A on his debut weekend in Britcar. So that result is provisional at the moment. We'll await official confirmation when we can.
Area, so I'm not sure if he was confused or not. Well, welcome down to Parc Fermé. There seems to be a little bit of confusion at the end of the race, although one thing we do know, Dubois did pick up the win. Let's go grab a word with Ryan Parkin. Here he is in the dark side Audi TT. Let's have a quick word. Hello, mate. How are you doing? Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
It's certainly good to see you again. A little bit of confusion at the end with a checkered flag, we think.
Yeah, I didn't see it at the top here. I just saw it at the bottom. I thought, I'm still racing until I see somebody telling me to slow down, and somebody did, so.
Are you not getting out because it's warm in there?
Yeah, I'll not tell you why.
Right, well done anyway. We're going to move out of the way because we've got the bar coming in, and of course we want to grab a word. Here he is, your race winner, number 17 in the Ginetta. Let's see if we can grab a quick word with him. He's going to be a very happy man. Let's move around. We'll grab Team Brit very shortly as well. In fact, he's here right now. Let's grab a quick word. Hey, well done. What a race that was, huh?
That was incredible. I can't believe that.
I can see it means a lot to Julian as well. We spoke a little bit earlier actually, didn't we? Talk us through the finish there for your teammate. Were you getting a bit nervous?
No. He's got such a mature head on him. It's only his second race. Can you believe it?
No, I can't actually. That's incredible stuff. Yeah. It really is. Only second race. How on earth are you feeling right now? You must be absolutely stoked after that one.
A little bit like that. I'm speechless, to be honest with you. When they said we were 3 overall, I was just like, you're joking me.
You guys are nice and warm, actually. I'm going to stay near these guys. Well done, guys. Anyway, congratulations. Let's grab a quick word. Where's our race winner? He's over here. Let's see if we can grab him. Oh, sorry, Keith. There we go. Well. What do we make of that?
It's his first ever race.
You're kidding me. First ever race. Did you hear that? Did you pick that up? First ever race. Takes it home first. And reasonably comfortably, I think, as well. Anyway, first ever race. Wow. Imagine, just whilst he gets his helmet off, imagine taking that out for your first ever race. Look at that. I think the first ever car I drove on a racetrack was a Ford KA, and that scared me half to death. Let's grab a quick word of him. First ever race in that. I was just saying there, my first ever time in a race car was a Ford KA, and that scared me to death. How are you feeling?
Amazing, surprised and amazed, to be fair. First time at Silverstone, first time on the race.
Were you aware throughout the race that actually we can win this?
No. I thought I was in the top 10, maybe. I didn't expect that, to be fair. No idea. I had no idea.
You've got a great team behind you, yeah?
Great team, yes.
Fantastic. Congratulations, guys. Well done. Enjoy tonight. We might nip down to these guys' garage because I reckon there might be one or two beers flowing anyway. Right, there's still more racing action to come, so I'm going to hand back to Dave Goddard.
Seventh row, 28 and 12. 28 is Andrew Stewart, and 12 is Ian Prix. The 8th row, 192 and 25. 192 is the sponsor, Blue Gallon, and 25 Simon Dorothy. Row 9, 18 and 11. 18 is Taylor, 11 Michael Williamson. The 10th row, 27 and 17. 27 is Martin Roller, 17 is Matthew Johnson. The 11th row, 97 and 54. 97 Gabriele Santorino. And 44 Ray Hanibo, 12 row 251 and 556, 241 James Chandler, 556 on the lead. On the 13th row, 81 and 127, 81 Tim Cole, 127 Scott Smith. Row 14, 124 and 86, 124 Rob Warnell.
Sorry, if I can quickly say because trophies have been presented to the top three. So if I can have a quick word with the winner. Sebastian, a bit of a confusing end to that, but you must have been to that first place.
Okay, a quick shuffle of the paperwork there ahead of our final race of the weekend here at Silverstone. The Snetterton Saloons, as suggested. They normally race over in Norfolk at Snetterton Circuit, an away day for them at Silverstone today, racing with the Z Cars Championship for BMW Z4s. Got 9 of them. They'll start from their own separate grid at the back behind the Snetterton Saloons. They've got a good field of almost 40 cars here for their race. They'll be on track shortly. We caught up with some of the drivers a little earlier on.
Right, here we are in Park Fermage for the Snetterton Saloons. Not too long to go until their race gets underway. It's blowing an absolute gale and it is very, very cold indeed. We've got Chris Earle here. Let's go have a quick word with him and just find out what conditions were like during qualifying. I'm sure he won't mind. Chris, you mind if I open your door? Is that all right? There you go. Thank you. I'm sorry because it's really quite windy and cold. What was it like out on track?
Well, unfortunately, didn't really get to find out what it was like because we've got no VTEC on the engine here, so really complete lack of any power right from the start. Had it once before, was able to fix it, so fingers crossed we can sort it out before the race. But
you've got a little bit of time.
Yeah, absolutely. So fingers crossed we can get something done, but very disappointing. So wasn't able to go fast enough to really find out, I'm afraid.
Oh look, you get it sorted, you get out on track. It is a decent time in the race, isn't there? So you never know, right?
Absolutely. No, if we can get out there, we'll give it all. Yeah.
Thanks for talking to us, Chris. Thank you very much. Let me shut this door for you because don't get cold. It really is cold. My hands are absolutely freezing. We've got Brandon Peter Kaler here running the Seats. Look, as you can see, lovely livery on these. Look at these. I'm just going to jump in. Sorry, guys, I'm just going to jump in if that's all right. How you doing, my man? You good? It's good to see you again.
Yeah, it's good to be back. It was a bit crazy out there, but it's fun.
Yeah.
We was off the pace a bit, but we expected that this morning. But all's really good, yeah.
Race a bit later this afternoon. Obviously, it's going to be completely different conditions, isn't it, out there?
It is, yeah. It's going to be fun this afternoon. There's no rain coming, apparently. According to our weatherman, there's no rain coming. So if the track dries out...
Who's your weatherman, Michael Fish?
I can't say. But no, it's looking good. You know, we're my son's up in 5th, so that's really good. You know, so we're yeah, a lot of moves forward.
There's quite a lot of sort of father-son teams, brother teams. What's it like racing with your son?
It's fantastic.
Is that what motorsport's all about, right?
It's really good. Yeah, I mean, we don't always race in the same series. It's the first time we've been together for 3 years, I guess. But yeah, I mean, it's really good. Yeah.
Bit of friendly rivalry in the Kohler household.
There's nothing friendly about it.
Those are talking to us, Peter. Take care. Thank you. Do you want me to shut this?
No, you
can. Right. Let's find him. Actually, here he is. Bit of friendly rivalry. Not so friendly in the household, huh?
Well, I don't listen to lap times. I don't know who's upset at the moment, but yeah.
What was it like out there? Because it's ice cold now. The race a little bit later this afternoon. It's going to be different, isn't it?
It is. Yeah. It took me some while to get the temperature in the tyres, and then my rear screen decided to explode going down the Hanger Straight.
Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Yeah, I saw that actually when you came in. Let's go have a look at it. It's car number 87 over here. What happened, Brad? Was it just no fault? Nobody tapped you or anything? Just went kaput?
Just going down and just decided to go bang. It's a Perspex one, so I'm guessing, I don't know, might have a little stress cracker or something, I don't know, but yeah, it just went and disappeared.
Spare one?
No, just talking to the clerk now to see if we can
stick a beanbag over it.
Well, yeah, lots of stickers. Yeah.
Thanks for talking to us anyway. We've got Reece Lloyd over here. We saw Reece yesterday, of course, didn't we, in the endurance? Reece, no rest for you, is there, this weekend?
Just trying to make it for yesterday now. Just have a bit of fun today, really. Just make sure everything's good on the car and get some more time under my belt, really.
How is it today? For those who don't know, it was drive shaft issue with it yesterday.
Yeah, we had loads of issues. Yeah, we had drive shaft issues. We had a fueling issue. We had some issues with wheel bolts as well. So yeah, hopefully today. I had to go and get a few bits last night in the morning. So yeah, just make sure everything's good with the car and just have a good run today, really.
That's right. Thanks for talking to us. Right, so almost time for the race. So I'm going to hand back to your commentator, Dave Goddard.
Thanks very much, Ian. Cars on the grid for the 45-minute race with a mandatory pit stop for the Snetterton Saloons and the Z cars. Now, as far as I understand it, the Z cars don't have to take a pit stop, only the Snetterton Saloons do. The pit window opens after 15 minutes, closes after 30 minutes. Let's have a quick look at the grid then. In pole position, it is the man we've just heard from, Reece Lloyd, the Welshman, in his Opel Astra TCR touring car, and alongside him Kevin Bird. He's in a BMW M3. This series open to just about any saloon car. We've got TCR touring cars, BMW GT4 cars, all sorts on this grid. Second row is a familiar car from the previous race, Brian Bransom and Jasper Sapra. That car wasn't on the grid. I imagine they'll be starting from the pit lane because they've just finished the Britcar Trophy race. We don't know the starting driver, unfortunately. Alongside them, Barry McMahon with his very potent Alfa Romeo 156 Turbo. He's the current Alfa Romeo Championship title holder. Row 3, Stephen Gales, number 135 in the Misty Racing TCR Golf, alongside Carl Catliff with his BMW. Row 4 is Brad Kahler, we've just heard from, in his Seat Leon Supercopa, and Richard Clark, number 66. I think he's in a Renault Clio Cup car. Row 5, Andy Thompson. He's got an ex-British touring car, Seat Toledo, and Oliver Elmer alongside him, number 13. He's in a Civic. Row 6, Carl Chambers, Peugeot expert. He's in his Peugeot 208 GTI, starting alongside the Alfa Romeo of Paul Plant and Richard Ford. They're in an Alfa Giulietta. Row 7, Andy Stewart, number 28. He's in a Honda Civic, alongside Liam Crilly, long-time BMW specialist. He's in a Z4. Obviously not one of the Z4s in the Z Cars Championship. They start from the back as a separate grid. On the 8th row is the principal sponsor of this series, Luke Allen. Runs Uncle Luke's Sign and Sticker Shop. He's out in his Honda Civic Type R, starting alongside Simon Donoghue in his BMW. Row 9, Peter Kahler, father of Brad, in the Seat Leon, alongside Michael Williamson. He's in a Honda Civic. The 10th row of the grid is Martin Reynolds in his beautiful modified Mark II Escort. Got quite a collection of classic Fords, says Martin, alongside Matthew Johnson. He's in a BMW M3. Row 11 is Gabriele Iaccarino. He's in an Alfa Romeo GTV6, alongside Ray Honeybourne. He's in a Clio. James Sundler is on row 12. He's in a Renault Clio V6 Trophy, X1 late racing car. And Alan Lee in a Ford Mustang Cobra. Look out for that car. Timothy Pole on row 13, he's in a BMW Z4 alongside Scott Smith in a Honda Civic. Then the Hornigold family are next in an MG ZR alongside Colin Claxton, he's in an Escort Mark 1, we've seen him in the Blue Oval Saloon Series in the past. Chris Boone is next, he's in a Jaguar XK8. 476 is Gawain Clark and Andy Gregory in a BMW Compact. Row 16 is Miles Mosley, a 58, he's in a Peugeot 208 GTI. Craig Horvath alongside in a Honda Civic. Row 17, Edward Lee, look for him coming through, unusual to see him that far down the grid, he's in a BMW M3 GT4. Mark Perriam alongside in a Golf. Then we've got Chris Earle, we heard from him earlier in his Honda Civic, alongside Arthur McMahon in a Honda Civic as well. The last of the Snetterton Saloons is Mike Chalk in his BMW E30 M3, and then we've got the BMW Z4s from the Z Cars, Ed Giddings alongside Chris Murphy, the ex-Britcar champion, then Callum Bates and Steve Wood, Kieran Power and Matt Dance, Mark Tomlinson and Darren Dukes, and finally Adam Radford. A huge grid of very varied saloons for our final race of the weekend here at Silverstone, and there is the Opel Astra TCR car, raced in the British Endurance Championship race yesterday, but gave a fair amount of problems for Rhys Lloyd, the Flying Welshman, on pole for this race though alongside Kevin Bird, regular at Castle Combe Circuit in Wiltshire for many years in the Saloon Series there in his BMW. There's Martin Reynolds in that classic wide arch Mark II Escorts, Mark 1 of Colin Claxton as well. Chris Boone in the Jaguar XK, ex-Jaguar Series champion. 251 Craig Horvath, that's not a Honda Civic, that's an Integra that he's in, so a change of car for him. Look at the size of this grid. Oh, we've got one car stopped, that's one of the Z Cars machines, I think. Can't quite see the number on it at the moment, unfortunately. Now the race won't be able to start with that car there, the marshal's dashing to help. So we have a stranded BMW Z4, unfortunately. Going round towards the rolling start then, this will be a 45-minute race. Now, are we going to get a green this time? Because if that BMW is still stranded on the Sir Lewis Hamilton straight, we won't be able to start, we'll have to delay. There's that Clio V6 Trophy, number 241 of James Sundler, a rare car, that one. Number 81 is the stranded car, that's Timothy Pole with his BMW Z4. That's not actually a Z Cars machine, it's in Class C of the Snetterton Saloons. The marshals are going to get that car moved in time, well done to them. The race looks like it is going to get underway. Look at the variety you've got out there. BMWs, Clios, Honda Civics, and much more. Classic Fords, Jaguars. I'm looking forward to this race. The old school Golf out there as well. That's Mark Perriam, I think. Is the race going to get underway? Yes, it is. The lights are out, and here we go for 45 minutes of racing. Rhys Lloyd in the TCR Astra leads ahead of Kevin Bird into the first corner. Watch for Barry McMahon in the green and white Alfa Romeo 156. There's the Mustang Cobra of Alan Lee. There's Edward Lee. Watch for him coming through in the number 1 BMW M3 GT4. It's Rhys Lloyd who leads the way from Kevin Bird. The TCR Golf of Stephen Gales, the Misty Racing car, is up into 3rd position. Barry McMahon in 4th place, the Alfa Romeo champion in the 156, as Kevin Bird has a look there coming out of Beckett. So a lot of these drivers, I think, will be racing at Silverstone for the first time. There's number 12, Liam Crilly, with his far more modified Z4 Coupe than the cars you've seen in the Z Cars at the back. They're on their separate grid further. I can just see them in the background there, side by side almost for 2nd and for 4th. And Brad Kaler's Seat losing a window panel there in the early stages. Martin Reynolds barrelling up the inside of the Mark II Escort. Edward Lee had problems in qualifying, now cutting his way through the pack side by side with Colin Claxton. That stunning Mark I Escort. They're all round okay on this opening lap so far. Similar format to the Britcar Trophy races we've seen. 45 minutes as opposed to 50 though, and the pit window opens after 15 minutes of racing. Lloyd leads from Bird. Gales, McMahon, Kayla. Next through we've got, that's Richard Clark. Now he's down on the entry list as racing a Clio, but he's actually in a Honda Civic, so a change of car for Richard Clark. That's the number 66 car. Behind him is another Alfa Romeo, that's the Paul Plant and Richard Ford, Alfa Giulietta. MGZR there, that's the Hornigold family. Unfortunately, we don't have the starting drivers for the few cars shared by two drivers in this race. Looks like the Brian Branson Jasmine Sapra car did not take the starts. They start to sort themselves out then. There's Stephen Gales in an aggressive looking TCR touring car spec Golf. Sneaks his way through the top three, already well spread out here. Brad Kayla, despite missing that window panel, you can see it hanging off there, heads the pack for fourth ahead of McMahon. That's Richard Clark in his Honda Civic in sixth position. Seventh is the Plant and Ford Alfa Giulietta. They made a good start up the order. Both regular Alfa Romeo Championship racers, normally 156s. They've gained 5 places around that opening lap. McMahon family have raced in Britcar for a number of years as well, in both Alfa Romeos and Hondas. So a couple of cars did not take the start. We haven't got Carl Catliff's BMW. We know we don't have Branson and Sapra. And we haven't got Andy Thompson's Seat Toledo either. So had problems in qualifying. And we see the window flapping away on Brad Kayla's Seat Leon Cupra. The bright yellow car in the background there is Carl Chambers in the Pug Sport Racing car. Peugeot experts race a number of different Peugeots over the years. This one races with the Classic Sports Car Club. Oh, the rear screen's missing on that car as well. Yes, that's the car we heard from earlier, Brad Kayla. Saves a bit of weight, I suppose. He's about to lose out to Richard Clark. Now here comes Martin Reynolds, a classic Ford racer and collector. He's got all sorts of Fords. He's got a Mach 1 Mustang, he's got a Mark 1 Escort, an Anglia, and a Ford Consul Classic Special Saloon that he's been building over the winter as well. Martin Reynolds, he's in the Mark 2 Escort a bit further back, challenging Liam Crilly in the Z4. And another old Ford further back to mention, the Alan Lee Ford Mustang Cobra. 25 there is the BMW of Simon Donoghue, chased by the Civic of Oliver Elmer rather, number 13, black Honda Civic. There's the Mustang on the outside of this little group, chasing the Hondas of number 11's Mike Williamson and 45 Arthur McMahon. There's a Z4 in there as well. It's all happening all the way down the order. Colin Claxton's Mark 1 Escort heads this group. Still your leader is Rhys Lloyd in the TCR Opel Astra, not a car commonly seen in the UK. Leads by nearly 8 seconds at the end of the first lap ahead of Kevin Bird's BMW. And in turn, he's 8 seconds ahead of Steve Gales in the TCR Golf. There's Ray Honeybone. One car pulled over there. That's the BMW Compact of Gawain Clark and Andy Gregory has pulled up on the straight there. Tim Pole, of course, didn't take the start in his Z4. Who's leading the Z cars further back? It's Ed Giddings, number 43. There he is. That's the Z cars leader. In the middle of this battle there, the silver number 43. Second behind him is that car number 72, which is Chris Murphy, the ex-Britcar man. So that's the battle for the lead in the Z cars. Coming over the line now. They're up there with some of the saloons as well, despite starting from the separate grid. Colin Claxton just ahead of that beautiful Escort. Ed Giddings leads. There's the our separate race, effectively, the Z cars. Chris Murphy second. He's raced quad bikes successfully before taking up circuit racing with an Aston Martin. Won the Britcar title with Whitebridge Motorsports a few years ago. Arthur McMahon behind them. Well, Rhys Lloyd's out in front in the Astra ahead of Bird and Gales. Then Barry McMahon fourth. Richard Clark is fifth in his TCR Civic, not his Clio Cup. Just for the misunderstanding there. Sixth is Brad Kaler, then Carl Chambers, the Plant and Ford Alpha Giulietta, Liam Crilly 9th and Martin Reynolds 10th. Z-Car leaders chasing Colin Claxton, and also the James Sundler Renault Clio V6 trophy. There's the Covcats Jaguar XK8 ex-Jaguar champion Chris Boone, taking that car to the Jaguar Saloon and GT title a couple of times. We'll see them out with the Classic Touring Car Racing Club here at Silverstone on our next live stream in a couple of weeks. Colin Claxton will be out on that occasion as well, and smoke there, that's Arthur McMahon. A big blow up and he spins out on his own oil. Out goes Arthur McMahon, just missed there by a Z4. That's a big blow up for Arthur McMahon in the Honda Civic. He needs to keep that off the racing line. There's the BMW that went off, showered in oil. And I'm wondering if that might bring out the safety car to clear up that oil slick on the Sir Lewis Hamilton straight. That was more than just VTEC kicking in, I think, for the Honda Civic. Well, there's our leader, Rhys Lloyd. No drive shaft problems today with the Opel Astra TCR. Nice to see it's in the old Opel Works colours as well. There's the BMW that got showered in oil, I think that is there. No, that's Ed Giddings, 43. That was the Z-Car's leader. So who's gone into the Z-Car's leader? I think it's Callum Bates, number 8. There he is. We'll see as they come across the timing line. No, it's Chris Murphy's up ahead, isn't he? Bit of confusion there. Yes, Chris Murphy, number 72, is now leading the Z-Cars because Ed Giddings is pulling into the pits. Okay. So, action among the Z-Cars. There's the car that got showered in oil. That's thankfully hasn't claimed any victims so far. We'll see what happens when the leaders get round to it. Z-Car's leader chasing the number 17 Fina BMW of Matthew Johnson. The Clio of James Sundler up there with him. Now, when the leaders come out of Club Corner, the oil flags will be out because of Arthur McMahon's blow up there. You can see the trail of oil. Look at that. The leaders keeping wide. Here comes Ed Lee. Look out, Ed. He's going to hit the oil. He's got it. Oh, he's sliding. Yes, he's hit the oil. He didn't see it there. Managed to bounce over the curve. He stayed ahead of Martin Reynolds. He got the move done. They still know it's there next time around. Marshals will be frantically displaying the... Carl Chambers has hit it as well. The Peugeot goes off over the runoff area, rejoins in front of the Alfa Romeo. There we see the marshals frantically displaying the red and yellow striped flag, meaning slippery surface. Let's just hope nobody else is going to hit it. Nearly Ray Honeybone in the Clio, the Apple Car Centre Renault Clio. Been racing that in the Track Day Championship for many years, among other things. Where's Barry McMahon going? Kettering, I think. And he was taking that. Matthew Johnson hits the oil. Ooh, Matthew saves the BMW. Bit of irony there that he's in Fina Motor Oil's livery, isn't it? Wonder if that was Fina product that is spilt on the track there. Somebody else thinking about a pass. Here comes the Honda Integra of Craig Horvath. Is he going to make it round the corner? Side by side with the Hornigolds in their MGZR. Yep, back end stepped out a little, but he saved it. We shouldn't make fun of it really, because it would be expensive if they spun and went into the barriers on that oil. Rhys Lloyd avoids the oil slick there. They're all having to go wide through Abbey Corner. Rhys Lloyd, who shared that car with Max Coates in the British Endurance Championship race yesterday, was beset by problems, as we heard pre-race. Has a very clear lead. He's 22.5 seconds ahead. The pit window isn't open yet. 4 minutes until the pit window opens. Kevin Bird still second. He's 6.5 seconds up on Stephen Gales in the Golf. Richard Clark is fourth. Fifth, it's Brad Kaler. Barry McMahon still sixth after running wide at Brooklands last time through. Ed Lee, after his problems in qualifying, started from about the 17th row of the grid, is up into 7th place. So he's charged through the field as I expected. Martin Reynolds is 8th in the Escort. Liam Crilly's more modified Z4 is 9th. and the BMW of number 25, Simon Donoghue, rounds out the top 10. In terms of classes, Class A is led by Reece Lloyd, Class B by Barry McMahon's Alfa Romeo, the Invitation class by Brad Kaler's Seat, Class C by Carl Chambers' Peugeot. Class D, there's a couple of entries further back in the order. I have to scroll down the timing screen to see them. It's the Hornigolds in the MG ZR leading Class D. And the Z cars, led by Chris Murphy, 72. Oh, number 17, Matt Johnson pulling over. Beautiful E36 M3, reminiscent of the British touring cars of the early 90s, but he's out of the race. There is Kevin Bird, and he's lost second place. Stephen Gales has come through, so maybe Bird hit that oil and went wide, because his last lap was a 2:35. He lost at least 10 seconds on that last lap. Lifting a wheel there, the leader through Stoke. Reece Lloyd continues to dominate. No pit penalties in this race, of course. Lapping the Honda Integra there, but he avoids the oil slick at Abbey. Now the minimum pit stop time in this race, the time from crossing the pit entry control line to the exit control line, has to be at least 90 seconds. Slightly shorter pit stops than in the Britcar Trophy that we've seen. Penalties are detailed as well. Hopefully nobody will receive penalties. Remember, the Z cars do not have to make a mandatory pit stop, so that might lead to some interesting overlaps as Martin Reynolds attacks Barry McMahon's Alfa Romeo at Stowe Corner. McMahon has fallen back a bit, that's for the lead of Class B, and Martin Reynolds takes the class lead, so maybe Barry is struggling. That Alfa Romeo, he was virtually unbeaten in that car last season in the Alfa Romeo Championship. Won just about every round. There's Brad Kaler leading the Invitation class, number 87, ahead of Edward Lee, who's now 6th. He's got past these two Class B battlers. Liam Crilly, 3rd in class, is behind them, 9th overall. Then we have got Simon Donoghue in the number 25. Then Carl Chambers, he leads Class C. And Oliver Elmer in the black Civic is behind them. Carl Chambers, that was the first Peugeot 208 GTI to go racing in the UK. He's raced with the Classic Sports Car Club in their Turbo Tin Top series very successfully. But Carl Chambers, a freelance, what I call a freelance old-fashioned club racer. He races wherever his car is eligible for. Peugeot expert. Reece Lloyd flashing his lights as he laps the back markers, let them know he's there. There's the battle for second place. Stephen Gales in the TCR Golf, holding off Kevin Bird. Kevin has raced alongside his son for several years, Charles Hyde Andrews Bird, Chab as he's known. I call him Triple Barrel, but Charles not here today. This is the fight for second overall and second in Class A. The pit window has just opened. They have 15 minutes to make their mandatory stops. Just lapping one of the Z cars there. I think that Z car might be in trouble. Yeah, the indicator's going. Looks like it's crabbing a bit out of line there. Suspension problems, I think, for that BMW. Waiting for the leaders to come through the club complex. Mark Perriam with the classic shape of the Mark II Golf GTI. Lovely looking car, that is. Now the leaders are going to have to go onto the oil there. No, they think better of it. Stephen Gales in second place. He's over 43 seconds behind Reece Lloyd now. Mark Perriam will move out of the way at the complex. Through they go. Richard Clark is still 4th, rather on his own now in the Civic, and the leader has come in. Reece Lloyd into the pits. Now remember, his minimum pit stop time is 90 seconds. Also in is Carl Chambers. Luke Allen, the Championship Series sponsor, is in as well. Uncle Luke himself, as Kevin Byrne makes a move into Brooklands. Gets the move done, up into second place. Light fading here at Silverstone. Suppose you could rename these the Silverstone Saloons this weekend. Only residents over in Norfolk and Snetterton, a new initiative over the last couple of years for racers of saloons of all kinds. Very vibrant livery on the 27 there. That's the Z4 of Darren Dukes. 271 is his, in fact, to avoid a number clash with Martin Reynolds. Kevin Byrne now in second place. In fact, he's into the lead on track now because Rhys Lloyd has come into the pits. Carl Chambers has been in as well. Luke Allen we mentioned. They're the only pit callers, I think, so far. Apart from Ed Giddings, who pulled in to retire, and Chris Earle has pulled in to retire the Civic as well. Other cars we've lost, of course, we saw the BMW Compact of Clark and Gregory. Tim Pole's BMW didn't take the start. We lost Gabriele Iaccarino with the Alfa Romeo GT V6. Arthur McMahon's Honda Civic blew its engine, and we lost Miles Mosley in the other Peugeot 208 as well. Kevin Byrne pulling clear of Stephen Gales now. There is Kevin Byrne coming up to lap the Honda Integra of Craig Horvath. It's Carl Chambers. More pit callers. Richard Clark has brought the Honda Civic TCR in. Martin Reynolds' Escort is in as well. Barry McMahon's Alfa Romeo. Brad Kaler's Seat. Andy Stewart's Honda. Clark Wall in the pits. There is Martin Reynolds in one of his many classic Fords. Runs a construction company based over in Norfolk. He was leading Class B when he came in. We'll see him out here at Silverstone in 2 weeks' time on our next live stream with the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, including their new Super Touring Series, which I'm certainly looking forward to. The cars that I grew up watching in the 1990s, the Super Touring cars, and some legendary names coming out to race them as well, including somebody called John Cleland. There's Rhys Lloyd. There's Alan Lee, that's the Mustang Cobra. Displaying the orange heart logo to say thank you to the marshals. He's an aggressive looking beast, the American machine. Running quite a way down the order though, in 21st place, Alan Lee. Hear the rumble of that Mustang. Just over 25 minutes of this race to go. Kevin Byrne and Stephen Gales both into the pits, so that will leave Edward Lee as the leader. There he is, just coming into Beckett's now. There's the Hornigold family MGZR. These two have both been into the pits, Chambers and Reynolds. In the background we can see the championship sponsor, the Honda Civic there of Luke Allen. And behind him is our race leader at the moment on track, Edward Lee, in the number 1 BMW. There he is. Oh, problems for Brad Kaler. Seat has gone up in a cloud of steam. He was leading his class, the invitation class, but sadly out of the race. As his father Peter doing out there. He's still out in this race. He's in 15th place. Race leader in the middle of a couple of back markers. He's got Luke Allen, Uncle Luke behind him. The 251 of Peter Horvath ahead of him in the Honda Integra. See Uncle Luke's sign and sticker shop on the side of the Civic. Fair play to Uncle Luke, who's got this series off the ground. There's a lot of work behind the scenes for it. more pit callers. Let's have a look. Simon Donahue has come in. The Planton Ford Alfa Romeo Giulietta is in as well. Wait to see what happens after the stops. See who comes out where. There's Kevin Bird, he's just come out of the pits. So Edward Lee is the on-track race leader. Liam Crilly in second place in his BMW Z4. Talking of Z4s, as you mentioned, the Z cars don't have to make a pit stop because they're a separate series, just running in combined with the Snetterton Saloons. Leading them is Chris Murphy. It's going to be interesting to see how far up among the Snetterton Saloons the Z cars finish. They're being led by Chris Murphy ahead of Callum Bates, number 8, and 35 of Matt Dance. Luke Allen, he's made his stop. Well, when they cycle through, it's almost certainly going to be Rhys Lloyd leading. He's just moved back up into second place on the timing screen. Edward Lee has now come in, so Rhys Lloyd is going to get the lead back again in the TCR Astra. Just over 22 minutes of the race to go. There is the leader, slapping the Paul Plant and Richard Ford Alfa Romeo. Lloyd has made his stop, he's still in the lead. Next is Liam Crilly, he's yet to stop. Oliver Elmer has yet to stop. Next it should be Kevin Bird, he has stopped. Just waiting for everything to cycle through. Z-Car's leader is 10th overall, Chris Murphy. Number 11 leaving the pits there, number 11 is Michael Williamson's Honda. That's one of the Z-Cars, number 68 Adam Radford, starts at the very back of the grid. There's the leader. There's our leading Z-Car, number 72, Chris Murphy. A bit smaller than the Aston Martin he used to race, but no less spectacular. Good to have the Z cars here. One of our guest classes this weekend racing in with the Snetterton Saloons. So quite a few of the leading runners still have yet to stop. Liam Crilly, Oliver Elmer, Ray Honeybone in the Clio there. Peter Kaler's Seat has yet to stop. There he is. Son Brad sadly out of the race. James Sundler's Clio there, the V6 trophy car, certainly a different machine. Well, there is Rhys Lloyd, he's back in the lead, having made his stop. We'll wait to see who cycles through in second place out of the cars who have stopped. It's either going to be Edward Lee or Kevin Bird. The big BMW GC4 cars. 127 is another front runner that has yet to stop, Scott Smith in his Honda. So everybody else, other than the ones I've mentioned, has now stopped. All the others are Z cars. Well, there is Oliver Elmer. He's currently third overall and leading Class C, but he has yet to stop. He's got, he'll probably have to come in this time, otherwise he'll miss the pit window. There is a penalty for missing the pit window. I'll tell you what that penalty is. You get penalised 2 laps, so that's a very long way at Silverstone. A short stop, you get a 1 lap penalty as well. And a stop-go penalty if you speed in the pit lane. Let's hope nobody gets any penalties here. We've just had a couple of notifications actually. two cars have got a 1 lap penalty for a short pit stop. Car number 25, which is Simon Donohue's BMW, and number 28, Andy Stewart's Honda Civic. They're going to get penalised a lap for short pit stops, and number 124 has got a stop-go penalty. That's the MG-ZR. A stop-go penalty for leaving their engine running during the pit stop while they perform the giant driver change. You must switch the engine off during your pit stop. They did not, so they have a stop-go penalty, the Blue ZR, the Hornigold family. So a couple of penalties being dished out. Just as I was saying, I hope we don't see any penalties. We did get a couple. Well, Reece Lloyd continues to lead. He leads Class A. Liam Crilly in the BMW Z4 number 12 leads Class B, but he hasn't pitted yet. Class C, that's being led by Oliver Elmer. He's yet to stop. Chris Murphy leads the Z cars, we know that. And Peter Kaler, who's just come into the pits, is leading the invitation class. Class D, that is being led further down the order by the Hornigolds, but they're going to have to make a stop and go penalty. The 28 car, that's the car I just mentioned, has got a 1 lap penalty for too short a pit stop. Didn't meet the 90 seconds there. That's number 28 of Andy Stewart, the Irish-born driver. And there's the other one, Simon Donohue's BMW there. That'll have a lap taken off it as well. Horvath with the now comparatively rare Honda Integra DC2, running a bit further down the order. Liam Crilly and Oliver Elmer have come in. So the only car that I can see has yet to stop, apart from the Z cars because they don't have to, is Ray Honeybone's Clio. He's the only car that has yet to make it stop, so he's going to have to come in surely this time around. There's the Z Cars leader, Chris Murphy. Now, how far up is he going to get overall? He's currently 7th. As Richard Clark is coming in. Richard Clark's already been in. I think that means he's got a problem. 66 car there. Yeah, Ray Honeybone's come in. So I think that means everybody who's meant to make a pit stop has done so. Yeah, Richard Clark, that was the second stop, so the TCR Civic in trouble. So Kevin Byrne is going to cycle through in second place, and Edward Lee third. Without a pit stop, I reckon Chris Murphy could make the top 5 here. Oh, here's a busy little pack. Race leader at the head of it, Stephen Gales, is down in 13th place. And a lap down, so he must have had a long stop, unless he hasn't cycled through yet on the timing screen. The pit window is about to close, but everybody who's meant to make a pit stop has done. Barry McMahon weaving about there. Is that a bit of smoke I saw coming from the left front? Yeah, the Alfa Romeo weaving about there. I think he's got a problem as well. 3 wide into Stowe corner. Oliver Elmer's Civic, 27, that's, sorry, the 271, that's Darren Dukes. 28, we mentioned already, Andy Stewart. Oh, somebody running wide there. One of these Z4s, the leader lapping them, flashing his lights as he comes through, letting them know he's there. Pit window has now closed. That has not, because everybody has made their stop. Car number 66 has been given a 1 lap penalty for a short pit stop, but he's just been in for a second stop, so he's clearly had problems there. Did he think he had to serve a penalty instead of being docked a lap? I'm not too sure. Maybe that's why he thought he had to come in. Yeah, there's definitely something amiss with Barry McMahon's Alfa Romeo. Look, you can see it weaving around there. Something wrong with the left front, I think. Wouldn't be surprised if you see him head for the pits. He's running well off the pace. Yeah, that's the Alfa Romeo running wide there on the exit of the loop. Yeah, his days are numbered in this race. So Rhys Lloyd leads by over a minute now from Kevin Bird. The Alfa Romeo carries on. I thought he was going to come into the pits there, Barry McMahon. Thought it was a tyre going down, it doesn't look like it. Two leaders both in shot there. We've got our Snetterton Saloons leader Rhys Lloyd and the Z-Cars leader Chris Murphy, who is now up in 4th overall. As we mentioned, the Z-Cars do not have to make a pit stop. So it's Opel, BMW, 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 BMW. Because Simon Donoghue is now 6th. Subject to any penalties. Stephen Gales is 7th, lost time at his pit stop in the TCR Golf. The second Z-Car, Callum Bates, number 8, is in 8th place. And Matt Dance, number 35, third in that class, is 9th overall, ahead of Martin Reynolds. He's second in Class B. Liam Crilly was one of the big winners at the pit stops. He's up there 5th overall. There is Crilly. Been racing BMWs. No, it's not Liam Crilly, sorry. That is Mark Tomlinson, similarly coloured car. Liam Crilly's been racing BMWs, as we were saying, for many years. Various kinds. Car number 8 has been given the black and white flag for track limits. Just a warning to him. It's Callum Bates. There's Peter Kaler. I think that's one of the Seats that ran in the old Seat Cupra Cup One Make series. When Seat had their BTCC team. Likes of James Pickford. Luke Hines came through that series, and many others. Peter Kaler, I think he's leading the invitation class, yes, but he's 21st overall. Edward Lee behind them, he's 3rd overall. Stephen Gales is now back up to 4th, he's gone ahead of Liam Crilly. There is Gales, there's Crilly, he's just got through there, coming towards Beckett's. TCR Golf really lifting a wheel there as he throws it through Beckett's, almost Superkart fashion. Good recovery after a bit of a slow stop. Behind them, Simon Donoghue in his BMW. They've all got ahead of Chris Murphy. You can see he was 4th at one stage, but the Z-Car's not as quick as the fastest of the Snetterton Saloons. 27 there, Scott Smith with his Honda Civic. He's running a little further down the order. We've lost Colin Claxton back into the pits. Unfortunately, the Mark 1 Escort in trouble. Chris Boone has retired the Jaguar XK8 as well. Closing stages then. There is the beautiful Mark II Golf GTI, Mark Perrier. Where's he running? He's 31st, second in Class D behind the Hornigolds, but he'll take the class lead here because the MGZR has just come in to serve its stop-go penalty. So he now leads Class D for the smaller cars. Such a beautiful design of car, the Mark II Golf GTI. Production GTI Championship ran a full grid of those a few years ago. They switched to the Mark V Golf now. Alfa Romeos together. Paul Plant and Richard Ford's car. Barry McMahon still struggling with the steering on his 156. There's our leader in the background, so it looks as though Rhys Lloyd has lapped everybody up to third place now. Such is the dominance of this Opel Astra TCR machine. There's the Hornigolds, we've just seen them into serve there. Stop-go penalty and lose the class lead to this man, Mark Perriam. There's our Z-Cars leader, Chris Murphy. He's down to 8th overall now. Martin Reynolds got the escort past him. So they've been given a good chance, the Z-Cars, to run up there with the Snetterton Saloons, with the change in the pit stop regulations. It looks like we may well finish this race with only 2 cars on the lead lap. Rhys Lloyd has totally dominated this race. Even during the pit stops, he barely lost the lead. Second of the Z cars is Callum Bates. He's under fire. We see there from Matt Dance, number 35. That's the fight for second in the Z cars. It's been good to have them here. Good little series, the Z cars. Rarely gets the recognition it deserves. Plenty of series available in the UK if you wish to race your BMW. There's Carl Chambers. He's still leading Class C in the Peugeot. He's in 8th overall, no, 9th overall, apologies. Oliver Elmer behind him, so there could be a battle to the end in Class C, as Elmer's just got past these 2 Z4s battling for second in their class. Good to have the Snetterton Saloons as part of the programme this weekend on their away day at Silverstone. Certainly a friendly and welcoming series this is. Just about any saloon car can take part. We've even seen some more GT style cars like MGB V8s compete at Snetterton in the past. A little bit wide there. Callum Bates in the number 8. It's going to allow Matt Dance to take second in class. Quite a way behind Chris Murphy, though he's heading for victory in the Z cars. There's Stephen Gales, 4th overall. He's nearly 20 seconds behind Edward Lee in 3rd overall. Rhys Lloyd, the flying Welshman, is going to pretty much lap the entire field in his Astra. Here comes Martin Reynolds, the Norfolk-based businessman, has interests in the construction industry and owns a holiday park as well, I believe. Has a stunning car collection, including many classic Fords. Wonder how many... Oh, we've lost Oliver Elmer. Number 13 has pulled off. That, I think, is coming into Beckett's. He's trying to get going again. What the problem was there. Oliver Elmer was chasing Carl Chambers in the battle for the lead of Class C. There's the battle for second in the Z4s, the Z cars. Just under 4.5 minutes to go, so a couple of laps left for Rhys Lloyd. And looks like now only Kevin Bird remains on the same lap. Here comes the leader through Beckett's. This certainly makes up for a disappointing MS UK British Endurance Championship for Rhys and for Max Coates in this car yesterday, stymied by drive shaft issues. Flashes the lights, not in celebration just yet. He's flashing lights to warn Ray Honeybone and the Clio that he's there. There's Edward Lee, he's now a lap down, so only Kevin Bird remains on the same lap as our leader. Not seen Kevin's white BMW GT4 for a while. There he is, just coming out of the loop. So the lead is pretty much, I'd say, just over half a lap for Rhys Lloyd. There is Kevin Bird, the Castle Combe Saloon and GT regular. He's raced a Nissan 200SX in recent years as well, among several other cars. His son Charles, triple barrel, has raced various cars within that BMW, also a very quick Renault Megane. Over the line he goes. 1 minute 41 seconds is the gap to the leader, so that's at least half a lap. Less than 2.5 minutes to go for Rhys Lloyd in the TCR Opel Astra. There's 2.71, that's Darren Dukes. Still these two fighting for second in the Z cars, and for 10th overall. Carl Chambers has now got past them. Still, Matt Dance cannot get away past Callum Bates. They're going to be swallowed up by one of the Honda Civics as well in a moment. There's our Z Cars leader, and he's about to be caught by Carl Chambers. Richard Clark's back out there in the TCR Honda. Troubled race for him. Your leader. It's going to be checkered flag this time because there's 1 minute 20 left on the clock. He's coming down to Stowe, so about half a lap to go. This will almost certainly be the final lap for Rhys Lloyd. A totally dominant performance in the Snetterton Saloon, supported by Uncle Luke's sign and sticker shop, among several other sponsors. Lifts a wheel through the club complex. All avoided that oil dropped by Arthur McMahon in the Honda Civic. Haven't seen any more penalties being applied, which is good. Up towards Village for the last time. It's just the left through the loop, then along the Wellington Straight, the left at Brooklands, the double right at Luffield, the flick at Woodcote, and up to the checkered flag. He's got over 1 minute 40 seconds in hand over Kevin Bird. Here he comes then. Rhys Lloyd, a disappointing day yesterday, but the Welshman is going to make up for it here. He flings the Opel Astra TCR through the right-hander at Luffield for the final time. Up towards the line, the checkered flag is in sight. Total dominance of the Uncle Luke Snetterton Saloons for Rhys Lloyd. Takes the win in the Opel Astra. 19 laps completed, 45 minutes 16 seconds. And the only other car on the same lap is Kevin Bird. Penalties being applied further back, so bringing the results in a moment. A couple of cars, we say, docked a lap for short pit stops and so on. Edward Lee has come over in third place. Yeah, the result changing there because Stephen Donoghue has been penalised. As we mentioned earlier on, he's been given a 1 lap penalty, so has Andy Stewart, and Craig Horvath has as well. He's waiting for everybody to come in now. The Z cars are going to be won by Chris Murphy, number 72. Let's see where he slots in overall. There is Chris Murphy just going through towards Brooklands. Here is Chris Murphy, ex-Britcar man. He was the pre-race favourite for the Z-Cars series, and he's coming in to win. And it looks like he will come in a fine 8th overall. Lost out on the last lap to Carl Chambers' Peugeot. Has he lost another place? Yes, Richard Clark got ahead of him as well. Chris Murphy wins the Z-Cars, 9th overall. And the battle between Matt Dance and Callum Bates will come home. Here they come. Bates gets there ahead of Dance at the line. They had a great fight in the second half of that race. Well done to the Z-Cars and well done to the Snetterton Saloons. Winning margin eventually was 1 minute 51 seconds. Mark Perriam will be pleased. He's won his class, I think, in the Volkswagen Golf. Yes, he wins Class D. Let's just take you through the results very briefly of our final race of the weekend here at Snetterton then. Reece Lloyd the winner by 1 minute 51 seconds ahead of Kevin Bird. Nobody else on the lead lap. Ed Lee in third ahead of Liam Crilly. Stephen Gales in his TCR Golf taking fifth ahead of Martin Reynolds in sixth place in the Escorts. Class B is won by Liam Crilly. Carl Chambers wins Class C in seventh place in the Peugeot. The Z-Cars split is won by Chris Murphy ahead of Callum Bates and Matt Dance. Great fight between those two in the closing stages. And the other class winners, Peter Kaler in his Seat Super Copa wins the invitation class, and Class D won by, as we say, Mark Perriam in the VW Golf Mark II GTI. Great race to close out the weekend then. Total dominance though from the flying Welshman Reece Lloyd in his Opel Astra TCR. Spare a thought for Tim Pole. You can see his car on the right hand side of the screen there. He never got to the start. The flag flying proud on top of the BRDC clubhouse here at their headquarters at Silverstone as the sun sets quite literally on a brilliant weekend of racing here on BARC TV from the British Automobile Racing Club. We'll hand over shortly to Ian Waterhouse down in Park Ferme to hear from our winners.
Right, here we are in Park Ferme. Reece Lloyd over here. He's got a job done, hasn't he? He's going to be a very happy man indeed. Let's go grab a word with him now, shall we? He's just turned the engine off. Look at this. It's a fine looking car as well, isn't he? I'm going to help him with his door as well. Probably won't thank me for that. Reece, I'm only opening the door so I can put my hand in so it's nice and warm. It is steaming warm in there. So sorry about that. You're probably going to get cold very, very quickly indeed.
It's a bit chilly up there, isn't it?
It certainly is. Yeah, let's get out. There you go.
I'm warm, you're cold.
I'm freezing. Yeah, but I'm very happy for you though. Congratulations. Talk us through that one.
Thanks very much. Yeah, it was a lot of frustration now from yesterday, really, to be honest. It was a one-off race, and it was just something we wanted to get more time in the car, and that's what we should have been doing yesterday, really. But we're a day late, but next time,
It's the perfect way though to end a weekend, isn't it? Right?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, if you want a result, you definitely want it leaving a weekend rather than the day before. But the car was faultless, like it's been every other day by yesterday. But super car, and I think we're gonna do good things in this year, definitely.
So you're going to be doing a full season, right?
Definitely, obviously, full season of the BEC, and I think we may do the odd Snetterton Saloons as well here and there as well.
Reece, well done, mate. Really happy for you,
Thank
buddy.
You very much. Thank
Congratulations, Reece Lloyd, your race winner there. Let's just go for a little walk. I was going to try and find some of the other drivers, but I think quite a lot still coming back in. Let's see, we just grab a word with some of them, shall we? We want to find Bird got on the podium, but let's have a crack chat with Scott Smith as well. How was that out there? All right?
Yeah, it weren't too bad.
Yeah.
First time we've ever raced a circuit, and it's a new car for this year, so
What's it like learning a new circuit and literally right in the hot seat?
Scary. Scary.
How many laps had you done before actually lights out for the race?
Just the one, to be fair, just the one warm-up lap and that was it.
That's
yeah.
it?
Yeah.
Blimey, you're a glutton for punishment, you, aren't you?
Yeah, I know. But just towards the end, we were starting to run out of fuel as well, so that weren't no good. Because obviously we've raced the Clios before and we knew what fuel to run, but this we didn't have a clue. So.
I'm glad you made it then.
Yeah,
well done.
Cheers,
there we go. Let's have a chat here with number 66, this Honda, if we can, because it's a very fine looking car as well, isn't it? And it's just parked right next to us as well, which is pretty handy. I'm just going to jump in very quickly. I have to say, this is one of my favourite cars in the grid. It's beautiful.
Oh, thank you. But yeah, it's a good race. Had a bit of an issue as well, but we taped it up because wasn't getting hot enough, and then it got too hot, so I had to come in for an extra pit stop. But no, I enjoyed it. Good race that was.
It has. It's been cold, hasn't it? Has it affected sort of the lap times, you think?
Oh, definitely, yeah. And I wasn't running slicks today because the series I do runs cut tyres. So, but no, I was very happy. It's a good race. Yeah.
Fantastic. Thanks for talking to us. Wonderful stuff. We're looking for. There it is. Z4, number 72, class winner for the Z cars. Let's go have a quick word. Class leader. Look, it's a happy man, isn't he? Indeed. Congratulations. How do you feel after that?
Have I won the class, have I?
Well, we believe so, yep.
Oh, okay, that's good then, yeah. That's,
you know, everything's got to be classified first before I can officially say it.
Of course, yeah. An enjoyable race and, yeah, just do what you do.
You look so cool, so chilled out, just relaxed, just went out, did a race, won it, whatever.
Well, luckily I was here yesterday with Britcar driving around a car that's probably 40% faster, so today it's kind of a slower breeze really, so it was quite easy.
Quite easy. Well,
but great fun starting from the back actually and going through these faster cars. Thank you.
Congratulations, well done. Excellent stuff this weekend. I've had a thoroughly wonderful time here at Silverstone. We really hope you've enjoyed it too. But I am going to hand back to Dave Goddard. Thanks for watching.
Well, thanks very much indeed, Ian Waterhouse, our intrepid pit lane interviewer this weekend. Thanks to Matt Suckling for his input yesterday on the British Endurance Championship as well. And that does bring the curtain down on this first weekend of the season here on BARC TV. We're back here at Silverstone in 2 weeks for our next live stream, headlined by the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. Saloon cars of all ages, including the new Super Touring series. I think everybody is looking forward to seeing the iconic cars of the 90s out in action for the first time together with the CT CRC. But that brings this weekend to a close then. Thank you very much first of all to all our volunteer officials, the Orange family of marshals, the medical crews, the recovery crews, everybody else here at Silverstone this weekend. We could not go racing without them being out there in all hours, all weathers to make this meeting possible. Thank you very much to everyone. Thanks to all the drivers for their entertainment and to their mechanics and backup crews in the pits and the paddock for making this meeting possible. Thank you to our camera crews and to our directors as well for making the stream possible. Thanks for their efforts. And most of all, thank you to everybody for watching here today and yesterday at Silverstone. We'll see you back in 2 weeks' time. That's about all from myself, Dave Goddard. Thank you very much for watching and for listening. And in closing, Murray Walker, that one was for you, sir. Thanks for watching, everyone. See you in 2 weeks. Goodbye for now.